Day 2 NFL free agency coverage coming at you here from Mitchell Renz, host of the Raiders Report, and we're going to be live all day today. I was live yesterday for a little over 8 hours. The entire Raiders Report team made probably close to 10 to 11 hours of content yesterday. I promise you this, if you're looking to stay up to date on everything going on around the Las Vegas Raiders, around NFL free agency, there's one place you need to be and one place only, and that's here at the Raiders Report. A lot of big-time moves have already happened today, which is why I wanted to go live a little bit earlier here on today's show. So what we're going to do is this. I want to be able to run through some of the moves that happened bright and early this morning. Maybe you missed them. I also want to talk about the two signings that happened late last night, Lonnie Johnson Jr. and Elandon Roberts, and then we'll just do like a little bit of a quick recap of everything that the Raiders have done in free agency. But I also, when you talk about the term free agency, I think Raider fans got to start thinking free agency for us started on Friday when you traded for Geno Smith, when you re-signed Adam Butler. I'm sick and tired of seeing Raiders fans being upset about what this team is doing. They're spending money in a very smart way. And I say this to every Raider fan out there that doesn't love what this team's doing. I get it. We got to be patient a little bit. But also on top of that, next time you go out grocery shopping, next time you go shopping, actually, how about this? Next time you go to Target, give your credit card to your significant other and say, I am okay with you spending willy-nilly. Go out and spend on anything you want instead of buying needs. And I have that conversation all the time with Alex. Love you very much. But to me, the Raiders are spending the way that I would want to spend my own money, going out and getting needs instead of just going out there throwing blank checks all around. Because studies show when you do that, more teams are actually more unsuccessful winning in the long term than teams that are handling it the way that the Raiders are doing. So yes, you lost out on 3 key starters. That sucks, losing out on Merrick, Spillane, losing out on, who the hell's the other guy? Hobbs. It all sucks. But the Raiders were able to build in the trenches by re-signing Malcolm Koonce, by re-signing somebody along the lines of Adam Butler. Adam Butler and Malcolm Koonce impact this team more than all those 3 players that I just said. And if you don't think that, then you're not a believer that winning in the trenches matters. So let me know down below, do you like the move so far by the Raiders? Give me a yes. Give me a no down below. I get we haven't had that big splash move yet, but we have done a lot of smart things. Elandon Roberts, Jeremy Chinn, that's going to help you replace Robert Spillane. Isaiah Paul-Lamal, Jeremy Chinn, that's going to help you replace Trevon Merrick. We still got to go out and do a lot of things, no doubt about it. But if you're a believer that winning in the trenches is important, that's what the Raiders are already trying to show you, especially on the defensive side of the football. I see Arnie Garza is going to go with a no. K-Rock says yes. Andy Alvarez says yes. Also, if you haven't already, go vote at the poll at the very top of the show, which says, which position do you want the Raiders to sign today? Wide receiver, corner, linebacker, or other? Let me know in that. I would like to see what you guys have to say. Right now, 40% of the votes are for wide receiver. So I do see that we got a super chat reminder, a big way to help me, Chuggs, when he's here. Shout out to Trizzy Trace. He's on the 1s and 2s today because a big Texans trade just happened for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So Chuggs will join me here in a little bit. But at the end of the day, the way that you guys can help us keep this show going, because I need y'all today. I'm going to need y'all tomorrow, right? Like, I need y'all to keep this thing going for me as well. So by using hashtag Raiders, by sending in super chats, it keeps this as a well-oiled machine, because I know the 1,100 people that are watching the stream right now, real ones, right? People that rock with us all the time. The amount of new people that we get to join our stream during this time of the year, I want you to show them how we get down here. When I say get down, just how we interact in the comments, how we interact with each other. Let's be respectful to each other today, because I saw a lot of Raider on Raider hate yesterday, which I did not like. Mitch, the amount of people I see freaking out about losing players is comical. Please explain how Gruden's years of bad drafting is still being felt today. We'll be okay. Is Justin Reed a fit with Chinn? I do think Justin Reed would be a good overall safety that you could potentially look at, and there are still some good, we'll call them starting caliber safeties in the NFL right now. But at the exact same time, like, I'm going down here looking at a list like I think a Kendall Fuller, Asante Samuel Jr. could be interesting targets there at corner. I think a Mike Hinton could be an interesting target there at corner. In terms of safety, though, Justin Reed, I'm kind of going through my rankings right now. He might be the top safety out there. Harrison Smith, I don't think is the best fit for what we're looking at. Juan Thornhill could be an intriguing option. Justin Simmons, I get, is old. But Justin Simmons is still playing at a pretty high level. You could put him back there at free safety. The other thing that people got to realize, one thing that Pete Carroll has always done historically well, and I think it's kind of what they're doing here, they've been, and Pete's regimes have been always able to find great DBs, find great corners, find great safeties. They've done it their entire career, multiple different regimes in that mix. And I think that you could see them potentially rely on that flexibility, especially in the NFL draft. Now, I still think that we got to sign a corner. No, don't get me wrong. But you're right. The Gruden contracts, the Josh McDaniels contracts, when you put out bad deals like that, it handicaps you for so many years down the line. And one of the things that you're seeing the Raiders do is they're making sure that they're not going to be handicapped in 2 and 3 years when they have really big decisions to make around Pete Carroll. And that's a really smart thing to do. So, Drew, I hear you loud and clear, my man. We got 1,400 people here watching. I should also say this. You in, because we're doing another deal here on today's show. And I got a bunch of different deals today. I thought today should be more about, showing love, giving back a little bit in the ways that we can. So today I'm going to play a game with y'all. R.I.P. to my man, Brandon Jasper. I really wish you were here, my dog. But we're going to play Tuna Clock. So every 500 likes, I'll tell you what I have in store. Every $10 Super Chat, you're going to be entered to win a Raiders Report hat. Every $20 Venmo, you're in for a duck race, which we already had people enter yesterday. And we are already up to, it stands right now, you could win $60. Every hundo, I'm going to throw down a bang. I'm also going to give 2 free entries away for a Raiders Report hat raffle. That's what Brandon, I'm sure, would want to be able to do, give back to the nation. And then every 5 bangs that I get today, I'm giving away a Raiders Report hat to a loyal subscriber that is watching the show down in the comments. I'm going to tell you to spam whoever sent in the last bang, and then we're going to give away a Raiders Report hat. So you better have a Twitter or you better have a Venmo. That way you can send me $1 and I'll send you one back. Before we get into another Super Chat, I do want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Mando. And when I'm live for this many hours, I sweat all the time. Like, I'm one of those dudes where I'm not afraid to admit it. I sweat when I eat. There's some nights I wake up and I'm sweating. Alex always is like, dude, you are a sweaty mess, which is why I love Mando, because it is the deodorant that I need from head to toes. Because if I have any chance of Alex wanting to lick me from my head to my toes, I need to make sure that I'm smelling great with Mando. So control body odor anywhere with Mando. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. And I'll always say that using Mando is great because when you sweat literally everywhere, you need a full body deodorant that you can take also on the go. Because I can use it on my pits, my package, maybe TMI, my grundle and my balls, belly button, butt crack, stinky crevices, stomach folds, and feet. It doesn't matter. Mando controls odor for 72 hours. It's clinically proven. Clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor level was a 5 out of 10. With Mando, the average grundle odor level is a 0 out of 10. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice, like mini body wash, deodorant wipes, and free shipping. As a special offer for our listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack with code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support the Raiders Report and tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Let's go to my man, Sean Irish, who I know for a fact is smelling great right now. Sean, you look like a guy that's got good smelling grundle. No? Too early for that? Hey, man, if we're not ready to wake up and get some grundle jokes in at 8 a.m. on the West Coast, then what the hell are we doing with our lives? I thought we were better friends than that. What up, Sean? Every move we've made so far proves our new coaching staff is top tier. Very smart moves, not very sexy, but smart. I'm excited to see what is in store today. Raiders! And, I'm not going to say that I have been saying these exact same things but I have been saying these exact same things, and I agree with you where sometimes people want that big splash play, but then you also just got to consider the fact that all these other players that we're bringing in, they're all at a good rate overall. So I like some of the moves that the Raiders have been making. I also want to talk about some of the stuff that happened today, Trizzy, and then I also want to talk about the 2 Raiders moves that happened late last night. So if you're waking up, I know it's early, Believe me, I'm not going to lie to y'all. Getting up even today for me was a little bit difficult after covering some of the news late last night around Lonnie Johnson Jr. and Elandon Roberts. I totally hear you loud and clear, but some of the moves that ended up going down this morning that maybe you didn't quite see overall, I'll tell you what, the Vikings, they've been active. The Vikings have been active. I know Daniel Jones, he just signed a $14 million deal with the frickin' Indianapolis Colts. That one was surprising to me. So some of the moves that happened this morning, Jonathan Allen, 3-year, $60 million deal, going to the Minnesota Vikings. That's a team right now that's really trying to build in their trenches. One that kind of broke my heart a little bit, Javon Holland, 3-year, $45 million deal. This was somebody that I really wish the Raiders would have been able to bring in because I thought he would have been a great center field option next to a Jeremy Chinn, next to an Isaiah Paul-Amal. That's the type of player that I thought would have fit really well with the Patrick Graham system. Other moves that ended up happening today, Melifonwu, he ended up going back to Miami, 1 year, $4 million. If you're wondering, yes, that is the old Raiders brother, Obi Melifonwu. Divine Diablo, 2-year, $14 million deal going to Atlanta. I wish the best for Divine Diablo. But at the same time, Raider fans being upset that we lost Diablo, come on, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think Elandon Roberts right now is a better linebacker than Divine Diablo for what I think that the Raiders are going to use him as. Now, Diablo's got higher upside. I don't think anybody's going to deny that. But how many times have we sat here every single season and go, is this going to be the year Divine puts it together? Because we've been waiting around on it, and I'll tell you this right now, no chance in hell I was going to pay Divine Diablo 2 for 14. I honestly thought he was going to get something like 2 for 9, like 2 for 8, something along those lines. Elijah Campbell to Miami, Richie Grant, which this was a UCF safety that I used to like a few years ago. Big move this morning again by Minnesota was Will Fries, 5-year, $88 million. That's a team that's trying to win in the trenches to help out their young quarterback on both sides of the football. Javon Hargrave, I don't think that we've gotten those details yet still to this moment, but I would anticipate another larger deal there. Marco Wilson, Solomon Thomas, another former Raider there, gets to go to Dallas. I know who he's been looking to go to Dallas actually for quite some time. The trade that went down, Kenyon Green, he's going to the Philadelphia Eagles, which honestly, I think is actually a great fit for Green and Philadelphia. We have talked about the Eagles offensive line coach multiple times on this show, and I think he's one of the most underappreciated coaches in all of football for what he's been able to do with players, especially on the O-line. Philly churns out top offensive line guys over and over and over again, and it's because of how great that O-line coach is. So Gardner Johnson, though, he ends up then going over to the Houston Texans, which I think is a good fit for Houston. Chuggs, I know, was pretty fired up about it. Quentin Bell, 1 year, $1.5 million deal. And is Quentin Bell, was he a former Raider? I don't know why. I'm looking at that name, and I feel like he was a 7th-round pick that never quite made it on the Raiders roster. Yeah, 2019. I was going to say, I thought he was drafted by the Raiders, and he was. He was drafted by the Raiders, or at least practice. 7th round.
He was drafted by the Raiders in round 7 of 2019. He was on the Raiders practice squad when they were still in Oakland in 2019, but then signed with the Buccaneers, played with them from 2019 to 2020. Falcons 21 to 22. Eagles, he was on the practice squad in 23, and then he's been on the Dolphins since then.
I was going to say, because I would say when I really, really started covering the Raiders to the extent, I mean, not to the extent I do now, but when I really started really getting into my whole Raiders groove was right around 2018, 2019. So Quentin Bell, I'm not going to lie, for somebody that I was just like, why is that name in my head? Daniel Jones, 1 year, $14 million. I'm not going to lie to you, man. Like, Indianapolis going Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson. This deal to me kind of reminds me of what the Raiders did last year with Gardner Minshew. I get they gave Minshew 2 for 25, but they gave Minshew $15 million guaranteed. When you're giving a quarterback of that stature, that amount of money, I think it's almost a lot of times a waste of money because I've seen Daniel Jones play football. I don't think at any point he's going to be able to connect the dots at all. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to run through all the things that the Raiders have done in free agency, and we're just going to talk about some of the other moves, that they've been able to do. They went out, they signed Alex Cappa to do a 2-year, $11.2 million deal. Then the Max Crosby extension, that one happened. That was a lot of fun being able to cover that. The Geno Smith trade, I do really like now. I think it was definitely worth the value of a third. He's a lot better than what people actually give him credit for. So that Geno Smith trade, love it. Another move that the Raiders did late, it would have been Saturday, Sunday night, one of the two. Adam Butler ended up re-signing to the Las Vegas Raiders on a 3-year, $16.5 million deal. And I've said it before, I wanted the Raiders to bring back Adam Butler at that contract more than Robert Spillane, Trevon Merrick, and more than Nate Hobbs, because you got to be able to win in the trenches, and the Raiders are showing you that. They brought back Malcolm Koonce on a 1-year, $12 million deal. Absolutely love it. Jeremy Chinn was 2 years, $16 million deal, which that's going to be somebody who also is going to help you replace somebody along the lines of Robert Spillane. I think he'll play even a little bit of a Cam Chancellor role. They're built the exact same way. Lonnie Johnson Jr., he ended up signing with the Raiders late last night as well. I don't know the contract details on that. He's more of just a special teams player, right? But he also is proof that this Raiders organization believes in relationships, because Lonnie Johnson Jr. was a member of the New Orleans Saints back in 2023, where Joe Woods and Marcus Robinson were, and that was one of his better years. He's like 6'2", 6'3", 220-pounder, but he is a special teams option that has a connection with our DB coach. And if you're looking at somebody that, he hasn't played many games recently, like starts one in maybe the last 2 to 3 years, but he did start 19 games his first 3 years in the NFL at 29 years old. The other move that the Raiders made late last night was they went out and that they signed Elandon Roberts, who was a linebacker, to a 1-year, $3 million deal. And I like the combination of Roberts and Jeremy Chinn. Like, that's how I think that this Raiders team is going to try to help, soften the blow of losing Robert Spillane, because Elandon Roberts last season was the second best run defender in the National Football League, according to PFF, behind only Bobby Wagner. He had only 46 tackles, but the 2 years before that, over 100 tackles. He's also somebody that played with Rob Leonard before down there in Miami. Rob Leonard is also the defensive line coach, but he's also the run game coordinator on the defensive side of the football. So I think that they saw somebody in Roberts that said, all right, 1 year, $3 million. Go ask a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, if you know him, what they thought about losing Roberts at $3 million. They are distraught. I mean, I'm telling you, they are really, really upset. I would compare it to where, imagine if Robert Spillane, instead of getting 3 for 37, would have got like 3 for 20. You would have been sitting here going, why the hell didn't the Raiders go out and do that? That's what Steelers fans are saying. Why couldn't we get him for $4 million? He's a good blitzer, good run stopper, absolute liability in coverage. Like, I'm telling you that right now. You're better off putting Chuggs out there in coverage to help him out. But you know what I think about? I said the exact same damn things about Robert Spillane, so I'm going to hope that our coaching staff, Patrick Graham, can do what they did with Spillane, who was regarded as a horrific coverage guy, and maybe Elandon Roberts can help out with that. Oh, I also forgot. He won 2 Super Bowls with Tom Brady. Like, the relationships, the connections, you're seeing over and over again. He played with Christian Wilkins. He played with Adam Butler. The connections are over and over again for this team. So, yes, it's not a big slam dunk type of move, but it is noticeable that this team is doing the right thing so far. So how about this? I want to know from all y'all, what's the best free agent signing so far? You can go from a Raiders standpoint. You can go from an NFL standpoint. I want to know down below what y'all are thinking, the best free agent signing so far. For me personally, on this Raiders team, and when I say free agent signing, I'm also just going to consider re-signs too, because, people are like, oh, well, they were already on our team. Not really. Malcolm Koonce was just as much of a free agent as Elandon Roberts. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, both players were not, if we would have never made a move, both guys would not have come to this team. So that's something that we got to consider. I would say, though, the guy that I'm the most fired up about based on the contract right now, it's probably Adam Butler for 3 for 16. I think it is low-key a slam dunk move because of the importance of what Adam Butler is going to be able to bring to Tyree Wilson, to Malcolm Koonce, to Christian Wilkins, and to Max Crosby. Trace, what do you think is the best free agent signing in the NFL so far? Or what's your favorite that the Saints have done?
Obviously, Daniel Jones is the best signing this so far.
Clearly, we are already inebriated.
Absolutely. I will say I do like the extension of Max Crosby. Like, that is a move that in my opinion, not only solidifies like him being just so bought in and so like it doesn't matter what we're working for. I'm here. I'm a Raider. I want to build what we're doing here. I think that's like a great move. I also really like Paulson Adebo to the Giants. I think he's a fine football player. Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders is interesting. Jeremy Chinn, though, like, I love that move for the Raiders. He's a sneaky good player, man.
I do too. And I just saw somebody say, like, Ben13 said, hate to say it, but New England has been killing it.
Dude, they have.
I think that they've been overspending.
That's
where,
fair.
like, when you have a lot of money, I get that you can go out and you can get players. But what Josh McDaniels and Mike Vrabel are doing is very similar to what the Raiders did, I thought, a few years ago, where they overspent on certain players where I'm like, you just overspent on a lot.
Yeah.
And you've seen teams do that in years past. The Raiders are a great example of a team that, think about a few years ago, Nick Wachowski, Carl Nassib, Corey Littleton, LaMarcus Joyner, all got big paydays, and we were like, let's frickin' go.
Yep.
They didn't really turn out to be all that good, and it crippled the Raiders for a year. It has to work in New England quick for some of those guys, and if it doesn't, they could get crippled by some of those contracts that end up happening. I like what the Raiders have done. I really do, man.
I do too. I think that they've been having it's like a sneaky good offseason thus far, and I think that sometimes in free agency, some of the best moves you make are the ones you don't. Not trying to overspend for certain players, or not trying to keep players around that may have been unproductive, or maybe you really like them, but it just isn't a good fit.
I don't think spending money, a lot of money, means that you've killed free agency.
No.
If I looked at you right now and I said there's a car that you could get for $40,000, right? And you go, well, how about this? This is a better analogy. Let's say you and your significant other and you got a kid. All three of you need a vehicle.
Sure.
Okay? All three of you need a vehicle. What if I told you that you could get all three of those vehicles that could still work for you, and you only had to pay, let's say, I don't know, $60,000. I don't think that you would sit there and go, oh, wow, we did a really great job because we got three great cars for $200,000. But yet you don't know if that car is going to be a good fit for your 16-year-old kid or whatever. Maybe it's not the best analogy. I don't know.
Well, and I will tell you, at least they didn't do what the Commanders did and give Javon Kinlaw 3 years, $45 million. I feel like that's just the definition of an overpay. He is.
I agree with you, but that one to me there was a connection there, and I don't remember what it was, but
that's fair.
I hear you.
That's an overpay.
Somebody asked, "Is this the starter jacket?" Yes, this is
That's
my
fresh.
Raiders starter jacket. Starter's back, man.
Oh, big time.
I can remember when I was a kid. If my mom, I'll be real. I love my parents to the end of the world, and back they know that, but we didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up. And I can remember a few times my mom's like, I got you the starter jacket. And I was like, so you hate me. You don't like me very much.
So you want me to get bullied. That's what we're doing.
You want me to get my shit pushed in. What up, Ben Thrack? We have made some smart moves also but Pete Carroll specifically said he wanted to re-sign all of the defensive players. If that was his goal yesterday, was not a good look. I hear you loud and clear. I think that you also just got to consider what the market was, right? The Raiders weren't interested in spending that much on Robert Spillane. Definitely not interested in spending that much on Trevon Merrick. And you're not going to spend that much on Nate Hobbs. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, the Raiders said, let me look at those players on defense. And if I would have told y'all that you could get Malcolm Koonce for $12 million, Nate Hobbs, essentially, they got $16 million guaranteed. Trevon Merrick's getting $17. You got Robert Spillane, who, again, is a really good player. But also you could get somebody like Adam Butler at $5 million per year. If you're a believer that winning in the trenches is how you win football games, and if you can get after the quarterback by getting 4, then you should be okay with the moves that the Raiders made yesterday. I hear you loud and clear that that's what Pete Carroll said, but also, as a Raiders fan, no disrespect to Trevon Merrick, Robert Spillane, and Nate Hobbs, players come and go. I look at what the Raiders did, and if you don't think that the Raiders team is a better team since that Geno Smith trade compared to what they were last season in the most respectful way possible, I'm pretty sure if I brought up a basketball, a soccer ball, a football, a tennis ball, a softball, I would look at you and I go, do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? Do you know what this is? And I would say that because I would say that clearly you don't know a ball. And that's how I would rephrase it. The Raiders have gotten so much better. And if it's not evident to anybody out there, And I say that because we still have so much money to spend, dude. Like, if the Raiders stopped right now and we were done and they were like, hey, we're not going to make any more moves, I would panic a little bit. But after seeing the contracts that Malcolm Koonce, Nate Hobbs, Trevon Merrick, Robert Spillane, and Adam Butler got, I'm telling you right now, I would have done a video ranking who I would have brought in. It would have been Adam Butler at 1, Malcolm Koonce at 2, Robert Spillane at 3, Trevon Merrick at 4, Nate Hobbs at 5. I don't understand how people are upset that we lost out on those 3 players. It sucks, but we're going to be able to recoup. We still have a lot of money. We still have a lot of ability, and there's still good players out there, dude. I hear you, though. Let's go to MDB Super Dave. Trust in staff. Remember, Spillane was a C- grade when signed with the Raiders. And, that's why I think people got to look at Elandon Roberts. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say Elandon Roberts is going to be, the Raiders' middle linebacker, green dot. But what I do think is if he could be your linebacker, too, and you pair him with somebody like Jeremy Chinn, because the people that think that NFL teams are still running 3 linebacker sets, there's still some teams, don't get me wrong. But that's not what Patrick Graham has done. So, we got to wake up and realize we really only need 2 starting caliber linebackers, and we need more safeties. Isaiah Paul-Lamal, Jeremy Chinn are 2 good safeties. We still need to add a true free safety, but Elandon Roberts, Jeremy Chinn, that's going to be a bit of a duo that is going to help out you replace that loss that you're going to have from Robert Spillane. Believe in what this team's doing. They are doing a lot of smart things. We got 2,800 people here watching the show right now, and we are 80 likes away from our very first Tuna clock of the day, and it's going to be something that I've never really done before. I wanted to be able to do something fun today for Brandon's family, for some of the people that, I got a lot of messages yesterday that said that Brandon would have liked some of the stuff that the Raiders did. Overall, I'm going to say this. I love the connections, everything that we're doing here on this show. We already got almost 3,000 people here bright and early this morning, and I don't want to come off as a guy that's saying that he acts like he knows it all. That's not the way that I like to do it. I'm just a very passionate person, and I'm not afraid to give my opinion, and that's what I do for a living, right? Like, my job here is to be able to give you guys my honest opinion, but I hope that if I say something that or I disagree with you, or if you disagree with me, we're still friends at the end of the day. Like, I think grown-ups are able to have those type of healthy conversations, whether it's, in your marriage life with your kids or about Raiders football, whatever the hell it is. I want us to be able to have those type of conversations, and I think we grow as human beings when we do that. So when you pull up here to the Raiders Report, don't get mad if I disagree, but also at the same time, I want you to be able to disagree with me. Like, that's what makes this show fun to me. Appreciate it, though. I'll also say this. Late last night, dropping videos. We're going to be live here all day today. I'm a hustler, and if you like people that hustle, I promise you, no one's going to out-hustle me in the nation. So drop a like right now. We did just hit 500 likes. So, Trizzy, is there any chance I could get a clock for 60 seconds? I want a 60-second clock, and here is going to be my Brandon Jasper Tuna clock deal. So for those that do not know, I have a Brandon jersey here. This was a jersey that he got from Raiders Report. One of his nicknames was Def Jasper, and if you almost have to ask him why he wanted that one. So what we're going to do today is this. I plan on sending this jersey to his family and to Kristen. And again, we were able to raise $2,200 for him a few weeks ago, and it helped him and his family, do what they wanted to be able to do with a lot of Brandon's stuff. And they're still actually working on spreading his ashes over the Oakland Coliseum. Was one of the places that he wanted to go, and that money that we helped raise went to it. So here's my deal out there. Every $10 super chat that we get here in the next 60 seconds, I'm going to put your name on this Def Jasper jersey. I'll also say the bigger the super chat you put in, the bigger I'm going to write your name. Think of it as like a John Hancock type of thing. And then once this jersey gets totally filled up today, I'm going to send it to Kristen. And I think it'll be a nice little, hey, we're still thinking about you type of thing. But also by sending in that 10, you're also going to be in for a chance to win a Raiders Report hat. So I wanted to be able to do something. I'm doing super chat simply because Brandon always loved a good tuna clock. So if you're an OG watcher, I hope that you participate. R.I.P. to the great Brandon Jasper. So here we go. 60 seconds on the clock. As soon as that clock starts, tuna clock has begun. 3, 2, 1. Let's get it going. Also, I saw Sean Morgan send one in like right when I was technically talking about it. So Sean, I got you, my dog. I got you, Sean Morgan. Sean Morgan, you're on there. Saul Ramirez, I got you on there, my man. I see JC Raider. I got you on there, my dog. So far, Sal Martinez, JC Raider. Dude, JC, is that your real beard? That's a phenomenal beard right there. Locho's saying all love to the great Tuna. I see the Elite Elijah, which shout out to Elite Elijah. First time super chat, sending it in for Brandon. I think why people rally around Brandon is because he was the type of dude, I don't know how many jerseys he gave away to people. Like these Raiders Report jerseys we used to do last year, he gave away like 5 or 6 of them. I'm not kidding you. And he would give away stuff all the time, which is why I know for a fact that people are rallying behind him right now. Oh, fat bearded dad. Let's freaking go, dude. Fat bearded dad. Fat bearded dad. I wrote yours a little bit bigger. Suave, I got you down there. And the Tuna clock is officially over. I'm going to let the fax machine roll in here. Rob Fravor, I got you. I see my man Noah. No, I'm going to put you down as Suave. Hopefully that's okay. At this point, though, if it's not, then you probably really hate me. David, I'm going to put you down as the book, because that's what's in parentheses here. I got you covered. I see Raider Gabe. What up, Raider Gabe? Raider Gabe. Gotcha. I see Raider Muerte, who's always sending in the good vibes. Appreciate you, Muerte. My brother, Sean Irish, who I was talking about you the other day, Sean. I go, if there's somebody who I could feel being like a 93 Nav man 20 years down the road, Sean Irish is probably the name. Jerry Danley. Dude, that's a crazy mother effer right there. I'm going to tell you that right now. Jerry Danley can F up a show really quick. Darth Raider, I got you. Got you loud and clear. Darth Raider. Oh, Gunny. Absolutely love it. L.A. Crash Dog, my brother. Also, tell him Father Tom sent you. Mark Prosser, love it. This is going to take me a little while, and I'm sorry if it does for all y'all that are watching this. We will get back to some of the other free agency moves here in a moment. VT Holmes, I gotcha. Yeah, you're good. Anthony DeCaro. I'm going to write that one a little bit bigger. And then I got Billy the Goat. All right, y'all. Tuna clock is officially over. I mean this. That was amazing. And I hope that we can continuously do that over and over and over again. All right, Siosa, that's the last one. Hopefully I pronounced that right. CO, because Brandon also was a stickler for rules. Unless he started to have a few beers. Then the rules kind of go out the window. Rules don't apply when shit like that happens. Locho, appreciate you, man. The Elite Elijah. Dude, seriously, appreciate you, dog. We're going to keep rolling through some of these. If you want to get some questions in, please do. Man, Bolt Jihad. You go back to that one? If it's a 10 to get on the jersey, we can. I just want to be able to answer if there's still a question. Walker are looking amazing right now. Yes, I know it'll be a stretch if we picked a linebacker at 6, but man, they can both flat out play. You're not going to take Jihad Campbell at pick number 6, and I don't know if he's going to be available to you. I think Jihad Campbell's going to be a top 20 pick. I think he's that talented of a linebacker. He's my number 1 linebacker. He led the team in tackles for loss, sacks last season on the Crimson Tide. You're right, though. Dude can flat out play. All right, let's go to the next one here. Sal, if Ant Richardson becomes available, would rather trade a 4th for him or take a rookie in the draft. I'm going to be real. I don't want Anthony Richardson. Guy can't throw the football. And if you're going to trade for Richardson, I'd say maybe like a 6th-round pick and let him learn for 2 years underneath Geno Smith, and then you could potentially see what you're going to do. But the only reason why it makes me nervous about Richardson is because what's so important for Chip Kelly's system is you need to be able to spread out an offense, and you need to be able to throw the ball on all levels of the field. I don't trust Anthony Richardson to throw a football. Now, if you wanted to come out and just run the shit out of the ball, cool, go for it. But I'm not giving up a 4th-round pick on somebody that I don't think can throw a football. And I hate saying it, but he has a great, strong arm. I mean, imagine if a pitcher threw 105, but you had no idea where it was going, right? I'm not into that. Sean Morgan, Mitch, why all these fans crying about us getting Geno? It's because fans don't watch tape. As soon as you hear a fan talking shit about Geno, and I get it, Geno's not a top 10 quarterback right now, but I do think with this regime, with all the coaches that we have, he could actually end up being a top 10 QB. I have him right now ranked as my number 14, but the number one way that you're going to be able to tell if somebody doesn't actually watch tape is if you bring up, he threw 15 interceptions last year, it's a fair stat to bring up. But do you know the reason why? And if you don't know the reason why, that's fine. I would encourage you to go watch a little bit more tape. But people that are saying, again, like I hate when people think that I hate DC because Derek Carr is a respectable quarterback. But people saying Derek Carr is better than Geno Smith. I mean, I don't know how you wrap your mind around that, right? That's like saying I'd rather live in Cleveland compared to living anywhere else in the United States. It's just not going to happen, man. You're lying to yourself, right? Ask Joe Kim Noah. Also, you're going to be lying to yourself if you don't realize how great Mando full body deodorant is. $5 off a Mando starter pack. If you're starting to sweat already this morning, it's probably because it's getting hot in here. So control body odor anywhere with Mando. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code chat at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. One of my New Year's resolutions, Triz, was to lose weight. It's also, though, when I walk to work, I want to, not smell terrible. And I realize, because when I get home, Alex looks at me and she's like, you smell terrible. And I think it's because I don't use the right deodorant where, you're, working for 8 or 9 hours, you stink. When I get back home and I use Mando, Alex is always like, she doesn't say anything. Which, when I go to give her a hug, and she's at the height of when I go to give her a hug, it's, right underneath my armpits. When I don't get anything, that's how I know that I did the right thing today, and Mando's going to help me out with that. So again, huge shout out to Mando. If you want to take advantage of our deal, it's available down in the comments and in the description of today's show. Shopmando.com. Please support the show. Tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence from head to toe. Shout out to Mando for sponsoring the Raiders Report. Yes. Multiple. Malachi Muhammad, what's going on, Malachi? I got you on the Brandon Jasper jersey already. Shout out to y'all. Hey, man, we got 200, that's a lie, 2,532 people tune into the show right now. Can I get some tunas down below? Can we get to 1,000 likes? We'll do it again. Another 2 o'clock. Let's keep it running. Rob Braver, appreciate you, dude. Fat Bearded Dad for the tuna. Shout out to FB. I see Ryan Ross rocking me down below. Rafael Murillo. G Money, what's going on? Ira Jackson. Brian Baca. Bo Jackson. What is up? What is up? Dude, if that's actually Bo. I had an NBA player hit me up yesterday, and they were like, what are the Raiders doing right now? So I was like, dude, you got to be patient.
Kwame Brown.
I'm going to tell you this right now. Kwame Brown could walk up to me, shake my hand. I don't know who Kwame Brown is. So, I mean, if he looks like a normal NBA player where they just look gigantic, you're like, what? Right? You're like, what does this guy do? Because when Chuggs and I ran into Tyree Wilson, when Chuggs and I saw Tyree Wilson, dude, it was noticeable. You're like, that guy's different. That guy's a different human being. He's gigantic. Yep. Totally agree. Totally agree. Man. Chuggs is getting ready to sit down with us, so we'll get some of these super chats, some of the stuff flowing here. Again, hashtag Raiders or super chat to get those questions, comments on the show. If you want to ask me anything about Elandon Roberts, Lonnie Johnson Jr., any of the other moves that the Raiders have or have not made, you can, this is your opportunity. We're going to be live today for a while. Fat Bearded Dad, shout out to you, my brother. Also, friendly reminder, we're doing a special deal today where if you send in a 10, you're going to have a chance to win a Raiders Report hat. Also, every 5 bangs, I'm going to give away a Raiders Report hat today to some random subscriber that's tuned in. If you're like, Mitch, I can't comment on your video. Why is that? It's because you're not subscribed. I want people who have the opportunity to win a Raiders Report hat to be subscribed to this channel and to be what we like to call a real one. So if you're not subbed, it's because, or if you can't type, it's because you're not subbed. What up, Anthony Perry? I see you down there below. VT Holmes, the Elijah Elite, Nick, Andrew. Appreciate all of y'all for tuning in. Noah, Suave, I got you down there, my man. Appreciate it. So we did a Tuna clock for 10. So all the 10s we've kind of already gave a shout out to, but if you see a question, I do want to be able to hit that here bright and early. Once we get to 1,000 likes, I say we run the Tuna clock again, and we're going to keep this thing going. No, I'm going to make it 60 seconds this time. Jersey Boy, trade for Newsome and side Isaiah Simmons. I'm glad that you brought this up because I know when a lot of people saw Byron Murphy go, when a lot of other people saw, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I want to talk to you about that trade here in a moment. I thought that Greg Newsome was somebody that the Raiders could look at, and he's a young player who I do like. Yeah, he had a little bit of a down year last season, but I think everybody had a little bit of a down season last year in Cleveland. If you go out and you trade for him, probably doesn't cost you all that much. When I was talking to our Browns guy here at Chat Sports, Petey, he said, yeah, it probably costs you like a 5th-round pick, but then you also have to give him a brand-new contract, and I'm okay giving Greg Newsome, an outside corner, a contract somewhere in the realm of, $16, $17, $18 million per year. And yeah, you might have to give up a 5th-round pick in order to do it, but you get a good outside corner in that. I don't mind the idea of Newsome. Another guy on the exact same team is Martin Emerson. Martin Emerson is another player who they could potentially move on from because they're not going to move on from Denzel Ward. So knowing that they're not going to move on from Denzel Ward makes me say all those things that I just did. You're getting everyone in the raffle? Bet. Yep, all the 10s and above. Also, I did say that we were doing a duck race today, which I'm looking at right now. Yep, you're good. It looks like, what on earth? That's wild. Okay, so I see some people that got in the duck race. Crash Dog from the Silver and Black Hills to the Great Tuna. R.I.P. my brother. L.A. Crash Dog. Tell him Father Tom sent you. You a real one, Gunny. You a real one, Gunny. Though I guess this is technically an alley-oop. Though it would be a terrible, terrible idea to do a beer bong this early. I'm telling you that right now. It'd be a terrible idea, which I don't know how many I'm going to do today. Now, if the Raiders go out and they make a big-time move, we're going to be throwing some beers back, no doubt about it. But with that being said, I also see this picture with Max Crosby. Crosby celebrating 5 years sober today, March 11th. He put out a picture on social media this morning of him driving. And, again, he's got that tattoo, 3/11/2020. And I would imagine he's driving to the gym or driving home because it was bright and early. And I know he usually tries to get to the facility at like 6 a.m. It's usually when he tries to get there, which, again, I'm a morning person and I can easily get up in the morning. But sometimes, man, it gets really wild out there. Okay, so with the duck race, I see now. The last name that I got in was Eric Jones. Then I also see Angel Gonzalez. Let's go with Christina Galot. Gotcha. Rob Fravor. I gotcha. L.A. Crash Dog. I gotcha. And then Nicholas Sane. I gotcha. So as it stands right now, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. At Mitchell Renz 365. Hang on, I got to send a message to my dad. He just texted me. Surprising, no. What's crazy is usually those are the text messages that I get. Like, if I'll get a random text message, because my dad doesn't really text often, one of my favorite things that he used to say when I was a kid is if it was going to rain, and I mean rain a lot, I would just get a message that said scuba gear. Like, you're going to need scuba gear for how much it's going to rain. I don't know, dude. My dad is obsessed with the weather. I mean, he's literally Doppler in my phone.
VT Holmes. VT Phone Holmes.
VT.
Says, how you feel about Chason possibly being a linebacker? I don't think that's the right move for him.
Not at all. He's an edge. He's not good enough. He's just not good enough to be a coverage guy. Let him be an athlete. Let him do what he did last season.
What up, VT?
Let him be an edge. He had 5 sacks coming off a career year. He was a first-round pick out of LSU. And I think, like, when you see what Rob Leonard is really good at, he's really good at being able to build some of those, edge type of talents. He's one of the best defensive line coaches in the NFL. Sorry, my dad. Just want to make sure he's all right. All right, we're good. Let's go to Anthony DeCaro. R.I.P. to the great Tuna. Shout out to Raider Nation, man. Shout out to the nation. Billy the GOAT. R.I.P. to the great Tuna. Again, much love to you, my dude. We're almost at the near end here of some of these super chats. So these all came in when we played Tuna Clock. And one of the things that I'm doing today is every 500 likes that we get, I have a Brandon Jasper jersey. So, like, you can see, like, LA's is a little bit bigger because his was a little bit bigger of a super chat. Think of it as like your John Hancock. I want to be able to fill this out with all the Raiders fans that watch today's show. And then I'm going to send it to Brandon's girlfriend. She's, again, she literally told 93 that she was blown away by the amount of love that Raider Nation had. And she knew, but she didn't know to the extent of how much Brandon and how much Raiders fans, rock together. McMillan in the first, Booker in the second, Milroe in the third, Becton and Holland should be priorities in free agency. Just win, baby. Tuna forever. So I like a lot of these ideas. The one problem is Javon Holland. He signed a 3-year, $45 million deal with the New York Giants. So that's not going to be a possibility. I don't actually know which route that the Raiders are going to go from a safety standpoint. It's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds.
Maybe it's a Milton Williams situation where it's not official.
True.
We saw that yesterday.
True.
It was reported Milton Williams to the Panthers. Psych! To the Patriots.
A few hours later. Yeah, I mean, it can happen. I think McMillan, I like the idea of taking McMillan. I really do. He's a good outside receiver, good fit for Geno. I also, though, like the idea of Will Campbell and Armin Membau, who I'm telling you, don't count those guys out at pick number 6 for this Raiders team because this team does really, truly want to build its offensive line. I love Booker. I think Booker out of Alabama is a fun player who could slide to the second after a bad combine day, but his mentality, I actually think we have an interview from him, and he just talks about, like, loving beating the shit out of people. Like, why? Like, somebody asked him at the combine, why do you love playing football? And it was literally like, I love being able to impose my will on other people. Like, it was along those lines of, I love to make other grown men fear me. I like that mentality. You put that next to JPJ, that's scary.
Good mentality on the field. Off the field, very worrisome.
Correct. Yeah, I mean.
What's your mentality in life? I look to impose my will on other people.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little.
I'm not letting you anywhere near my sister.
Me. Sister, me. I also see Milroe in the third. I actually don't know if you're going to have to take Jalen Milroe in the third. He might actually fall to day 4 because there are a lot of teams that are afraid that they're not going to be able to develop him. But if you have confidence in a regime, I have confidence in this regime, I am more than okay with them drafting Jalen Milroe to sit behind Geno for at least 2 years. Like, Milroe needs at least 2 years to sit. Knowing we, the Raiders, could have signed Sam Darnold without giving up a third for Geno, do you still feel this is a good move? Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, if the Raiders go out and they give Geno Smith, I don't know, 50 to 55, I'm going to go, yeah, maybe not the route I wanted to go. But here's the thing. Sam Darnold was a risk. Geno Smith is still a risk to people. But when you turn on the film of Geno Smith and you realize how much interior pressure he got, and I did an entire video breakdown. It's over 45 minutes long already on the Raiders Report. And I would say to any Raiders fan that is nervous about Geno Smith, watch either film on him or watch the video that I put out And I guarantee you, like, it's not even like, oh, I hope that you feel better. I guarantee you feel better. Because when you're facing an interior pressure rate of 38%, that is the same pressure rate that the Eagles got on Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Think about the way Mahomes and the Chiefs looked in that Super Bowl game, and then think about the stats that you got with Geno Smith. Very different. The Raiders' offensive line will be better. On top of that, Geno in a dome in 14 games, 30 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 110. The Raiders have 12 games this year inside of a dome. He is a great fit with Chip Kelly. He's a great fit with Pete Carroll. He's a great fit with Tom Brady. He's a great fit to help with Pete Carroll also build that next quarterback of our future. Honestly, I'm mad how much I like the move now compared to how much I was on the fence about it Friday when we went live in front of over 100,000 people. Losing out on Holland sucked this morning. It's definitely not the news that I wanted to wake up to. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Like, I was really, really hoping I was going to be able to wake up, get ready for work, get in here, and just see maybe the Raiders try to do something big in the morning, which they're probably doing their due diligence yet again today. They're going to see a few contracts that end up rolling in. But Holland was definitely somebody that I thought would have been a really good fit with what we already have on this Raiders team. Let's go to my man, Gunny. You should include Raider more on the jersey, too. Raider Nation for life, real one, Semper Fi, SaveAWarrior.org. Veterans and first responders struggling. Gunny, I'm never going to say that I disagree with what you're saying, but I also do want to give people an opportunity that are watching the show right now because, yes, Mount Raidermore is Mount Raidermore, but then also, like, if somebody who's watching the show right now wants an opportunity to get on, I want them to be able to get on. I will save spots, though, for Raidermore at the end. It might just be, we might just be filling it in some other spots, but Raidermore's obviously done a lot of great things, but at the exact same time, I'm going to show love to people that are here. So I hopefully you respect that, and hopefully Raidermore respects that as well. Gary Gonzalez, what up? It's my Friday. All right. I'm happy carrying the positivity to another great signing for the Raiders. It's my Friday. What do you think Gary does? For him to say it's my Friday on a Tuesday, I feel like the only people that I know that have ever said that are like people who like work in the service industry. Gary, can you mix up a good cocktail?
Not the tail part.
Correct. Or even the first part. I mean, no? I said, can you mix up a good cocktail? You said not the tail part. That leaves only one other part, and I don't know if I want to see Gary stirring that in.
B-mizzle.
That's a hell of a way to stir an old-fashioned. I'll tell you that.
That's a really old-fashioned.
Yeah, that is, you taste that?
That
tastes nutty.
That's a ye old-fashioned.
That is a smoked old-fashioned. That's a little bit nutty right there. B-mizzle. If we don't sign a running back in free agency, does that mean we are targeting one in the draft? Which free agent running backs are left? So Javonte Williams was a back that I wanted the Raiders to get. He's no longer available. I would say I want the Raiders to draft a running back. Let me get that very, very clear. And I don't want them to go out. Luckily, Najee Harris isn't an option anymore. And again, I was laughing my ass off when people were like, oh no, we didn't get Najee. He ended up going to the Chargers. Good. That's okay. Like, I didn't want the Raiders to do that. And you shouldn't have wanted the Raiders to do that either. By going out and getting maybe a J.K. Dobbins, I want somebody that, there's some injury concerns there, but my most important thing in my mind for if we're going to go out and get a running back in free agency, can he pass protect? Can he pass protect? Because a lot of times it's hard for rookies in that first year to learn, an NFL pass protection set. I mean, it's not easy for them to do. So I want to be able to find a running back that can pass protect. I also want to be able to find a running back that can catch the football effectively when said and when need be. I hope that Sincere McCormick can come back healthy, but how deep this running back class is, if you're confident that Sincere McCormick is going to be able to be 100% healthy, I'm okay with the Raiders drafting 2 running backs. I would rather you draft only 1 now that we have 9 picks. So if you can go out and sign a cheap veteran who can help out that rookie, good ball control, that would be a smart path to me, but I don't want to pay a running back anything more than like $4 million would probably be what I would be at the extent in free agency. And I don't know if you get J.K. Dobbins at that amount. Let's go to Curtis Bishop. Any word on the Eagles offensive guard you like? Mekhi Becton? Nothing. And the fact that there hasn't been any conversation around him, I think is good.
I will say also, not going back to Philadelphia. I'll tell you that. Philly just traded for another offensive guard.
Kenyon Green.
Drafted one in round 2 of last year in Tyler Steen.
Yep.
or maybe it was 2 years ago from Alabama. It was either last year or 2 years ago they drafted a guard. I think they're fully set to say we're good on Mekhi Becton, which is interesting because they traded away C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They paid Zach Bond, but then it was assumed that they were going to keep one of the three of Milton Williams, Mekhi Becton, or Josh Sweat. They already lost Josh Sweat and Mekhi Becton.
Yep.
I mean, Josh Sweat and Milton Williams, sorry. Will they try to bring back Mekhi Becton? I don't think so with the moves that they just made.
Yeah, I don't really know, man. I hope that he doesn't go. I don't want him to go to a division rival. Like, that is one of my fears. But for the Raiders, and this is a guy that I want, Mekhi, I genuinely do not know if the deal is going to happen because I am concerned that the Raiders are confident in their offensive line group. Like, I think that they believe in Alex Kappa, right? I think that they believe in this offensive line. To me, the position that I could see them addressing the quickest would be right tackle. And I know they say they like DJ Glaze, but you need to have a great offensive line with Geno Smith, or I feel like that trade, becomes a little bit more questionable. Good morning to the nation from Cali, Rubio. Rubio. What up, my man? Appreciate you tuning in. We got almost 3,000 people here on the Raiders Report. Much love to all of y'all. Seriously, much love to all y'all for tuning in bright and early this morning. Let's go to JD Cava. I've had some medical stuff going on, so I'm about a month behind. I can't read. I'm like, this is either a new word that I've never heard about.
Behinden.
About behind on everything. I hope Raider Nation has a great day. Well, JD, I am a big believer that when you put good energy out in the world, good stuff can happen. So whatever you're dealing with, I appreciate the fact that you felt confident enough to be able to share that with us. If everybody who's watching the show right now, and this is what I'll say, you can always throw some prayer emojis down below, but if you can't take 30 seconds of your day today, I don't care if it's right now, I don't care if it's before you go to bed, when you're at dinner, Alex and I, we pray before we eat. If you can't take 30 seconds to just say, you know what, JD Carver, I'm thinking about you, then I don't know if you're a Raiders fan. So let's everyone set a reminder on your phone. I'm going to set a Slack reminder for when I get home tonight. 8 o'clock at night's when I'm going to do it. JD Carver, I'm going to send out a prayer for you, man. And hopefully it helps. Hopefully it helps. That's all I'm going to do. 3,000 people here in the building, y'all. Love it, love it. MDB, you skipped my last super. All right, I'll say this. If that ends up happening, you got to call us out. And I know it happened once or twice yesterday.
This one?
But that's because we had so many different producers come in, and it's kind of hard for them to see when we have hundreds of supers.
Did you read this one? Trust and staff remembers Blaine was a C- grade.
Yep, I read that one.
What about this one?
Think like chess. Brady placing the right pieces, then strike any proven pawn. Any pawn can turn into the queen. I like that analogy a lot. Now, I'll be real. I don't think Elandon Roberts is a queen.
I mean, I was going to say, if we're going to be talking about NFL, can we maybe do a like bishop or a castle? I don't know.
He's talking chess. Queen's the best piece. Have you ever played chess?
Yeah, but I have, but also like
you don't think an NFL player wants to be called a queen?
Yeah, I don't. Elandon Roberts, you are my queen.
I'll tell you this right now. If Elandon Roberts was a queen, he'd get paid a lot more than $3 million. I'll tell you that. Mm-hmm. He would have. If I'll say, if you getting called a queen in chess terms offends you, I think that's a little bit more of a you problem. That might be a little bit more. Are we hearing any rumors? Dude, there's always rumors going around. And that's why I want to be live for as long as I'm going to try to be live today. And we'll be live all week, essentially, because as soon as new information comes out, I'll be able to break it all down for you.
VT Holmes, you're right. That's on me. VT Holmes is the queen of the Raiders Report chat, though. I will say that. VT Holmes, one of the queens of the Raiders Report chat. I've said that even before today.
Oh, really?
VT Holmes is one of our biggest queens.
I love it. Anthony Perry, should the Raiders go and get Cooper Kupp or Tyler Lockett? If it was up to me, I would say Tyler Lockett.
You said I'll take it.
And the only reason why I say that is because of the fit, where Jacoby Myers is already that possession receiver that I know for a fact Geno is going to rely upon, and Tyler is definitely that field stretcher. Now, if you wanted to add another possession receiver, I just think that the more likely candidate is Keenan Allen because of his connections with Raiders wide receiver coach Chris Beatty, who he's literally been with the past 4 years with the Chargers, also followed him to Chicago. Keenan's a Raiders fan growing up as a kid. But, I'm not going to get upset if they go out and add Cooper Kupp. If they pay him a shit ton of money, then I'll be a little bit confused about it. But if Kupp can stay healthy, the answer is Kupp. But Lockett also has been such a deep ball tracker where, Lockett is... I would say Lockett at this point of his career might not be a baseball player that can hit the way that you want him to hit, but he's just such a good defensive player to be able to track down deep fly balls that there's a lot of value there, and that's what Lockett has. And Geno is statistically, I'm not kidding you when I say this, statistically the best deep ball thrower in the NFL for explosive pass rate when he didn't have as many because he didn't have as many opportunities because the offensive line sucked. But when you look at his numbers, he is statistically the best deep ball thrower in the NFL when given the opportunity. He was top 3, top 4 in the NFL in passes on target, 10 and 20 yards down the field, and having somebody with a little bit of chemistry like Tyler Lockett that's not going to break the bank, I do think is a good fit overall. Is Kupp a better receiver? Yes, but I'm not worried about the better receiver. I'm looking at the better fit that's going to be a little bit cheaper, and then you can still get that other number one because I think that we do need a number one. But again, I'm not going to be upset if they go on and get Kupp. Reminder, y'all, if you want videos around the Las Vegas Raiders while we're live, hit that subscribe button. If the silver and black do any moves today, or if they do any moves, which will probably happen when I go home, like they did yesterday, then we will also be making some videos then. Do have some news. Long snapper, the Bears are re-signing Scott Daly.
Do you think maybe it's a West Coast thing? Like they just get up later than
It
the
could
East
be.
Coast? Chicago and New York are making these early moves, and they're like, we're just waking up. It's 4 a.m. here.
I mean, it could be. But then again, I feel like Pete's getting up at 4 a.m. Like Pete's a morning ride. I've never met somebody in their 70s that sleeps in past 7 even. Like I feel like if somebody at Pete's age sleeps in past 7, you're thinking the worst.
Yeah.
He's getting up early.
Samuel says Chase on update?
No update yet on Caleb on Chasen. What do we get the upgrade, the offensive line? I would want Mekhi Becton, but again, I don't know if this is going to be an organization that needs to address their offensive line anymore in their mind. I know they like Jordan Meredith. I know they're confident in Alex Kappa. They're also confident in DJ Glaze there. Munford is still a little bit of a up in the air, but
Rare Muerte?
Will Campbell and Armin Membau are 2 names that have been linked in comparison to Tristan Wirfs and somebody like Trent Williams. And Tristan Wirfs was somebody that John Spytek in this regime ended up drafting. And I'll tell you this, if you draft Will Campbell, you put him at left tackle, you kick Colt Miller over to right tackle, which he was able to do before. But if you go out and get Armin Membau, you put him at right tackle, you have Colt Miller at left tackle. I mean, that is a dynamic offensive line. Like that's one of the best tackle duos in the league right from the jump.
Nico, the draft. That's to answer your question. Said, do the Texans have anybody on the O-line anymore? We're going to be drafting a lot of guys.
A lot of draft. Do you think that we extend Colton Miller before the draft and RIP to the Tuna? I don't know what we're going to do with Colton Miller, and I actually think it's up to Miller himself because he's got $0 million guaranteed on his contract the final 2 years, but at the exact same time, if he wanted a new contract, he might be able to ask for one. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was Colton Miller, I'm telling you this right now, if I was Colton Miller, I'd say Max got a brand new deal when he had 2 years left on the contract, $0 million guaranteed. You just traded for the quarterback that you wanted. So if you want me to protect him, I want to make sure. I want to be able to make sure that he's healthy enough. A.J. Dillon just signed a deal. Well, as soon as I saw it, I was like, where's he going? Wow, I'll tell you this. I didn't realize the Najee Harris deal. 1 year, 5.25.
Would you have made that deal?
No, I still don't want Najee Harris, but I'm interested that's how low it is. I don't know what.
Where did A.J. Dillon sign?
Oh, that's actually on me. I thought he signed. It's an update. Free agent running back A.J. Dillon has been fully cleared by multiple doctors and is ready to return to the field in 2025. A.J. Dillon was horrific at the goal line last season, and he's been a horrific goal line running back actually for how big he is. But I do think if he is 100% healthy, I could see him being an interesting running back that Pete Carroll would look at. Taino, what's going on, my brother? Listening in all day at work and a VA appointment. Please put me on Tuna's jersey. I'm catching Crash Dog's alley-oop. Sobriety to 98. I appreciate you, Mitch. Salute to Raider Nation. It's early for a drink, but F it.
Oh, also.
I got you, Taino.
Also, remind me.
I'll put you right underneath LA.
Taino messaged me yesterday. He was wondering about a couple things that he was looking for in the mail from us. So just have me remind you later that Taino messaged me about that.
I got you, Taino. I will say this. I did send you.
He was looking for the Bowers jersey and then a yarmulke.
Yeah. So things that I have sent and ordered. So I have ordered the Brock Bowers jersey and I have ordered the yarmulke.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Taino, that's on me. You texted me that before Laramie Tunsil got traded, and then after that, it was just a total shit show.
Yeah, I've already submitted those orders for you, Taino, so they should be getting to us very soon. The problem was with you wanted the Brock Bowers jersey in XL. That's literally like the most common size. So when I went to order it, that was probably like 2 months ago. It wasn't in your size, but we did just get an update from one of our sponsors that we have sizes now. And during like the off season, free agency, it gets a little bit crazy, but I promise you, if you guys win something on this show, it might take me a month, 2 months, 3 months. We get backed up here, you will get what you got. Raider Smoke, a.k.a. Papaya Man. You're the man, smart spending by this team. And I
smart
agree.
Spending of smelly people if they go out and get the Mando products. Our people at Mando, you're talking about smart. Well, nobody will trust you, even if you are smart, if you are also smelly.
Completely agree. I mean, studies show that women actually care more about the way that you smell than the way that you look. And I can also probably confirm that report based on the interactions I've had with my fiance, Alex. But I mean this, you can control body odor anywhere with Mando. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Mando controls body odor for 72 hours. It's clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's Grundle level was a 5 out of 10. With Mando, the average Grundle odor was a 0 out of 10. I like using Mando because I sweat literally everywhere. So being able to have a full body deodorant that can help me on my balls, my Grundle, my feet, definitely need it on my feet. And under my armpits, it's great. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, and free products of your choice. As a special offer to our listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support the Raiders Report and tell Mando that we sent you.
Your Grundle will thank you.
I'll tell you this right now. We'll know. We'll know.
Mm-hmm.
There's been actually a few times I've met Raiders fans out in Vegas, and I can remember a few times being like,
Grundle stench!
Not that. You could have used Mando. I could see Chuggs. Chuggs seems like the guy in Vegas where it's almost like when a dog meets a dog. Grundle? Yep. Mando?
I can tell you this. When I'm going around to the slot machines, I can tell whoever used it last, who used Mando, who didn't.
Yeah, well.
Sir, this machine smells like Grundle.
Grundle and cigarettes. Can we get some Mando deodorant on there?
Grundle and cigarettes is wild.
I mean, I guarantee you, if you put your nose, next time anybody goes to Las Vegas, go find the slot machine. First slot machine you see, go put your nose up to the seat and tell me what it smells like. I bet you it's Grundle and cigarettes.
There's going to be an old lady. You're not going to want to do that.
Oh, shit, dude. That's actually
Big
hilarious.
Joe, should the Raiders have traded for Xavier McKinney? So last year, the Giants traded Xavier McKinney to the Green Bay Packers.
See, the way that I look at somebody like Xavier McKinney, he is a good safety, but not somebody that I really think is a true center fielder, where we already had Trevon Merrick last season, and McKinney's solid. He's got ties, obviously, to Patrick Graham, but they did want to try to keep Trevon Merrick, and it sucks. I thought that their safety duo was smart. Like, I liked how they combined Marcus Epps with Merrick. They let those two kind of work together, and the plan was to have that combination. That's what I would forecast that the Raiders try to do. I would envision that the safety that they bring in, their next free safety, is probably going to be on a 2 to 3 year deal. It's what I would do. I would try to tie those safeties together because the connection, it is really important.
Timothy Walter, later, you don't have to be here anymore. I went ahead and blocked you. You can go and smell my Grundle. You want to talk shit and come into our live and just be a little bitch, you get blocked.
See you, Tim.
Big Joe.
Hope you figure it out, man.
Thank you for the super chat. Chris.
What up, Chris? What do you think about running back in the 4th round. So you're like I guess I should start bringing up just more of my running back drafts and notes on. I don't know how to pronounce the name, and I know he's the Virginia Tech running back. Really good athlete, though, right? And people are starting to talk about him because I want to say he had the fastest 40 time. I know he ran like a low 4.3 at the combine. He is a really, really good dynamic athlete. And to me, if you wanted to add some lightning to your backfield, I don't mind the idea there. But also at the exact same time, I think if the Raiders were to draft a running back in that kind of range, to me, they met with 3 backs at the combine. Trevian Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, and Ashton Genty. If you're looking for a back that's like explosive, that can hit a home run, I just think that they're going to rely on somebody like Trevian Henderson, who doesn't have the best field vision. I'll admit that. Once I started watching him a little bit clearer, like he benefited from a Ohio State team, super talented, being able to spread you out a little bit. But he does have that home run speed.
I think he gets taken earlier than the 4th. I love Damian Martinez out of Miami.
That's another good guy.
He's a dog.
Like, Damian Martinez, another good back. I would say Tutton, hopefully that's how you pronounce it. Tutton. Kind of reminds me of the running back last year, Isaac Guerrero. Oh, man. Former Chargers cornerback Christian Fulton is going to the Kansas City Chiefs on a 2-year,
Quick, go live, Teej!
$20 million contract. Also, the Indianapolis Colts are now open for an open quarterback competition between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
Better news, if you want tickets to the circus, it's in Indianapolis. I mean, what that reminds me of is like what the Raiders tried to do last year with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. We tried to convince ourselves that our defense was elite and that we were going to be okay. Indy going into the season with Danny Dimes and Anthony Richardson, you don't have a quarterback on that roster. You have 2 very athletic running backs. I mean that's what you have. You have 2 running backs that can throw the football. How about that?
How about that?
How about that?
Sean Morgan, shout out to Max on 5 years of sobriety. I have 6. Mitch, we don't hate on anyone who can drink. We just can't. It's different for people like us. Much love.
No, and I get it. And, you know, one of the things that I've kind of been blessed about in my own way is growing up in such a big family in a small town. My mom, she's the youngest of 9. My dad's the oldest of 6. And my dad's family is much different than my mom's family. And, you know, they would even admit to that where, you know, I've seen some interesting things on one side of my family. I'm not going to, you know, give them any hate because I do love them. But at the same time, I've seen just the way that, you know, alcohol, even like weed, like that type of shit can impact different people. I'll say this. When you're an adult, you can make adult decisions. And if you're an adult and you're like, man, my body, I can't handle XYZ very well, you know, you probably shouldn't do it. Like one of my good buddies, every time he drinks Coke, he gets really, really bad stomach pains, and he ends up in, we'll just call it a lot of issues, right? But that's because his body can't handle it. There's people who are lactose intolerant. There are people that are allergic to peanut butter. And I would look at it for some people as your body just can't handle it the way other people can. But you should never rip on someone. And don't get me wrong, I get a lot of people that give me shit because we're not afraid to get down and get wild here on this show. But I'll say it like this. I do what I do because I know that I can handle it. And if it impacted my work and it impacted my ability to be able to do my job and provide for my family at the highest level of possibility, I would look at all y'all right now and say I wouldn't do it, right? And I do it now because I know I can handle it. Don't get me wrong, when I'm like in my 40s, I ain't going to be doing this type of shit. Maybe like once in a while, like once a month, we'll do like a Raiders Friday happy hour. But you never have to be worried that I'm going to feel a type of way. I promise you that. At the end of the day, we're a family here, and I think y'all rock with me, and I'm always going to rock with y'all. Eric, with needing a true running back 1 and the wide receiver 1, do we get Genty or McMillan at 6? Knocking Pete is a big run guy. I know that he's a big run guy, but at the exact same time, if you were to tell me what I think is the best overall equation for the Raiders, I would actually say in this possibility, I think it would actually build a better team by going out and getting McMillan at number 6 and then waiting and getting a running back a little bit deeper because the running back class is so much deeper than the wide receiver class, and it's not even close. But at the exact same time, if you go out and you get an Ashton Genty at pick number 6, keep an eye on Trey Harris. It's somebody that I know for a fact that this organization does like a lot. He was one of the receivers that I heard a lot of things about, in all honesty, from the NFL Combine. We had a bunch of our chat sports guys go down to the Combine, and one of the players that we have a lot of really good notes on from the Raiders specifically was Trey Harris. So the fact that that's somebody that I know is on their radar. Other receivers that the Raiders ended up meeting with, I know at the Combine it was Tez Johnson, Jalen Noel, so he was a wide receiver from Iowa State, Emeka Ibuka, so like that also I think could be a low-key receiver that the Raiders could potentially be targeting at the back end of round 1. Maybe they think he's going to fall to pick number 37, but they met with only 4 receivers. T-Mac, Emeka Ibuka, Ohio State receiver just with Chip Kelly, Jalen Noel, and then Tez Johnson. Those were the 4 receivers that the Raiders met with at the Combine, but Trey Harris I do think is another guy that needs to be in that conversation. My question of the nation is this: would you rather draft T-Mac or Ashton Jeanty? Give me TM for T-Mac, AJ for Ashton Jeanty. If you're on the clock at number 6, those are the only 2 options. I want to play that game. That way I can just see what the votes would look like. Obviously, there's a lot of different options that you could go with. Are you going to go with T-Mac or are you going to go with Ashton Jeanty? Based off of the way the Raiders team looks right now. If it's based off the way that this Raiders team looks right now, I personally go for T-Mac because if you're going to go for Jeanty, I would want them to upgrade the offensive line just a little bit more. If they go out and get Mekhi Becton, my answer might change on that. My answer might change on that. I'll tell you that. I see right now a lot of T-Macs down below. I would say right now 80% of the votes, though Nicholas Rodriguez says Ashton Jeanty. I see my man Taino is going to go with T-Mac. Tone's going to go with Ashton Jeanty. I think it's a good conversation to have. Nathan, since we missed out on Murphy and Holland, are we looking at Reed, Simmons, Samuel Jr., or Rasul Douglas? Raiders. If Rasul Douglas comes back to the Raiders, it's going to be one of those small victory laps for me because I can remember when the Raiders brought him in a few off seasons ago, and I was like, this is a corner that we got to be able to figure out to get it going. But for whatever reason, again, McDaniels, they're just a bad talent evaluators. End up letting him go. Ends up going to, I believe it was Green Bay, and he ended up having a Pro Bowl season. I like Rasul Douglas, and I actually think he could be an interesting fit with our defense. But from a safety perspective, if it was up to me, I'm okay with either Simmons or Justin Reed, in all honesty. Asante Samuel Jr. is another very intriguing slot guy to me, just for the simple fact of we need to try to replace a Nate Hobbs in the slot. And usually slot guys don't cost all that much, but Asante Samuel Jr., I do think is a good player overall that we could potentially bring in. So just something to keep in mind. Though Justin Reed last season, 77.4 coverage grade. We need a coverage safety. Like, that's what we need. We need a coverage safety. What up, Akash? You think Jair Alexander is on the trade block? I do think that he's on the trade block. And do you think with Geno you can pencil in 10 wins this season? But I still think that we need to draft a quarterback for the long term. We ain't getting the 6th pick again. I guess my question to you, though, is like, why are you going to take a quarterback at pick 6 that, quite frankly, doesn't belong to go at 6? Like, I have thought for a while that this team was going to build, they were going to try to draft a QB or not. Yeah, they're going to try to draft QB and then have him learn. But if they really do try to win with Geno, like if they are legitimately trying to win with Geno Smith, I don't think that they're going to use pick number 6. I just really don't. And I honestly don't think that they're going to take a quarterback at pick number 37. The more and more you see who they met with, who they talked about at the NFL Combine, to me it just sounds like they're going to take somebody on day 3. And I know when the Raiders initially made the move for Geno, I sat here and I said, man, I think they're going to go out and get Shedeur Sanders now. But that's because I didn't realize how good Geno was, and I also didn't realize how much faith that this organization has in Geno Smith. But when you look at the quarterbacks that they met with, Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Jackson Dart were the 3 quarterbacks they met with the Combine. Also, they met with Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, and Will Howard. So to me, in my mind, that is, let's do our homework on the QBs that are probably going to go in round 1. If we don't love some of those QBs that are going to go in round 1, maybe Dart falls to you at 37. If that doesn't work, then I think that that's telling you Quinn Ewers, Kyle McCord, Will Howard, all 3 of those QBs to me are guys that you're going to take on day 3. All of those guys are going to be dudes that are going to need multiple years to be able to go out there and develop, and all can spray the ball around the field. Will Howard's got a big arm. Kyle McCord's got a big arm. Quinn Ewers has a big arm, and if you're able to develop those guys and get a lot of that technique down, that's the type of offense that I think Chip Kelly is going to want to run. Jalen Milroe, though, is also another option in that mix. But I think they're going to try to win this season, and I do think 10 wins is very attainable because that Seahawks team last year was bad. They weren't bad, but they were not good enough to win 10 games. Geno carried them to 10 wins, which is why I laugh at times when I hear people say 21 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. Rubio, make sure to hit that like button. Seriously, y'all, make sure you end up clicking that like button. It definitely helps us out. I will say we did just cross 1,000 likes. So, Chuggs, if you could do me a solid, can you put 60 seconds on the clock? And we're going to play a little Tuna clock. So, again, I said every 500 likes, and I'm going to stay close to this one. You got to get it in. If you want to get your name, because they are filling up quickly here on this jersey, my Brandon Jasper jersey, I'm going to send it to his family. We're going to play a little bit of Tuna clock here. 60 seconds, $10 super chat. I'm going to write your name. The bigger the super, the bigger your name's going to get. Once the names are filled, we're all filled up here in that regard. But I want y'all to know that I'm going to send this to Brandon's family, and they have been blown away by the love, the generosity that everybody has been showing them from top to bottom, and it means it does truly mean a lot to me. Also, reminder, if you send in a 10, you're in for a chance to win a Raiders Sport hat. We're going to do that raffle at the end here of today's show. 26 seconds to go. What about bringing back Marcus Epps? I don't really see why we would do it, if I'm being real with you, because we already have a safety. Like, we already replaced Marcus Epps with Jeremy Chinn. Does that make sense? So knowing the fact that we were able to replace him, I don't really see why we would go out there and we would do that. All right. I'm going to add one member of Mount Raidermore every time something like that happens. So, Raider Ron, I'm going to put you on. And I'm also going to put on David Zahn. I'll make, we'll do it like that. Raider Ron, David Zahn, you're getting on the jersey for Brandon Jasper. Ricky, all right, I think I just got that one. Next one coming in here on today's show. We got, like if y'all don't watch Jackson. Oh, yeah, I'll be real with you. I don't have TikTok for one, but I also definitely do not watch that clown, which, unbelievable. Ira, I got you. Mount Raidermore, I'll get one on there for Ira. My man, Ira flippin' Jackson. Let's go to Brave Raider with Swag Bowling. That's a hell of a name. 20 years sober today. Congrats to Max for 5 years. Dude, that is a major accomplishment. And it's a major accomplishment for anybody to be able to do something for 20 years. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think when you have it, because it takes mental toughness. It's not so much, I mean, it's day-to-day stuff. It's when you have a tough day, you come home from a day of work, and I'm sure you're like, dude, I would enjoy a beer, or I would enjoy an old-fashioned or something like that. But the mental toughness that somebody has to do that, I tip my cap to you, man, because, I don't know. I feel like I'm a very mentally strong person. 20 years is tough. That's incredible. Let's go to the MDB Super Dave. Draft 1, T-Mac. 2 is Xavier Watts, the safety out of Notre Dame. And then 3, Trevian Henderson. I don't mind that idea at all. If you told me right now the Raiders leave free agency with no starting free safety, Xavier Watts is absolutely a man to keep in mind. And I say that because not only did they meet with him at the NFL Combine, they also, though, really do like his versatility. And the thing that Watts does is he is a, true coverage safety. True coverage safety. I also know how much the Raiders like relationships, and I know how much, having guys that have worked together mean a lot to them. I know the Raiders are also very high on Benjamin Morrison, which, he's an athletic specimen from Notre Dame, good cornerback. And I wonder if they try to go out and get an Xavier Watts, could they also try to go out and get somebody like a Benjamin Morrison? Could be something to look at. Will Duncan, T-Mac, there's a lot more studs at running back. That's kind of my thought process as well. I'm not going to sit here and say I'd be mad about Ashton Genty. I'd be mad about T-Mac. I wouldn't be mad about Armin Membau or Will Campbell. But if you told me to make a list of the top 4 players that I think are the most likely to be drafted by the Raiders at pick number 6, those would be the 4 players that I would say right now. Armin Membaugh, right tackle from Missouri, left tackle Will Campbell from LSU, running back Ashton Jetty from Boise, and then Arizona wide receiver T-Mac. Though I have to be able to figure out how to say his full name with being confident. Teteroa McMillan. The problem is I can say it when I don't see it. As soon as I see the name on screen, my mind is like, what is happening with that name? Teteroa McMillan. I will try to do a better job because I really want to be able to just not call him T-Mac all the time, but I don't know if it's dyslexic. I don't know what it is, but when I see his name, my mind goes into a mental pretzel. What up, Darth? I was on the UCLA and Arizona game sideline and know for a fact that T-Mac makes Chip Kelly moist. What a word usage right there. I believe he tried recruiting him out of Anaheim. He did. So one of the things that Teteroa McMillan, Texans agree to terms with veteran guard Lincoln Tomlinson on a 1-year, $4.25 million deal. The former Lion, 49er, Jets, Seahawks lineman is headed to Houston. Which also means, are you staying? I would imagine I'm going to get a new producer.
I can talk about this for a second if you want until somebody comes in to help me out.
Let's do it.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson to the Houston Texans. It makes sense for both teams, and this is why. C.J. Gardner-Johnson has kind of worn out his stay, I would say, a little bit in Philadelphia. He's a character. There's no other way to put it. He's a little bit of a character. He's a wild man back there in the secondary, but sometimes you need some of those psychos back there to just lay the wood. The Eagles feel confident in their secondary. They got Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell last year in the draft, so they're really young at the safety spot. They also have Reed Blankenship, who's really good, the exciting whites over there in Philly.
Gotta love it.
They get Kenyon Green in a guard market, and this is why I said it doesn't look like Mekhi Becton's staying in Philly, because they have Tyler Steen, who they drafted earlier last year or 2 years ago out of Alabama in the second round, and now they get a former first-rounder in Kenyon Green. And if anybody, just like how you keep on saying if anybody was able to, fix Justin Fields, it's probably Chip Kelly. If anybody can fix a bad offensive lineman that's big, it's 2 people. Probably Carmen Brasillo or Jeff Stoutland from the Philadelphia Eagles. If you're a big offensive lineman who sucked, those 2 guys are usually the guys who are able to fix you a little bit.
Yeah, and that's where I don't think people realize how, when you have good coaches, how much of a difference maker it is, which is why I like the idea of the Raiders knowing, and it's money well spent, that the guys that they brought back on the defensive line was a little bit of their priority just because of how important that is. But then also look at a guy like Jeremy Chinn, going to help in the running game, right? Somebody like Isaiah Paul-Mal can play up near the box. Rob Leonard is one of those type of coaches that defensive linemen want to go play for because he makes you better. And when you're able to get a player like that and you pair him with Rob Leonard, you get a Caleb Von Chasen type of situation where you get it going. But I'll tell you this right now, if Tyree Wilson can't figure it out this season with our coaching staff, I will lose my faith in Tyree Wilson. And it's a shame to say that, but it's the truth. Wow, that's a big move. Or another running back hitting the open market now. The Carolina Panthers are moving on. Miles Sanders.
We knew that.
Did we?
Yeah, they drafted Jonathan Brooks in round 2 last year.
Oh, the running back from Texas. I actually totally forgot about him.
Yeah, he was injured last year, so they ended up not having him. But
Miles Sanders, I guess, is a name that I hold a little bit more closer to my heart. I was able to watch him at Penn State a lot. Again, I'm a Northeast Pennsylvania guy. That's where I grew up, at least. And being able to watch Miles Sanders, that was a running back that had maybe the most pressure any running back's ever had at Penn State, trying to follow Saquon Barkley. But Sanders now hits the open market, and I'll be real, I don't remember him ever being a good pass protector, but if he is, I would be interested in it.
Yeah.
I would be. Because that's what I want. I need a pass protector at the running back position for somebody like Geno Smith, because we just don't have that right now. We don't have a running back that I am confident in. If Geno's at a shotgun, somebody's going to be able to pick up a blitz. We don't have a guy like that right now. Rubio, what is going on, my man? Also, my boss just sent in something in production, and I like to say, I'm a very competitive person here. I'm looking at the rankings from free agency so far. The Raiders report is in 3rd behind the Giants and Bears. And we are, I'm not going to lie to you, significantly behind those 2 shows, which I'm a big power rankings guy. I like to try to stay number one here, and every single person here at this company wants to try to be number one. And if you don't have that mindset, in anything you do in life, I question why you get up every morning. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I wanna take the lead. So when if the Raiders make a move today, I'm down to get a little bit crazy. I'm down to get a little bit crazy today. If y'all are down to get a little bit wet and wild with me, spam me down below. Spam me down below. I'll tell you this. I'll give you guys a beer bong deal if we get one bang in the next minute. If we do, that means that I know that y'all are ready to turn up, and I'm ready to throw around some shit because I also want to be able to give away some Raiders Report hats today. Rubio, would it make sense to trade back in a year where there's a better quarterback in the draft, or is that not really how it works? I think that we can ride with a GM. I'll say this. If it was up to me right now, I'm trading back in the NFL draft. I am 100% going to trade back. I'm going to try to coop up more picks, and I am okay with the value of players that I might be able to get in the middle of round one here. I will also admit that if you're trying to get an extra first-round pick, this might not be the year to do it because the value is a little bit lower, but there are a lot of teams that probably think that the Raiders are going to be a team that considers drafting a quarterback, and knowing that, I would use that to my advantage, and I would try to get a team that maybe is not 100% sold on their quarterback situation to say, hey, I'll let you come up here to number 6, and I'll let you go get the quarterback that you want if you want a QB. I kind of like that idea. Do I want extra draft picks? Sure. And for next year, I'm all about it. I mean, if you told me right now we can get an extra 2026 first-round pick and we trade back and we only get a third and maybe a fifth-round pick a little bit later on, you better like a certain quarterback in mind. But the only way that I would do that if I was the Raiders is and again, Arch Manning is a name. He's coming out in, 2027? Maybe?
It depends because technically he could come out next season if he wanted to.
Sure. I think if the Raiders tried to add an extra pick, I actually never knew this. Jeremiah Smith, the receiver out of Ohio State, obviously has all the ties in the world to Chip Kelly. He's going to be a no doubt top 5 pick unless he sustains a horrific injury. But if you're the Raiders, maybe you try to get an extra first-round pick in 2027, which is a really unpopular thing for teams to do that far in advance. But maybe you want to go get the next Julio Jones, put him with Geno Smith. Could be interesting.
Who are we grabbing in free agency, man?
I want Mekhi Becton. That's somebody that I was looking for. I think Justin Reed could be another option there at safety. Watch out for Asante Samuel Jr. Also, Patrick B. Bang! The first bang.
The B stands for bang!
The first bang of the day!
He brings the boom! That's what he do.
He brings the boom. I'll tell you what, this might wake me up. There's sometimes, when y'all bang, it just gives me that boost of adrenaline that you need. I would explain it to somebody as smelling salts, where you just need that boost for half a second. It wakes you up a little bit, and then you're ready to get this thing going. Patrick, I'm going to add you to the Brandon Jasper jersey. If anybody bangs here, we're putting you on the jersey. Let's be honest.
We're banging so hard. Taking you to Bangtown if that happens. Bangkok.
I'm not going to lie. That went down a lot smoother than I thought. First one. Sorry for burping. I had coffee this morning, and I've noticed sometimes when I drink coffee, is there any medical connection to this? When you drink coffee and then you have beer quickly after, you burp a lot?
Yeah.
Really or no?
I have no clue.
I was going to say, because it happens to me all the time. Patrick! Mr. B.
Also, Ira Jackson put in this 20. I think he might have been a little bit behind watching.
I got it. I got him on. Yeah, I got him on. Don't worry.
Ira, my guy.
My guy. Also, we got a brand new MVP on today's show, Patrick B.
Ira, I love you, bro. I know it's probably been tough for you a little bit because I know you have been in the chats. I know you were one of the people that talked to Brandon a ton on those FaceTimes, and I'm also praying for you, buddy, because I know he was one of your really good friends out there.
Yeah, I know Zahn would tell me all the time. And again, Ira, you and I haven't talked, I would say recently, but Zahn told me that when you see one of your brothers, slowly start to, go, it is a really hard thing. But I'll also say this. Brandon kept his spirits. Dude, he was fighting until the end. And you got to respect that about somebody because when you're in that situation, You know, you can either fold like a lawn chair and be sad for yourself, or you can live life to the fullest. And I'm telling you this right now, y'all, Brandon lived it up to the best of his abilities till the end. But to a lot of Mount Raidermore, to a lot of guys like, Noah Santana was another one of those dudes. Nabman's one of those dudes that was always a part of some of those video calls. I mean, I hope that, and I mean this, I hope when that day comes for me, and I hope that when that day comes for everybody watching the stream right now, you have that many important people or that many people that care about you that much that are willing to take that time out of their day and say, you know what, let's talk to you. Let me take the mind off of what's going on right now in life. That's a powerful, powerful thing, which is why I think what we're able to do here is truly, truly special, man. You know what else is special? Ryan Campbell! Bang! When I yelled that, I saw Joey's head whip around. I don't know if he heard me or if he was just looking. Ryan Campbell, let's get this party started, man. This one's for Brandon Jasper. Hey, Chuggs, do you bring the boom?
Of course.
I saw, which I know that you guys were a lot more into that whole, whatever the hell that thing was, the whole boom dance thing. I did see the other day the kid, what's his name?
Big Justice.
No, the other
Rizzler.
one. Yeah. His Instagram popped up on my social media. I couldn't believe the following that young man has.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
unbelievable.
It's big.
Dude, good for him, man. The Rizzler. I don't know what I got to do.
Got to get rizzed up.
Got to get rizzed up. Hey, man, Ryan Campbell, shout out to you, my brother, which means
Ryan
we are
Campbell,
3 bangs away from giving away a Raiders board hat
Ryan
to some
Campbell has
lucky subscriber
a
here.
ton of Riz.
Some might say too much Riz. Some might say too much Riz. For those of you that are tuning in right now, I am Mitchell Renz. You were watching the Raiders Report, and we're breaking down all of the NFL free agency coverage that we got here on today's show. And anytime, and I mean any single time that anytime like Raiders news happens, NFL free agency news happens, I will keep you guys up to date here on today's show. Don't get me wrong. I'm not afraid to have a good time, and we're going to have some good times here on today's show. Raider and PA. Shout out to PA, man. How about this? I always love seeing when people like from my hometown, neck of the woods, is watching. What's your hometown? Hometown, not city, not state. I live in Dallas right now, but like, what's your hometown? I grew up in the 570.
Like whenever you hear
Middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania.
like whenever you hear a Noah Khan song, what town do you think of?
Who?
Noah Khan.
Never heard of
He's
him.
like, love your mom, but it's the season of the sticks, and I
Oh, I know that song.
saw your mom, and she forgot that I existed, and it's half my fault, but I just like to play the victim. I drink alcohol till my friends come home for Christmas, and I eat 3 nights of some version of you.
Dude.
Every time I hear his songs, I just think of like hometown.
Yeah. I get that. One of my other like favorite songs that every time I listen to it, it picks me up. I actually don't know if this is the title. I just hear Alex all the time. Like she plays it. It's called like Brooklyn in the Summer. Have you ever heard that song?
Sounds familiar.
I can't sing like you can. Brooklyn in the summer.
You cannot.
Been stumbling
You cannot sing like I
halfway
can.
for so long.
You can't sing like I can. People out there can't sing like I can, but you can smell like I do with Mando, the sponsor
cow.
of today's live show. If you might not be able to sing like me, but you can smell like me.
Hey, man, Mando, absolutely love it. Great, great smelling deodorant. You can control body odor anywhere by going to shopmando.com. I love the way Mando makes me smell, and I think that y'all are going to be smelling great as well. As a special offer for our listeners, new customers are going to get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. Please support the Raiders Report and let them know that we sent you. Shout out to Mando for sponsoring the Raiders Report. If anybody wants,
Tell him Father Tom sent you.
I mean, maybe Father Tom could potentially help you out there, but I know that Father Tom smells great, and you're going to
yeah.
be able to smell great too with Mando. That link's down in the comments and in the description of today's show. Let's go to Sayonara. I think I actually got that right, and I'm surprised I did. Who do you pick at 6 if you are the GM? Who do you pick at 6 if you're the GM? I would say right now the most likely options are Armin Membao, Will Campbell, Ashton Genty, and Teteroa McMillan. I think I got it right. Teteroa McMillan. T-Mac. Teteroa McMillan. I would say out of those names right now, based off of what this team looks like, and this might be surprising for some people out there, but based on what this team looks like right now, I am actually in the camp of either a Will Campbell or somebody like Armin Membao, because I believe that we need to add another piece of that offensive line to help our running game get going, to help be able to protect Geno Smith. Because when you protect Geno, he is a lot better of a quarterback, and it's so significant that it's worth the extra draft capital. I would like for the Raiders to be able to add another offensive lineman. I'm not going to lie to y'all, because I want the Raiders to be able to go out and get a T-Mac, go out and get a Quinshon Judkins. But if you don't have an offensive line, it doesn't really matter what you're doing at your skill position pieces. So it might be an unpopular opinion, but I would go offensive line at this point for the Raiders. But I wouldn't be upset with any of the picks. Also, the running back market is super, super deep.
Yeah, so deep.
Let's go to Christopher. What's going on, man? PU, Dowdle, Chasen, Samuel Jr., Thornhill, Speed. All right, so you're saying those are all players that you want the Raiders to go get. Who's PU? PU's the only one that I can't figure out. Rico Dowdle is a...
PU's what we call people that don't use Mando.
Dowdle's a running back. Chasen is an edge. Asante Samuel Jr. is a slot corner. Juan Thornhill is a safety. And then EJ Speed is a linebacker. You can't wear that sweatshirt on here, though. All right. I'm just there to kill you. They will get you. That I promise you. Yes. I mean, that's probably maybe one of the most hated teams. 2?
All right. I'll be right back.
McDaniels, dude.
I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. Y'all are going to have to deal with Alper for the next 20 minutes, but I promise you I'll be as quick as I can.
I will say this. My dad yesterday on my walk home goes, I like that Albert guy. And I'm like, who? He goes, Albert. And I'm like, Alper? He goes, his name's Albert Alper? I was like, not quite. It reminded me of like when I always see like, my name's Steven when you go to like Starbucks, and they're like, it's Steven with an F or Steven with a P, and they put the P in front of a Steven. It's like P-S-T-E-V-E-N. Not quite what I was going for there. But out of all those names, I think Juan Thornhill would be a really intriguing option. Obviously, he was a former Kansas City Chief, so kind of knows the division a little bit. Wasn't great for Cleveland, but I still think he's good enough to be able to get the job done here for the Raiders for what they need. Definitely probably better in the run game than he is in the past, but I think he's versatile enough as a safety that you could look at it. We do need a slot corner and Asante Samuel Jr., which another guy with AFC West experience. Dowdle is low-key a really good pass blocking running back, which is something that I value a lot. And EJ Speed, he has been somebody that I've heard more and more people bring up. I'll be real, I didn't do too much deep dive into linebackers during free agency coverage, just simply because I didn't think it was one of the biggest needs. I know they had Devine. I know that they were worried about losing Spillane, but that is somebody, when I'm looking at a lot of these numbers right here, good run defender. I mean, looking at just some of these off the jump, looks like a good run defender. I think if you're able to add somebody like EJ Speed, based off what I'm looking at right now, I think it's a good move. I wouldn't want to go out and spend it, though, anything more than like $7 million, $6 million per year on it. What up, diehard Raider fan? Did you get my name on the Jasper jersey? Okay. I got you. The Commanders have agreed to a deal with safety Will Harris on a 2-year, $10 million deal. That one just ended up going down. To diehard Raider fan 365. Let me see here, diehard Raider fan. The only reason why I don't know I mean, if you sent it in, then the answer would be yes. But if you didn't send it in during shot clock, then I don't know. Yeah, I don't see your name on here. No. I have Darth Raider. Yeah, I don't see you, but you didn't send in a 10 during shot clock. So if you want to get on, just let me know. Appreciate it, though. I see a few other supers. Let's keep on rolling through some of these questions here. I know yesterday we kind of got, I'll use the term, bogged down a little bit. So we're going to try to do our best to stay on top of it. Let's go to opinion on Travis Hunter. Any situation that we draft him, he is a incredible player. Nobody's going to deny that. But you're not going to get him at pick number 6. If you want Travis Hunter, you're going to have to trade up and go get him. And as much as I think he is a super special player, I'm not trading up for Travis Hunter. Like, he's a better corner. Like, if you wanted to play him at corner, I would play him at corner before I would play him at wide receiver. I think that's his best future, if you will, in the NFL. I do want to say that I did get a few extra people in our duck race. Reminder, it's a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365 if you want a chance to get in. It is, as it stands right now, 20 to win, $100. I also see Rob Fravor is in, which no surprise there. The guy that won over $1,000 yesterday is in the duck race today. Crash Dog, you're in. Nicholas Sane, I got you in. We have Mo Shav, I got you. Steven Underwood, you are also in. And then, Halper, I'm going to send you a message here real quick. If you could do this for me. That would be much obliged. Oh, wait, actually, it's a lie. Hang on. Wrong name. Ah! Venmo. Yep. Gotcha. All right, we're going to keep it rolling here. We got 2,600 people watching. If you haven't already, make sure you click that like button. And again, we're always going to get new audience members here during free agency, just for the simple fact of more and more people are always going to be tuning in. So if you're a real one, just show them how we get down here. Be respectable to them because they might not know how we do, but I want to be able to get down. Ryan Campbell said, how long are you going to be alive for today, Mitch? Alive or live? Because alive might be, you might have a lot to say in alive. One of our big spenders here, Ryan Campbell. Live today, though, I'm not leaving today before 6. So you're going to, like I said, this week, I really think that you guys are no doubt going to get over 30 hours of live content from me. Monday might be the only day that I might have to catch it a little bit shorter because, I got to look at, Alex bought one of these calendars for our fridge where she writes all the stuff that we do, and I don't do a great job at looking at it. I found out last night that we got a wedding on Friday for one of her really good girlfriends, and the wedding starts at 5. So when I told her, I go, yeah, I'll be working until 6 every day this week. She goes, not Friday, we got a wedding. And I was like, oh, no. I knew I caught myself in a trap right there. That was, as soon as that, I was like, I'm done. It's absolutely screwed. But I plan on being live for at least 8 hours every single day, maybe not on Friday. Unless you guys keep doing crazy shit like this. Husker Raider! Bang! My man, Husker Raider. Husker, I'm going to put you right next to all the Mount Raidermore guys. Shout out to Husker Raider. Also, if y'all could spam Husker down below, he did one of the coolest effing things I saw about 2 weeks ago when we were raising a lot of money for Brandon Jasper. And for those that don't know, Brandon lived in Nebraska. I have a random Raiders jersey that, I don't know how, popped out red. But Brandon was loving it because he was a Nebraska fan. And we did a duck race. And wouldn't you know it, the only guy named Husker Raider ends up winning that duck race. Won, I forget how much money it was, Husker. Maybe you remember, over like $800, $900. And he said, give it to Brandon's family. Like, when you see people do that type of shit, I'm not kidding you. I actually just said that, and I swear to y'all, I got chills. Can you see it? I don't know if you can tell. But me just saying that out loud where you gave somebody who you've never met before $900 to help them, That's chills. That's why this show is a lot different. Shout out to my man, Husker Raider, which right now we got a three-way giggity tie for first place in this show today. And we are also two bangs away from giving away a Raiders Report hat. Also, Husker, if you need me to send you a Raiders Report hat, if you don't already have one, I said if people send on Venmo, I'm more than happy to send. You just got to send me your first name, last name. Texans. Looks like Chuggs is going to be gone for a little bit longer. The Texans are bringing back defensive lineman Mario Edwards Jr. on a 2-year, $9.5 million deal. Edwards, a 10-year, made 12 starts for 31 tackles, 3 sacks last season. I'll be curious to see what Chuggs thinks of that move, but able to add Mario Edwards on a 2-year, $9.5 million deal. Let's go to A-Rod Truth. What up, man? Would you trade a 5th for Jair Alexander? How much do I got to pay him? You know what I'm saying? Like, how much money is Jair Alexander looking for? And I know Alexander is a talented player. I really do. But the only reason why I don't really think that they do something like this is because I believe that this organization is so confident in their ability to be able to groom and build DBs. I mean, like, that's what Pete Carroll was known for. Pete was known for being able to find cornerback talent left and right and getting the most out of it. Now, I'm not saying that they still might not do it, but if that's one of the things that you're very confident about, and when you see how they've kind of handled free agency, they're going, all right, let's address the quarterback. Let's get our defensive line, because if you can win by getting after the quarterback with 4, it makes your corners, it makes your safeties, it makes everybody else just help you out that much more. I think Jair's talented, but I'll also say this. Alexander's not a great locker room guy, and that has been a very common stated thing by a lot of reporters out of Green Bay, that he's not a great locker room guy. So if you know that, like, how, again, if I don't got to pay him all that much, 5th for Jair is great value. If he's looking for top-of-the-market cornerback money, I don't really know if I'm interested in that. If he's looking for less than 17, 18, then we can talk about it. But I think he's looking for 23, 24, 25, which that's a little bit too rich for my blood. A-Rod Truth, Husker Raider, cheers to you, my man. Mm-hmm. Oh,
You're dying over there.
Down the wrong pipe. Oh, I'll tell you this. You want to talk about the worst beer to go down the throat wrong is a Happy Dad.
Oh, they give me heartburn after a while. Like after a boot.
Oh, man. Husker Raider down the wrong pipe. A Happy Dad down the throat. Holy cow, man. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. This is what happens when you chug 3 beers before noon, I guess. It is what it is. It is what it is. Adane, Mitch, why not bring back Madison? He did well. I mean, if you're going to bring back a running back to me, you're going to bring back Amir Abdullah, where he's at least a little bit better of a pass-catching back, and Madison doesn't do anything all that special. Like, he did well last season when we needed him to. I get it, but I also don't know if Madison is the best fit for the running style that the Raiders are going to go with here. He is a good pass-blocking back, so, like, if you wanted to go that route where you're like, all right, I want to add a cheap back that kind of was like a part of this organization last season, I wouldn't hate it. It wouldn't cost you a lot of money. It's just, if it was up to me, if I had to choose between Alexander Madison and Amir Abdullah, I would pick Amir Abdullah, because I think the next running back that they bring in the draft is going to be more of like your downhill runner, where Madison, to me, would be more of like your third down back, because I would want him to be a pass protector where, you know, that's not his best strength. I think the best third down back that we would have out of those two is Amir Abdullah. But if they brought back Madison, I wouldn't be upset about it. It would come down to the money. Like, I don't want to pay him more than $3 million a year. So if they did that, it'd be interesting. Cody Ford re-signed with the Bengals 2 for $6. That was a long time ago. Alex actually told me about that move. Will Duncan, what's going on? Enjoyed your film breakdown of Geno. I was initially meh on the signing, then watched his tape and came away thinking he's pretty damn good. Solidify the line, get a wide receiver one and the running back, and watch Geno cook. I'm telling y'all right now, and if you think that I'm the type of Raiders fan, or if you think I'm the type of person where every move the Raiders make, because I've had a lot of people who are like, Mitch, which I can never win, right? I'm either too much of a hater or I'm almost too positive. I try to give you my honest opinion on this show all the time. And when the Raiders first traded for Geno on that live show, I like the idea of going out and getting a quarterback, but I agree with you where I was saying, I like it. We'll see how it goes. Now I like the move, and I'm confident in the move because you don't realize how good Geno's tape is. I would compare it, because we've been comparing it to a bunch of different things. Imagine this. Imagine if you were to look at Josh Jacobs' numbers in 2023, and you're going, Josh definitely took a little bit of a step back, obviously, from 2022, but you go, Josh Jacobs is washed. Nobody thought that he was washed, but when you have a bad offensive line, it makes it hard for a running back to run the ball. When you're a quarterback and your offensive line is getting whooped on 38% of the time, especially on the interior, for a team that wants to run the ball on the interior, it just makes life really difficult on the quarterback. So I mean this. You got, and I mean this for all Raiders fans, even if you hate the Geno Smith trade, watch tape on him. And if you still come away with man, I hate the trade, I'm not going to be able to change your mind on it. But for all Raider fans out there that think that Derek Carr is better than Geno Smith, I just want you to know that tells everybody in the entire world that you just didn't watch Geno Smith tape, because for you to think that, that's like you looking at me and going, Mitch, I don't know if you know this, but grass is red. It's not red. It's green. It's green grass. Will, appreciate that super chat. Also, man, you, sir, are in. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. If you could keep track of everybody that sends in a $10 super chat since you've sat down, because we're doing a hat raffle. So I want Chuggs to be able to have all those names and not have to go through it at the very, very end. But since you've sat down, I don't really think that we've had any, and I think Chuggs should be all caught up to that. So any more that come in after that. That's you. You can slack them to me. Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. I just want you to be able to keep something. That way you can just send it to him. Yeah, Kurt, he's clearly better than Carr. And it's not even a knock on Carr. Carr to me is still a good quarterback, and you can win with Carr, but you can't, actually win anything important with Carr. He'll win a few games. You got to build a great team around DC too, right? You can't win in the NFL if you're just asking your quarterback to do everything. You're just not going to win in the league. Eric, could this be the year we finally get Stephon Gilmore? He's getting up there in age, but I'll say this about Stephon Gilmore, and I'll say it the exact same way I'll say about it with Calais Campbell. Until I see the drop-off, and there might have been a little bit of a drop-off for Gilmore last season, but he's still a good corner. He's still a respectable starting corner in the NFL, and we don't use the term bridge enough, but if I was the Raiders and if I were to go out and get a cornerback in the draft, and maybe it's somebody who's a little bit younger that you're not 100% sold on that can start right away, wouldn't you want Stephon Gilmore, who won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, to be able to help groom a young corner? And I get it. Gilmore won Defensive Player of the Year, back in 2016? That's a really long time ago. But for a guy to have that long of an NFL career, I would want the next corner that I'm working with, and maybe that's a Jacorian Bennett, different style of corner overall. But I would want somebody like that to learn underneath Stephon Gilmore. I don't know how much money it'll be. If I had to guess, it'd be a 1-year, $7 million deal, maybe 2 for 13 with it $10 million guaranteed or something like that. But that's not going to cost you a lot of money. And I get it. He's old, but he can still play, man. He can. Keep it moving here on the show. I see Mark Hamilton. What's going on, Mr. Mark? Shout out to you, brother. That's also in anything 10 and above. Mark, shout out to you. Kevin Baker, appreciate you and the crew. Are you calling me M? Because the only person that calls me M is Alex. So I'm like, is this a burner account? Appreciate you and the crew at work. About 40 minutes behind in the stream, but wanted to say if Geno is top 14, that's a huge improvement. He is. I'm telling you right now, when I do my rankings, and I could make an argument that, you could put him at 15, 16. I could also make an argument that you could put him at 11 and 12 when you look at a lot of the numbers. So to me, I thought 14 was pretty safe, but he's a 14 quarterback that has a chance to be top 10 if he's got perfect stuff around him. Like if you told me we go out and get Mekhi Becton, we go out and give him let's say a McMillan, you draft a Quinshon Judkins, you also get a Tyler Lockett, Geno Smith's the top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Book it. Freaking book it, dude. And if that's what you're looking for, I'm looking for a top 10 quarterback myself. How many more games do we win last year? If we had Geno Smith last year as our quarterback, I'd probably say we win 7 to 8 games. And I say that because go watch the Seattle Seahawks last year. The fact that that team won 10 games with Geno Smith cannot be, like, if I'm a Raiders fan, and I get it, people are, the casuals that don't know ball are going to go, oh, he threw for 15 interceptions, only 21 and only 21 touchdowns. Sure, but the Seahawks also won 10 freaking games last season. Like, imagine what you would say if Aiden O'Connell threw for 21 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, or if Derek Carr threw for 21 and 15, and the Raiders won 10 games. Everybody under the sun would say, like, that's fine. We won 10 games. So, like, I just don't understand at times, like, the blind loyalty to people that aren't on our team anymore. Can we start seeing a little bit more, like, blind loyalty to some of the guys that are actually on our roster? Reminder, y'all, if you want anytime, and I mean anytime, Raiders news ends up happening, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Make sure you turn on those notifications. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. It does help us out a lot. I'm going to be live all day today. Hang on, I got to send a message. Not to you. Hit that subscribe button. We're going to break it down. I hope the Raiders get a good move today. Interesting. Again, from not such a reliable source, but I saw Akila Witherspoon or Benjamin St. Just is one of several Raiders' needs before the draft. So 2 names that got thrown out there. Also for Mando, we're going to do a read every hour. Yeah, 30 minutes was way too much. Derek Constantino, shout out to you, man. Excited for the draft. Team T-Mac, all right. Also a Celtics fan. So shout out to Barefoot and her awesome Celtics coverage. I don't know if Foot's out there. Foot! Maybe I can get Foot on here just to say hello. Mitch and Chuggs keep killing it. You know, we do a lot of different content here at Chat Sports, and I love when people interact with, you know, kind of everybody and all the cool shows that we're able to do. I mean, it blows my mind when I first started here. You know, like we literally did not have YouTube when I first started here at Chat Sports. We only were a Facebook company, and then, you know, we started 3 YouTube channels, and now the fact that we're probably over like 60, 70 channels at this point. And what's also really cool is to see the amount of people that I know, like, started probably with me here at the Raiders Report, but now go to all these other different shows and show a lot of people the love that y'all show Chuggs and I. It's a beautiful thing. And, you know, Celtics is one of those shows that I root for the Celtics now. When they play, I root for the Celtics. When the Lakers play, I root for the Lakers. When the Knicks play, I root for the Knicks, because I know a lot of our basketball guys that do those games. When the Heat play, I root for the Heat every time. But, Derek, shout out to you, bro.
That on last Thursday, that was wild.
Oh, yeah. Alper was a part of the Knicks stream where they made a deal which was $100 boots. And that was probably one of the most hungover days I was, because what day was that? Thursday?
Last Thursday.
So that was last Thursday, and then the Raiders obviously traded for Geno Smith that night. And I'm not kidding you. Like, I woke up Friday and I was like, man, I'm hurting a little bit. You know, it's at the end of the week. I was dragging by the end of the week after doing, I think I did 3 boots that night. You know, you show up the next day, and Chuggs left. Like, we were getting ready to leave. I was getting ready to pack it up and leave. And then Andre James signing happened. So then I came back here, did a quick little video, and then the Geno Smith trade ended up happening, and Saturday morning, I was in a lot of pain.
I could see it in your eyes, just what level you were on.
What Friday night?
Both, yeah, Friday night.
Yeah, dude, it gets a little bit cloudy and murky when you have a few boot happy dads. I'll tell you that right now. Hey, man, we are about, looks like 90, that's a lie, about 150 likes away from 1,500. If y'all could, I gave you and Chuggs a shout-out on Celtics. Cool, bro. I appreciate that. We are getting close to 1,500 likes, and I know for a fact the more people that like a video, the more, YouTube starts telling people to like, hey, let's show more people this. I am the type of person where I know this show can turn into a Oakland tailgate at any moment. And when I'm like, y'all, I want to be able to party with as many Raiders fans as humanly possible. So if you could, make sure you click that like button. If you want to click share as well on social media, it helps this party grow. And if you feel like you want to be able to help out here in any way possible, those little type of things do go a really, really long way. Let's go to another Super Chat coming up here on the show. Reminder, it's hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. To get those questions, comments on the show, I'm going to go to Josh Melton here. I always love Tuna Clock. Always tried to get you. R.I.P. to the great Tuna. Sorry, hit and miss today. Got to work. All good, dude. I got you, Josh. And I get it. Like, I get people are working, and I am glad people are working. And I appreciate when people, work and kind of tune in, because one of the reasons why I started doing this whole podcast thing was when I would, go to baseball practice, I would record myself. But then the first year that I started, like, legit trying to, like, get into this industry, I would record podcasts in my attic, and then I would, like, do a lot of landscaping. I would drive, like, valet cars and stuff to just help, like, make some money around the house. But the amount of podcasts that I would listen to all the flipping time to just help me get through my workday, because at a certain point you go, I can't listen to any more music. Like, I gotta listen to something that just helps me think or takes my mind off something.
So I did that back when I was in college, and I was working landscaping too in college.
Yep.
It's a lot of work. But you get tired of music, so you just start listening to podcasts because it's different. It's different every single day.
Helps the day move. When you keep your mind working, it helps it moving. I can remember one time, one of the biggest arguments my dad and I ever got in. So I'm definitely, not deathly afraid, but I do not like heights. Heights are not a fan.
Same.
And one of the very first days I ever worked with my dad, I was working on a roof. And when I was like 14 when I started working on the roof with my dad. And I did it like in the summers as well, which summertime on the roof, which I'm only in Pennsylvania, so it's not even that bad. But it was raining, and my dad has like no fear. And I can remember he goes, all right, so what I need you to do is, because it was raining, he had these like super long nails. Like they were legit like this long of nails. He goes, I need you to go to the edge of the roof, and I need you to pound one in every 5 to 6 feet apart. And I was like, all right, I got you. And he literally goes, so now if you slip and fall, you should be able to grab a hold of that nail prevent yourself from sliding off the roof.
How big is the nail?
Huh?
How big is the nail?
They were long nails.
Okay.
And my dad's like go-to saying was like always like, oh, you could park a truck on that. Like it's strong enough to park a truck on it, which I don't know if is actually true. But to test it out, I literally did like try to grab it one time and no problem. The reason why I'm going on this tangent of a story was I was trying to listen to a podcast while I was working on a roof one time with my dad, and I had like the string, like the cord, at the time, like not.
Yeah, you didn't have AirPods.
Right? So I'm trying to carry up these shingles with this cord, and I'm trying to walk up the ladder, and my dad's trying to talk to me, and he is just yelling at me, but I can't hear him, but I'm listening to this podcast. From that day on, he was like, you're not listening to anything anymore. So I get like when you can listen to something, how important it is. But I started then listening to podcasts a little bit more. I just had to listen to it at a lower volume because when I would listen to music, it would be super loud. But yeah, wild stuff there. Appreciate you. Cool Keith Stad. The 814, is that, I can't pronounce, what is that, Lake PA? Just south of Erie. Okay. My cousin Amber, I'm trying to think of the college. There is a college really, really close to Erie. If my dad was watching right now, he would definitely be. I think they're actually called the Lakers. There is a college really close to Erie, Pennsylvania. My cousin Amber, she went there. She actually played basketball there for a little bit. So I know my family used to go up near that area all the time, but I'm from the 570. We got somebody from the 814. Where are you from? What's your hometown?
Dover, Delaware, 302.
302.
302.
All right. I got you. Mercyhurst. Yes, that's 100% it. My cousin, she played basketball at Mercyhurst. If you want to look her up. Amber Renz. Balling out there in Mercyhurst. Yeah, I was like one of the only people in my family that, not that I was a good basketball player. I wasn't nearly as good as like my cousins. My cousin Amber, she is the greatest basketball player, men or woman, to ever come through my high school. Not close. She tore her ACL one year.
Is she tall?
She's 6'1". In my area, like, you're 6'1" and you can shoot, like, you're going to be really good. But, I mean, she also dropped over 3,000 points. 3,000 points, and she tore her ACL and missed an entire season.
And
she could, like, dude, she could hoop.
And this was at Danville?
Danville. 3,000 points, which I love because my cousin Anthony, he was also a 1,000-point scorer, also tore his ACL, missed the whole year in high school. I also tore my ACL, missed the whole year in high school. ACL tears are in the family. That's a nice booty there from Chug. But she dropped 3,000 points. But what was cool, and I got on a tangent, because of, like, we have, like, how many points people scored, she just, like, dwarfs my cousin Anthony now. And my cousin Anthony, he was, like, coming out of high school, was, like, a very, very well-respected player. My cousin Andrew had, like, the passing touchdown record at our high school for a really long time. I'm legit, I think, the only person from my family that doesn't have, like, some record at Danville. The only record I have is I'm, like, the only pitcher to shut out, like, the best team in our area, and I'm, like, the only guy to do that in 60 years.
That's still pretty cool.
Well, I actually don't know if that's still true, but I know it was true back in high school. Let's go to TJ. Cam Scatabo, good enough for me. He's good. He's not, to me, though, you still got to add another running back. Like, I think Cam, and I've said this a few times, he can catch. He surprises people. I do feel that he's going to have that chip on his shoulder mentality, which you always love to bet on those type of guys because he does just have that Max Crosby mentality of, all right, if everybody's going to doubt me, I'm just going to show up every day and show you why you're wrong. I do like it, though his just, like, physicality he can get away with it in college. I'm worried if, you know, he's trying to run through a linebacker in college. You can do that through the course of a season when, you know, you're an NFL talent and not every linebacker you go up is an NFL talent. If you try to have that mentality and you're going up against, like, dudes that are just flat out different over and over and over again, that is a huge wear and tear on your body. And I'm worried if he loses that confidence, loses that swagger, because that's kind of what makes me intrigued in him. If he realizes in the NFL real quick, shit, I can't bulldoze people like I used to, I'm worried that he turns into a very average running back. But to me, I don't want to draft him anywhere. It's got to be day 3 for me, like round 4, round 5, but I wouldn't love it. I'm going to be real. I wouldn't love it. And I hope I'm wrong in saying that. I hope Cam Scatabo shows up to the Raiders and gives me a big old middle finger. Nothing would make me happier. What up, Perry? Should the Raiders go and get Cooper Kupp or Tyler Lockett? I am team Tyler Lockett, though. What do you guys have to say about this? Because this is not the first time that we've been asked, and I get it. Like, this is going to be one of those shows where a lot of news happens, a lot of stuff, people are working, people are doing different stuff. So I have already answered this one, and I'll give you my answer again here after you guys answer it. Type CK for Cooper Kupp. Type TL for Tyler Lockett. If you could pick out of these two options for the Raiders, who would you go with? I want to know. I'm going to give some shout-outs down below. I see Def Halo for Tyler Lockett. Brian says both. I mean, honestly, maybe both could work.
Why not?
They both play different styles at wide receiver. I mean, then your top 4 options would be Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, Tyler Lockett, Cooper Kupp. My only concern with that room would be this. Tyler Lockett, old. Cooper Kupp, old. Jacoby Myers, 1 year left on his contract. Like, you could legitimately then lose 3 wide receivers the following year. You know what I'm saying? That makes me a little bit nervous. But I see Free Fly Jedi. What's going on, Free Fly? Type in TL, Sucker Free, Raul going with Lockett. Nicholas going to go with Lockett. Luda, Raider Roger. No, Raider Roger's going to go with Cooper Kupp. Twisted Jester, no Lockett, no Kupp. Lockett, old Kupp, not after the injuries. To me, I would rather go Lockett than Kupp, but I'm not going to be upset about either option. I just think that the style receiver Kupp is, we kind of already have that in Jacoby Myers, and if we're going to go out and add another style receiver like that, I just think Keenan Allen, because of his connections. But then also, like I bet Jacoby's probably sitting there going, I don't have any money left on my contract. $0 million guaranteed. I want a brand new deal. You bring in a guy like Cooper Kupp, Jacoby probably goes, well, wait a minute here. I also want a new contract. So you could be rolling the dice on something that you might not know could actually happen. We got 2,500 people here watching the Raiders Report, and we are still working through some super chats. Anthony Perry, appreciate your question. Let's go to the next one here from Mike Henderson. Do stocks really drop due to no 40 times? Strong safety. Do stocks really drop due to no 40 times? What am I missing here? SSTHTM.
Is he talking about just prospects who didn't run the 40 like Shador?
I think so.
So who would be TH?
But I also don't know if you mean like Shador Sanders, or am I just being a dummy here? Like this TM? I don't know. I feel bad when people send me a question and I don't know how to answer this. Like, do players does their stock drop if they don't run 40s? Maybe. But at the same time, like, what also can hurt you is if you run a 40 time and it's bad. Like, I'll be real, if Tez Johnson never would have ran the 40, I think he gets drafted 20 picks higher. And I only say that because Tez Johnson running the 40 at 4.51, you look at that and you go, man, that's shocking to me. Because on tape, he's a lot faster. But then when you look at a lot of his, like, 3-cone drills, like, I'll look it up right now. Because I can remember looking at it and being like, that doesn't even kind of make sense.
And then Brazy in the chat says SS Shador Sanders.
Yep.
TH Travis Hunter.
Okay.
TM Tedero McMillan.
For those guys, I don't really think it matters because nobody's going to draft Shador Sanders for his speed, and I think Shador is smart there because he's not going to run a good 40 time. I'll tell you that. And then Travis Hunter knows he's a top pick, and McMillan, sometimes those guys do that, though, because they know they're that dude. Where McMillan's going to be the number one receiver taken more than likely. Travis Hunter thinks that he's more than likely going to be, one of those top picks. So for some of those guys, 40 time might hurt you because if you run a 4.3, sure, it's cool. But if you ran like a 4.5, if you're Travis Hunter, and I don't think it would happen, it can look different. And sometimes like those numbers do scare people. I care more about what they look like on the field. But anyway, Tez Johnson here, his 40-yard dash time is 4.51, but he had a really good 10-yard split at 1.53. His 3-cone drill is 6.65. That's like really, really solid. 20-yard shuttle is 4.15. So it's like, I look at Tez Johnson at being a player that is much more football fast, much more football quickness than straight line speed, which I'm okay with. I also, Tez, though, I'd almost worried that he's trying to go to Denver. Like, some people were like, oh, he ran a bad 40 time. That way he go join his brother in Bo Nix, which maybe is. I wouldn't blame him. I'd want to go play with one of my brothers, too. J-Row, Mitch, your drip is on point today. How about being Amari Cooper back only if the money makes sense? Raiders. I actually wanted to wear this coat yesterday, but I was sweating too much. Today, I feel like it's a little bit colder in here, so it's freezing here, right? You need it.
Freezing.
No, like, I'm not kidding you. It's so cold in this studio. So now I feel kind of bad. So how about this? Alper had a sweatshirt on.
I did.
With another team that y'all hate. Here's going to be my deal. I'm going to let Alper put that sweatshirt back on. But every bang we get, if you're going to wear that sweatshirt, you owe me a beer bong.
Okay. I can do that.
Because I can see he's cold, and I can tell that I'm cold. And I'm just going to warn y'all right now, it's a team that y'all hate. I don't know if you heard me say it. When he started walking into the studio, I'm like, dude, you can't wear that on here. But at the same time, it is cold in here. I mean, imagine if your house was set to like 60 degrees. Like, that's freezing.
I'll put it on, and then I'll reveal, and they can determine. And I want to see what the chat says. Just give me a second.
How about this? I'm going to give you 3 brewskis right from the jump. I don't think it's going to go well for you. VT Holmes, Mitch, you got Mando on. I do actually have Mando on. So a lot of times, like, and I'll be real with y'all, like, I don't always wear Mando when I go out and about with, like, Alex on a date night because I already have, like, certain deodorant that I know smells really good for her, but it's also, I'll be real, not as good of a deodorant as Mando is. And I'll say that as like, you go out for dinner. In my mind, dinner, maybe a night out, like that's like 3 to 4 to 5 hours of a night. And that's a hell of a night anymore. 3 hours is like how I want to smell good. When I go to work and I actually need a deodorant that is going to last me all day. Like, I mean, think about it. If you were to talk for 8 straight hours, I sweat. I'm not afraid to get energetic, but I also walk to and home from work. And, I'm alive for 8 hours, which means, in all honesty, we're working probably 11, 12-hour days every single day here at Chat Sports. And I do stink when I get home. And I can tell right from the jump when I go hug Alex, because I'm telling you, and anybody that has their significant other, she is like this tall. She's short. She's shorty. But she's right there. And instantly, every time, she'll be like, if I don't use Mando, she always is like, dude, you stink. But Mando will last all day, and that's why I like it. It is a great deodorant to wear to work where I'm not trying to impress all my buddies here at work. But what I am trying to do is not be the guy that when you walk by, people are like, did you shower today, bro? I don't know. Because there's some days, like, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't shower every day. I don't. There's going to be one day this week where y'all absolutely kick my ass. I wake up in the morning, I'm tired, and I'm like, you know what? Slapping on a hat, let's freaking get into the studio. I actually showered today, but I wanted to rock the Raiders Sport hat. But appreciate you. Amari Cooper, I don't think I ever actually even asked this one or answered this one. I'm not on Amari, dude. Like, Amari, in all real, did not look good at the end of last season on Buffalo. He really did not. And if he's healthy, it's a different story. But there's just a part of me where when you give up on someone, and I get some people want to give second chances, this and that. I hear you loud and clear. Amari Cooper quit on the Raiders in his prime. Wasn't maybe the best situation that he wanted to be in, but at the exact same time, when you quit on me, that's different. I'm the type of person where I trust you, I respect you until you give me a reason not to do that. Amari Cooper quit. If he's willing to come in now, don't get me wrong. If Amari's going to come in and play at $5-6 million per year, I'm interested in that. I think Amari's probably going to get, 12, 13. I mean,
he had a terrible.
He was bad last year, guys.
Awful.
He was not healthy. He was not good.
Would you put it he was worse than Curtis Samuel for the Bills almost?
When you look at where the Bills were going, and think about this from a organizational standpoint, right? Think about what the Buffalo Bills did this offseason. You made Josh Allen the highest paid player in the NFL that's ever, right? He's your guy. He's the quarterback. What else did they do? They prioritized Khalil Shakir over Amari Cooper. They said, I'm going to give Khalil Shakir 4 for 60 before I try to bring back Amari Cooper. Also in the playoffs, look what they did. Matt Collins was getting targets. There were games where Amari's, if he was getting 3 targets in a playoff game, that's not somebody that I'm looking for. And he was clearly not healthy last season. So going off of that, I'm just not interested in Amari Cooper. We'll see. And then Chris Blackburn, I don't know how you can miss a murderer. And I mean that in the most respectful way possible. I don't know how any single person could miss a murderer. I think you should get your life in check. Let's go to Fourth Horseman Customs. Regardless, Geno is a good quarterback. We just have to see. And that's how you have to go about it, which sucks because this is probably our 20th straight year where we just have to see, And when you do that over and over and over and over again, that is a difficult thing to be able to deal with. But at the exact same time, man, I do think Geno's going to surprise some people out there. We still got to be able to get another offensive lineman. I would say we've got to get an X receiver. The running game needs to be solid. We still have a lot of other pieces that need to happen, which is why when you think about that, we do still have a lot of other pieces that need to happen. It's why I'm kind of why are Raider fans then so upset that we're not overpaying on a lot of these other players that, again, if you go out and you make a deal, if you wanted to keep Trevon Merrick, you probably would have to give him $18, $19 million a year. If you wanted to try to keep somebody like Nate Hobbs, you're going to have to give him 13, 14, 15 a year. Somebody along the lines of Robert Spillane. Again, Spillane would have been the one that I've been a little bit more okay with. But when you overspend, and that is every single one of those players would have been an overspend, it limits your ability then to build a more of a complete roster. Because the Raiders are spending smartly, they're going to have a better overall roster. The Raiders will be better this year because they are spending in a smart way. That's a fact. Josh, thinking of Genty, Jade Barron, or Will Johnson at 6, or trade back, thoughts? If those were all of my options, I'm trading back. Right now, and again, I base this on what this Raiders team looks like right now. This Raiders team offensive line is not near good enough to take Genty at 6. It's not. And even if you're like, oh, well, then we'll draft Booker, the offensive guard out of Alabama, I'm a little bit more intrigued by that option then. I do think it's a good fit. But still, though, like, the offensive line better be a top 10 unit if you plan on drafting Genty. Or else, like we see year in and year out, Saquon Barkley with the Giants looked a lot different than Saquon Barkley on the Eagles. Why? One team was built where you could pay a running back that type of way, great offensive line, and a team that had a lot of pieces around him. Then you had another team that just had a fantastic running back, and teams knew what they were going to do. This is the option you got to go with if you're going to go running back, or else it doesn't make a lot of sense. So if that's the scenario, I'm trading back. Appreciate the super, though, Josh. Keep it moving. We got Ink, Lockett, and Samuel Jr. Let's freaking go. Hey, man, if it ends up happening, I think both of those players I would get very excited about. I want the Raiders to be able to make a move, right? We've already been live here for about 2.5 hours, but if you remember, yesterday, it's right around like that 4-hour mark when a lot of these Raiders moves started to roll in, and it's what organizations are doing because they want to see how the market goes. And a lot of the big moves that happened today were around players that it wouldn't shock me if some of the Raiders guys were interested in that, like Will Fries, maybe somebody along the lines of a Javon Holland. So the Raiders are now just sitting there going, let's talk to some people, let's get a good value, and let's link it up. Because the other part about the Raiders is I actually don't know if they're all that interested in signing a 5-year contract, right? Where like some people are going, well, why aren't we doing XYZ deal? What if the Raiders don't want to do 5-year deals? Because if I was the Raiders, I'm looking at 2 to 3 year deals only. Because Pete Carroll's 73 years old, and you don't want to have players on back end of contracts that you don't know if they're going to fit exactly with what that regime could look like. I know for a fact that Pete's going to be this head coach for 2 to 3 years, and I think that they're going to try to build a 2 to 3 year window because they have Geno Smith and they believe he can win. Appreciate it, though. Reminder, y'all, we are live here on the Raiders Report, and anytime something happens, I'll let you know. But there has literally not been any moves that have happened. Also, you'll notice that up here, and once in a while, it'll be down there as well. It just depends on the graphics that the guys are using. You're going to see them cycle through all the moves that happen. If there is a certain player that you want me to go out there and talk about, don't be afraid to use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. We can break it all down for you. Derek, I gave you and Chuggs a shout-out on the Celtics show. Appreciate you, Derek. Constantine, I know we got a lot of OG legends in the street, man. Know it. LaFar says, I don't want anybody that would quit on me. And I agree. It's why I don't want Amari Cooper. Alfredo, really clean jacket. Where did you get it? I got it on... I actually think I got it from one of our links. So the reason why I'm going to say it like this is that way I get credit for it. So like when you go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys, that is a link that we have an affiliate with one of the sponsors. So like when you click on that, it's going to take you to jerseys, obviously, or you go to chatsports.com/Raiders hats. But then once you're there, after you click on that link, then you can shop for anything, and we still get credit for it. But that's, if you go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys, and then you go to the search tab and you type in Raiders jackets, you'll be able to see where I got this jacket. Chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys. And then once you're there, you'll know exactly where I got the jacket from. But I appreciate it, man. I don't remember how much it was, though. I really don't. Probably about $100 if I had to guess. AJ Dallas, what up, dude? How confident are you with the rookie DBs from last year under the Carroll regime? I'm confident in Jacorian. I do believe in him. He was really good last season. Jack Jones scares me. I'm not going to get it twisted. Definitely scares me. All right, here's some NFL news. 49ers, and I'll tell you this is a team that they are shedding players left and right. The 49ers are releasing Leonard Floyd, according to Adam Schefter. I mean, the amount of talent that team is shedding, I think they're getting prepared to pay Brock Purdy. I'm not kidding you right now. I think that could be a team that's really bad.
I could see it.
Because Purdy's good. But he's good because of all the pieces that he had around him. if you're making Brock Purdy be the guy that carries your team, maybe I'm wrong in saying this. There's a lot of people like, oh, they said the same about Drew Brees. I hear you. There's a lot of people, Niners fans, that have that comp. And maybe it ends up happening. I hope it happens for Brock Purdy. I hope he ends up being a good player. But I also kind of want it to fail because I can't stand the Niners. So it's
Now,
kind of a double-edged sword.
Does this mean that they're getting ready to sign Bosa?
Maybe.
Could be.
That's a good one. Joey Bosa could be joining his brother Nick. Could be a good one. Interesting. I do have some confidence, but we desperately need to upgrade our cornerback room. It's weak right now. Losing out on Nate Hobbs, we don't have a lot of cornerback talent, quite frankly. We really, truly don't. All right, we got Ricardo. Who are a free agent cornerback that we can target? So let me go to my list here. I have a bunch of rankings in front of me. I would say Stephon Gilmore's a name to keep in mind. Low-key a name that still plays at a pretty high level. He's getting up there in age. Mike Hilton, another slot corner inside guy. I would say other names would be Asante Samuel Jr., slot. Kendall Fuller, he's actually has quite a bit of connections to the Raiders coaching staff, and I can't remember why that's grilled in my head right now, but I do remember Kendall Fuller. He's got some connections to this team. He's with the Commanders from 2016 to 2017, Chiefs from 2018 2019, Washington Commanders from 2020 to 2023, and Dolphins last season. I got to try to figure out why I just have this ingrained in my mind that he's got a connection here. That's somebody, though, you could keep in mind. And then I guess Rasul Douglas. Christian Fulton's gone. Shaq Griffin, maybe. Shaq Griffin, I believe, was drafted by Pete Carroll in that Seattle Seahawks regime. So that could be a player that maybe they try to bring in. But the name level of how good some of those corners is, it doesn't bring a whole lot of confidence. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, there's some good names in there. Good names. But we got to be able to find, I think, a legit cornerback one, which I don't know if the Raiders have. And I don't know if anybody in that list is a legit cornerback one. Just my 2 cents. Let's go to Dave Rubio. What up, Rubio? Which I believe we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 away from being all caught up. DC is like that ex that wasn't right for you, but still look back at the memories and miss them, and sometimes maybe think of what is. I think it's that, but also at the exact same time, somebody that you loved for so many years, but never took you to the dance, right? Every single year, you thought that she was going to be finally going to say yes, that she finally was going to be able to take you to the dance. And right when you get your hopes up, it wouldn't happen. I know that people love Derek Carr, and I think people also love Derek because he was a Fresno guy, and it just, he was so good when he was young. But at some point, you do got to move on. And I hope that Raiders fans, Derek Carr fans, try to end up moving on a little bit. But you're right. I like that analogy. Keep it moving here. So we got shout out to that roofing story. Working concrete with my dad, listening in. Appreciate the show. Go Raiders, dude. Shout out to the Pops. Concrete's not easy work. And I've built a lot of sidewalks in my day. One of the things that I can remember, the Cardinals are re-signing wide receiver Zay Jones. 1 year, $4.4 million. Former Raider Zay Jones. One of my favorite Zay Jones memories is when the Raiders beat the Baltimore Ravens a few years ago in overtime. Catch. Then he kind of threw it up. What year was that? Was that 20? That might have actually been 2021. I was live in Vegas at a restaurant for that game in overtime, and that was one of the most electric games I've ever had. But I think the thing that I remember the most about working with concrete was my dad had this giant wheelbarrow, and again, I didn't do big projects, so I don't know how big of a project you're doing, but we literally had a concrete wheelbarrow where all we would do is mix concrete in there. We had one of those old rakes, put in some water, put in the concrete mix, and my job was to mix it. And then he would, be the one that would spread it out. And then we had a 2x4 piece of wood. And the way that we would level it out would be, we would kind of shimmy the piece of wood to make sure that it was totally, totally flat. And I can remember one time I picked up this piece of wood. And if you've never worked with wood, sometimes it's super bowed or you don't realize how curvy it is. You got to find a straight piece. You got to look down the lane. And I could see my dad, from afar, he's, looking at all this wood, staring down. I'm like, what the hell is this freaking guy doing right now? But I know that I might not look like somebody like that, but I promise you this. I grew up working on a farm. I worked my entire life with my hands, my body. I'm not skilled like my dad to build stuff. I think I'm just a hardworking guy. But he used to tell me all the time, if you don't want to do this your entire life, figure out a way to make it happen. I knew that school wasn't going to be my route, and I said, you know what? I'm going to figure out a way to talk about some sports. I think Alpert's going to get off free here. You're lucky.
I am getting off free.
You're lucky.
It was $100.
I said the only way he can wear that Patriots sweatshirt, and he was going to do beer bongs for hundos.
Yeah, I'll go finish my lunch. I'll be right back.
I mean, if you want.
I kind of want to eat, too.
I'm not going to lie. I am starving.
Should Alper be able to eat? Why for yes and for no? Ask him in the chat. If they say, if they all say yes,
Is Alper allowed to go eat lunch? Why for yes and for no? We're going to let y'all decide. If he's allowed to go eat lunch.
I mean, a lot of the people I saw in the chat were like, get that hoodie out of here. Get it out of here. Big nose. Big dooms.
Oh, man. We got a few extra people here getting in this duck race. I should mention that. The last name that I got was Stephen Underwood. I see Sean Morgan is in. Charles G, I got you in. I'm going to add Tuna. I'm going to add Tuna every duck race. That's going to be my money. I don't need anyone to, pay for Tuna. That's coming out of my paycheck, and if it ends up, it'll land it on Tuna. I'll just send it to Kristen like I did before. Jason Gutierrez, I got you, Goots. And then Randall Carter, I also got you. So right now it is a $20 Venmo. You would go home with $200 here on the Raiders Report. Shout out to everyone tuned in right now. It's been a little bit of a slow day here yet again. Slow start for the Raiders. Nothing has happened, though. I kind of anticipated that, and I almost wonder if this is going to be like the Raiders' MO of taking their time during the day, but making moves at night. You saw Adam Butler resigning happen a little bit at night. The Geno Smith trade happened a little bit later in the day. Andre James happened a little bit later in the day. And then late last night when I'm outside walking Chuck, and when I was literally just sat down to talk to Alex, Lonnie Johnson Jr., Elandon Roberts, both other moves that ended up happening. Let's go to Aaron Yanez. Do you think that the Raiders users could have interest in Kyle Juszczyk? And Elandon Roberts' tape is making me confident he's going to be a dog next to Max. I mean, he's not going to be next to Max necessarily, but I do think Raiders fans are going to love Elandon Roberts and the mentality he brings, because he brings that Robert Spillane downhill type of attitude. He brings that Vontaze Burfict downhill type of attitude, and if you want somebody that when a running back's coming through the middle of the lane, people don't want to run into Elandon Roberts. He was the second best run defender in the NFL last season, according to PFF, with an over 90 grade. Like, when you see somebody get a 90 grade in a category, I get it. He's a liability in coverage, no doubt about it. Can help you out a little bit in the pass rush game because he's just so physical. But when you see somebody like that, that's a really, really good player on the interior. We do have a deal. The Cleveland Browns are signing outside linebacker Joe Tryon to a 1-year, $4.75 million deal. That was somebody that I thought maybe the Raiders could potentially be interested in as more of an edge. They've kind of already addressed the edge position, going out and getting Malcolm Koonce. And I think if they were to make another level deal kind of like this, it would just be K'Lavon Chasen. But because of his connections to John Spytek, it was somebody that I think that was on at least some people's radar for what the Raiders could potentially do. So just something to keep an eye out there. Aaron, I agree with you, though. The tape is good. Kyle Juszczyk, I'll say it. I'm not really all that interested in it, though I could see, and here's the problem with Pete Carroll offense, Chip Kelly offense. The Pete Carroll offense and Chip Kelly offense usually they do look a lot different. If you told me that they're going to try to run a Pete Carroll style of offense that you saw in Seattle, I could see them trying to go out and get a fullback that can catch the football, but that can also block. If you're telling me Chip Kelly's offense, I don't really think that he utilizes a fullback. But then again, not many. At Ohio State, he didn't need to. How about that? Like, if you're putting a fullback out in that Ohio State offense when they're as good as what they are from a receiver standpoint, like, you don't deserve to coach in the NFL. So, like, him not really using a fullback and just spreading people out the way they did, I thought was smart. I did. I think we're good. I can go eat. Oh, terrific. Chuggs is going to pull up here. Hold on. You're not allowed to eat because you got that sweatshirt on.
Remember, the chat said no. Come on.
I will starve. But you guys, I mean, I don't get to eat. But you guys get to
What's
keep seeing
going on,
this.
Raider Nation? How are we feeling? I'm back. I know I was gone for a little bit. A lot of news. Lunch as well is in. Mark is saying no. He's continuing to tell you no for you eating lunch. There we go.
I eat corn the long way. What if I
That
told
is
you
facts.
What if I told you I
Alper's
don't
a
like
big
corn
the long way guy.
I don't like corn at all.
How do you think you eat corn the long way?
I don't eat corn.
But if you were just to eat it the long way, how do you think you would eat corn the long way?
What is the long way?
I'm just asking you. How do you think you eat corn the long way?
You have the corn like this, and you probably just go like normal way to eat corn.
Nope, that's not the long way, brother.
Yeah, well, I don't eat corn, so
Unless it's the long way.
long way.
All right, let's keep on going with these super chats. Search Eye. Yep, I hope the Raiders can steal Becton. Sorry, Chase Sr. Yeah, I think for teams out there that want an interior offensive lineman,
Like
I
the
think he's the best available right now. The former Eagles guard. It doesn't look like the Eagles are going to bring him back. They traded for Texans guard Kenyon Green this morning. They also have a second-round pick in Tyler Steen, who they drafted, I believe, either last year or the year before at guard as well. What about a cornhole? That's a good question. All right, let's go.
I'm pretty good at cornhole.
All right. Is this are we up to date? Okay,
We are not up to date.
We have more.
We got a bunch more.
Let's roll through these bad boys.
All right.
Also, have we talked about our friends over at Mando since you've been here?
We can do that. We can do that right now.
Yeah, Jesse, before we get into this, let me quickly tell you about our friends over at Mando. Alper, he stinks. So he's going to be able to use some Mando after he gets off the show. I know a lot of y'all think the Patriots stink. The Patriots eat the corn the long way. It's because they don't use Mando and they smell like shite. But that doesn't mean you have to. Go head over to Mando and get started today with all their products to get you smelling nice, clean, fresh, and nicey all year long. I'm talking your pits. I'm talking your grundle. Everywhere you need, they got you covered over at Mando. Control body odor anywhere with Mando. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% of your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. New year, new me. Honestly, I feel like I have that new car smell, that new person smell, thanks to Mando. You got a brand new team in the Raiders' new free agency signing. It is a new NFL, new league year. So why not smell brand new with Mando? It controls body odor for 72 hours. It's clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor level was 5 out of 10 with Mando. The average grundle odor level is 0 out of 10. I'm telling you right now, Alper's got about a 7 out of 10 with that grundle odor. With Mando, he's going to make it a 0 out of 10. As a special offer for our listeners, new customers get $5 off the starter pack with our exclusive code that equates to 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence with Mando. All right, here we go. Back to some of these. And, oh! Josh! Bang! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Josh I. Oh! Let's go! Let's go! Come on, baby! Come on, Josh! Let's go! That's my guy! That's my guy! Come on, man! That's what I'm talking about! That's what I'm talking about. Stoffel said, I thought they made a move. You know who did make a move? Josh he made a move and he put it on the table. He said, look at it, respect it, you must acknowledge it. Josh I. He's a real one. Thank you so much, Josh I. I'm putting you on the Joyzy. Oh, excuse me. Josh I, you're getting on the jersey, my guy. No Raiders updates yet. No Raiders updates so far today, unless something happened while I was gone. Nothing's happened yet.
Nothing has happened while you were gone, Chuggs.
But there are a lot of, big names still out there. Like I said, Mekhi Becton is another name that possibly could be on the Raiders' radar. There's a lot of guys still left in free agency that we can look at. So, it's definitely not over, even though a lot of the bigger names have signed. I know a lot of people wanted a Javon Holland, Mitch being one of them. But I think spending smarter is what the Raiders need to do right now. They've been, a big organization, even last offseason. They went out, first thing they did is, one of the first things they did was go out and give Christian Wilkins a massive deal. I think they're being a little bit more conservative, which I'm okay with. If they want to take their time, if they want to pick the right guys at the right price, hey, I think that'll be all good in my book. Let's go to Jesse Gomez. Appreciate it, Josh I. Jesse Gomez says, what do you think about Asante Samuel Jr. for a replacement for Hobbs? Been a long-time watcher and love the vids. Jesse Gomez, an absolute real one. Thank you so much. I think that would be a really good idea of going out and getting Asante Samuel Jr. because of two things. One, like you said, you need more corner depth. You need somebody else in that secondary to help out. And two, Asante Samuel Jr. in division, right? He plays for the Chargers. So you get somebody who knows the AFC West, knows this, area, knows this division already, probably knows the Raiders as well. So that gives you kind of an extra level of assurance in getting a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. to come over to the Raiders. I think his skill set fits with what the Raiders need. I think he's a really good corner. I wonder how much he gets on the open market, Alper. I really do wonder how much Asante Samuel Jr. garners in free agency. We've seen some big contracts already doled out to some cornerbacks. We saw Byron Murphy get paid back with the Minnesota Vikings. We've seen some other guys get paid a lot as well.
Carlton Davis got $60 million. Javarius Ward got paid. All these cornerbacks are getting paid. So you got to think that Asante Samuel, he's about in that cornerback range of talent of those guys. How much can he get in free agency?
Yeah,
I would probably say around 50, 60 million.
Facts. But yeah, I think at the right price, I think this is a move that you could definitely see on the Raiders' radar coming in at some point today or maybe in the coming days as NFL free agency is in full swing. Magic City, Liddy City, Mitch. Sorry, not Mitch. Please, it's Chuggs right now. Probably sent this in earlier when Mitch was hosting. Mitch, please don't speak on Amari Cooper or Josh Jacobs anymore. Respectfully, crazy how much negativity you put on their names. I'm not gonna speak for Mitch on that part. I will say, I don't think our job is to, be a critic. Our job is to talk about the team and give our viewpoints. I don't think Mitch has said anything out of bounds about Amari Cooper other than, saying that he gave up on the Raiders and saying that he doesn't think it's a right fit. I don't think he said anything about him personally that's out of bounds or over the line, in my opinion. That's just me. Josh Jacobs, there's a little bit more to that. Josh Jacobs and his agent gave us a lot of information. Turned out not to be true, and then they ended up blocking us because they were upset that they told us wrong information. So there's that. Jacobs is a good player. We wish that we were hoping that the Raiders were able to keep Jacobs last offseason. He told us that he was going to be coming back, and Maury, the test results tell us that is also a lie from Josh Jacobs. So he told us him and his agent definitely didn't do us right. So that's a little bit of the contentious there. No, nothing bad. I wish Josh Jacobs nothing but the best up there in Green Bay. Hopefully he's having fun up there in Cheesetown. But yeah, that's the contention there with all that. Ben Thrak, the Big V. Been working. Are the Raiders rocking and rolling today? No, I would say they're more smooth jazzing today. They're smooth jazzing right now, waiting on the right moves, waiting on the right timing to make some of these moves. All my Chuggs cost diamonds. All my diamonds cost Chuggs. Nice. Yeah, I would say if you were to give a music genre for what the Raiders have done today, what would you give it? I don't think it's rock and roll.
It is not rock and roll. It is the
Hey,
complete.
Diamond Scraper also, I'm cool with you. Just don't spam some nonsense too much. I don't want to have to put you in timeout. Put some actual comments in there. I appreciate you commenting.
I would call it country.
Country?
Because it's kind of relaxed.
Elevator music. That's
and it's
funny.
a little bit chill. Elevator music is perfect. We're just waiting. We're waiting for a deal. We're waiting for a deal with anybody. I mean, you could talk about it. The Texans have made a lot of moves today.
They have been active. They have been very, very busy today already. They traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They made a couple other low-level signings. They signed an offensive lineman. They re-signed a couple guys. This is yacht rock season. Hold music from Vinthrak. This is funny. Go down in the comment section. Let me know what music genre would you describe the Raiders' day two of free agency. Please hold. Yeah, I'm hoping later on we get some heavy metal though. Heavy metal. Joey, this is a good question for you. As he's spilling ice all over the brand new kitchen. I'm telling James.
Joey.
I am 100% telling James right now.
Joey, that's a big doom.
What the hell, Joey? Joey just came in and turned on the light.
Turn on the lights.
Joey's our Ravens host. This is a good question. If you were to describe a musical genre to describe what the Ravens have done in free agency so far, what would you give it? Classical. Why classical?
Classical because it's classic. They don't do much, and it's boring.
Classic and boring from the Ravens. Ronnie Stanley, 3-year, $60 million deal. Perfect timing on this one. That's why Alper is really good at his job. He put that up just in time for Joey coming into the building. Yeah. They're playing Not Like Us. Slipknot. That's funny.
Slipknot? No, that's the opposite of Slipknot. I saw someone say Bad Religion in there. That's a little too aggressive.
Sign Mekhi Becton. Thank you for the super chat, Vinthrak. I appreciate you as always. One of my guys, Corbs, saying Mitch thought going after Cup maybe 2 years, $20 million. I actually know Mitch isn't the biggest Cooper Kupp fan. He thinks he's a little bit over the hill. I like Cooper Kupp. If you're able to get him at $10 million a year, I believe the Rams are set to release him tomorrow once the new league year begins. They're holding out hope that a team is going to trade for him. Guessing they're holding out on the Houston Texans, in my opinion. Their new OC is from the LA Rams. So that would be my guess. But yeah, if you're able to get him on 2 year, $20 million, I think he's still really good. I think a lot of people, is he going to be a Triple Crown winner again? No, probably not. He's not going to give you 1,800 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 150 catches on a season. That's not very viable for Cooper Kupp at this point in his career. Is he still a really good wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 option? Yeah, I think so. I don't know how you feel about Cooper Kupp, Alper.
I don't understand why he declined. I really don't get it. I don't understand. I know Puka Nacua became the Rams' #1 wide receiver, but you still see some of that 2021 Cooper Kupp when he's on the field. It felt like Stafford just wasn't targeting him as much as he was.
Yeah, and I do think injuries played somewhat a factor in it as well. But I think, you get injured, you get older as well. I think Cooper Kupp, I think he's like 31 or 32 at this point in his career. I can just a quick
got it.
Google search on that one. Cooper Kupp age. Let's see. Am I right?
31.
31. Yep. 31. I mean, obviously, 30 is kind of the magical number for a lot of these skill position guys, cornerback and receiver. Of once a guy turns 30, you're like, oh, he's on the wrong side of 30, which that's what Cooper Kupp is on. So, of course, their best days are probably behind them because you're looking at, defensive tackles, offensive linemen. They can play well into their 30s because they don't need that long speed. They don't need to be able to separate from defenders. They just need that power that you have. And, as you get older, as we all know, you get old man strength.
Old man strength. Yes.
A lot of the linemen in their 30s actually thrive. You look at Kevin Zeitler from the Detroit Lions. Older guy, thriving right now. I think with Cooper Kupp, though, like I said, if you're able to get him at $10 million a year, I would say go for it. He's a good complementary piece. Don't expect him to be your wide receiver 1, maybe not even your wide receiver 2, but as a, third option on a team, I think he's a really, really good player. Thank you for the Super Chat, Corpse. Tim Weinbrenner, did you hear Slay Deal is apparently in jeopardy in Pittsburgh? Any chance the Raiders can snatch him up? Yeah, that's a big point to be made, Tim. This is all the legal tampering period. So actually none of these moves that you see right here are officially official until the new league year begins. That's why it's called the tampering period. All these guys getting tampered with. So Devontae, I know he got tampered with hard. Devontae's a big tamper guy. He throws a lot of tamper tantrums.
Yes, tantrums.
But all these moves are not official. Yeah, and there could be things that happen with the medical and other things that happen, maybe the contract details where they don't actually come to a conclusion on the new league year, which does begin tomorrow. It could be a possibility that he doesn't sign with there.
I mean, we saw it yesterday with the Patriots and the Panthers with Milton Williams. I mean, I think Rap Sheet reported.
I think that was an inside job by Rap Sheet because Schultz reported the Panthers first, and he was very confident. And I think Rap made a couple calls and was like, we got to F over Schultz.
Yeah.
I think that's personally what I think happened.
We have to screw him over.
That's what I think happened, but obviously now Milton Williams headed to New England. Your team.
Yes,
Patriots.
And I mean, it's a complete overpay. $104 million is absolutely absurd. He's a Super Bowl champion. I saw a stat. He was the second highest player to pressure quarterbacks in the league, next to, I think, Chris Jones. Mm-hmm. And you're getting a top player, but when you have $128 million in cap space, I mean, what else are you going to do with the money?
Yeah, I mean, spend it if you got it. It's kind of like a lemonade stand, If your mom gives you $5 for a lemonade stand and you only spend $3, if you give them $2 back, next time you do a lemonade stand, they're only going to give you $3.
Yep.
You got to spend it. Appreciate the super chat, Tim. Always a real one here on the channel. Let's keep those questions rolling. Let's keep those questions flowing. Yeah, Kurt said, we got a lot of holes to fill. I would say for the Raiders, the biggest holes that they still need to fill, figure out the rest of the offensive line, because you have JPJ now moving over to center. I don't think you want Alex Kappa starting at a guard. You'll probably want him to be a backup. Maybe they look into the draft for one of those positions. I think you also got to look into the secondary and then the wide receiver position as well. Running back, I would not worry at all about free agency running backs. I would be shocked if the Raiders don't take a running back in this year's NFL draft. But wide receiver, secondary, O-line, and then linebacker, I would say, are the four biggest holes that you need. I don't know if that's the correct order to put them in, but those are the biggest holes, I would say, for the Raiders at this point. Let me know, what is the biggest hole you think the Raiders need to fill, giggity, at this point in NFL free agency? ATX. Raiders going to sign another big defensive end, repping ATX Raiders. Appreciate that, ATX Raider. I don't think so. I mean, I would imagine they get maybe another depth guy on the defensive line. I don't think it makes any sense for the Raiders to spend any more significant cash on the defensive line. You re-signed Malcolm Koonce. You just extended Max Crosby. You have Christian Wilkins. I think Tyree Wilson is set. I thought he was going to explode last season. Obviously, the whole Raiders season kind of went in, kind of kapush midway through, and kind of the whole season sucked. But I thought you saw some good stuff from Tyree Wilson, and having him at the three technique, Christian Wilkins at the 1, and you have Malcolm Koonce and Max Crosby on the outside. Hopefully, maybe a Caleb on Chasen if you're able to sign him on a cheaper deal. Could sign Calais Campbell. I've been a big Calais Campbell fan. I think he's really good. The question is, what is the year that he finally, falls off? Because he's been really good, and he's like 38. I think about to turn 39.
How old is he now?
I think he's 38, about to turn 39. If I had to guess.
Let me take a look at it. He is 38 years old, and he will be 39 at the start of the 2025 season. His birthday's September 1st.
Straight dubs over here. Straight dubs.
Ball.
Yeah, I think that could be another option you do, but like I said, not in your top 4 biggest holes you need to fill. Wide receiver, secondary, linebacker, offensive line. Not in that order, obviously, but those are the 4 biggest that I would say you still need to fill. ATX, appreciate the super chat from you, buddy. Jonathan Orozco, is D-Hop still kicking the tires on? I think so, but you got to think of the same exact, rewind it. 45 seconds. The same thing I said about Cooper Kupp is what I'm going to say about D-Hop. He's not your wide receiver 1 anymore. He's not a wide receiver 1. He's still a amazing, talented receiver. But if he's your wide receiver 1, that's probably not a good look for your wide receiver room. Now, with a lot of people could argue, with Jacoby Myers, do you use him as kind of like a pseudo wide receiver 1 and just put a lot of decent guys around him? That could be an option. D-Hop, for the right price, I'd be okay with. But if he signs, I would not consider him to be your wide receiver 1. I think at this point in his career, maybe a really hot take, I think Jacoby Myers is better than D-Hop at this point in their careers.
Agreed.
I think D-Hop is past his prime. He's still a good player. He's still a good receiver. But at this point in his career, he should not be considered a wide receiver 1 and should not get paid like that either in NFL free agency. Appreciate the super chat from my man, Jonathan Orozco. Thug to door, Le Chuggs. My sunshine, you are my sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. Appreciate that, Thug to door Strawberry, a real one. Hey, we're at 1,500 likes, 2,400 people watching. If you haven't already, go down, hit that thumbs up icon. Type me in the chat if you like the video, because that tells me 2 things. It tells me you're a real one, and it tells me that you like the video and you are subscribed, because you have to subscribe to be able to comment on this video. So if you've liked the video already, I'm going to have Alper give some quick shout-outs. Type me in the comment section if you liked it. Let's get those like numbers up. 2,400 people watching, only 1,500 likes. That means 1,000 of y'all are sitting there with your hands in your pockets not liking the video. Come on, guys.
Come on.
Let's go. Let's give some shout-outs to some of the people spamming me.
Alper's gonna, Blue Richards, Vethrath, Day. Oh, this is going so fast.
Try to go as
Justin
fast as you
Johnson,
can.
Moon it Reaper, Drew Baca,
Go.
Daniela, Anthony, Joey, Raiders Nation. God, this is fast.
Alper, you
Ron
were so
C,
bad at this.
Avi Barrios.
You were so bad at this. Come on.
I'm terrible at this. King Zay, Steve-O, Robert Venezuela, GC Sports, Wesley Wallace.
Listening to
Francisco
Alper trying to
Diaz,
do this is like listening to Mitch try to read.
James Cole, Just for Kicks, Anthony Perry, Elizabeth, Wesley, Josh, James.
But by the way, the super chat did timeout.
I got it. Well, we have problems because we're having internet problems around the entire office. But we got this.
Well, good thing that people are liking the video. Oscar, Aguilar, Derek, Jordan, Hoare, RF, Eric, Emmanuel, Robert, Yanez, Lesbo, Joshua, Mario, Twisted, Emmanuel, Familia, Robert, Oscar, Nicholas, Relis, Devin, Raider, Jordan, Derek, Oscar, Emmanuel, Daniel, Raider Smoke, Brian, Yamani, Misty. We got Josh, Kingsley, Carl, Twisted, Bacala, Brian. We got Joshua, Ron C, Ding, Killer, Raider. We got Raiders 55, RF, B8, 31. We've got Sucker Free, Mark Rasmussen. We've got Sherman. Keep them coming. Keep them coming.
You're a lot better than me at that, Chuggs.
I mean, I will also say this. Sometimes, like, when you can recognize certain names, it's just obviously easier to be able to do it. But I think the best part when you give shout-outs is you just got to let it rip. You're gonna F up some names, man. I'm a professional at it.
And I'll do this for Alper. Type me if you think he's done a good job so far. Wow, that's really great. Good job, Alper. Look at all those people typing me.
Here we go.
Look at all those people typing me. That's wild.
I got Alyssa, I got Zalesbo, Mikey J, Nicholas, Just for Kicks. What up, Lyle, Scatic, Just for You, Justin Lumpkin, K-Rock. Appreciate all of y'all, and I mean all of y'all, tuning in to today's live program. All right, so I believe if my math is mathing correctly, I believe I heard you scream the name Josh I while I was out there. Baller alert. All right, so Josh I, that is the 4th bang that we've had here on today's show, which means the next person that bangs, we are going to give away a Raiders Report hat. So I got a few Raiders Report hats here today. I've been rocking them. I've had a lot of people ask, how can I get them? I wanted them to be something that I knew for a fact was going to touch my hand. This might sound weird, but was going to touch my hand and that I could give to you. I've had a lot of people say, Mitch, just put them up on the website. That way I could buy them. That's not really what I wanted to do with it. You know, like, I want people that are rocking a Raiders Report hat, if I ever randomly see that hat, because there's probably only like 30 or 40, maybe 50 people in the world that have one. Hey. Jeremy Chinn contract broken down a little bit. 2-year, 16. It's coming out actually at like 16.3. $12.25 million guaranteed. They gave him a $4 million signing bonus. And then, holy crap, what is he doing here?
Are you looking at Aaron Wilson?
Yeah, well, Aaron Wilson has something wrong. He has $47 million guaranteed. Which, I'm going to be honest, if you sign a 2-year, $16 million contract, you're probably not going to get 47 guaranteed.
Unless you have the best agent in the entire NFL. Could you imagine the hoodwinks on that of being like, oh, yeah, it's just this amount with $50 million guaranteed?
We also just found out then that Jeremy Chinn's agent is also the guy that represented OJ. Because that's how good you'd have to be.
Also, just to keep you up to date, we did talk about Alper's Grundle while you were gone.
Terrific.
So,
I will say this. We only have to do reads one every hour.
Oh, I've been doing it one every 30 minutes.
Well,
now.
I told Jack, I was like, honestly, dude, it's a lot.
Yeah.
So he said it's all good. We could do one every hour.
People don't want to hear about Alper's Grundle that much.
I mean, there's a lot of grundling going on here.
Yeah, we told him it was a 7 out of 10 before. He's going out. I see him putting it on right now. Probably a 1 or 0 out of 10 now. That Grundle's never been cleaner.
All right, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Adrian, I appreciate that, my dog. All right, let's keep it moving here. I got some super chats, in which we only have a few more to get to. I should also say this. If you want to get in the duck race, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Renz 365. Still can't believe Jalen Moore.
Yeah.
That was a lot.
Backup. Wow.
Chuggs scale 1 to 10. How mad are you about the Tunsil trade?
I'm not going to lie. Yesterday, I was a 9.
Yeah.
Today, after some of the moves they made, I'm at about 6.5. I'm still upset. I don't think they got enough.
Yeah.
I do think there's a plan, though. At least the best thing is, though, whenever it feels like there's a plan in place, though. It feels like they didn't. It feels like they didn't make this move out of out of a whim, like, oh, we feel like we have to make this move because X, Y, and Z. It seems like something they had thought out for maybe a little bit. Kept it under wrap and key. Good on them, because no Texans beat reporter, nobody was even sniffing the idea that they were going to trade Laramie Tunsil.
Grundle.
Yeah. Straight Grundle.
That makes me happy, because I do think like there's sometimes where, and I think us as like a host here, somebody that does this as a job, when breaking news happens, you're trying to wrap your mind around it just like everybody else in real time. But then sometimes, like when you go back and you look at something, right? Like I think by the Raiders going out and trading for Geno Smith, you go back, you think about it, and if there's a plan, and I'm glad that you said plan, because when you make a move like that, if you're just a team that's just shedding the player and you don't have any plan to try to replace them or a long-term plan, then, I just don't know why the hell you're trying to get rid of a good player. But it makes me happy that you're feeling a little bit confident. And then today you go out and get a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, and just kind of like...
Who's a really good key
just
player.
Like you were saying, with the Geno Smith trade,
Yep.
maybe that day you weren't loving it, but you go home, you watch some Geno tape, you kind of look, you do a little bit of a deeper dive, and you're like, okay, I can get a little bit more behind this. But you get to see our initial reaction. You got to see Mitch, which is why we love doing this show and what makes it so great.
Dude, yeah.
You got to see Mitch's legit live reaction within 20 minutes of that news happening. And for a lot of you out there, like a lot of people will judge and be like, oh, well, you don't know ball. You think you're dumb. You think this and that. But try having a camera in your face 5 minutes after you learn of some earth-shattering news. And be like,
Raider-shattering. Earth-shattering is...
some Raider-shattering news.
Raider-shattering news. I mean, until the Raiders make the world news. What? Actually, I don't even want to know.
Like if Max Crosby got traded and I immediately put a camera in your face and like, give me your thoughts.
I wish we didn't do it. Thank you. I wish we didn't do it. Thanks, there. It's gonna rain. Thanks, Al.
Dawson, appreciate the super chat.
Stephen Corbell, I got you in the duck race. I got my man Richard Kelly. You're in. Mark Call, I got you in. And then Nathan Wolf, you, sir, are also in. I should also mention, and again, today we got a tie here for the MVP, but the MVP in the month of March, as it stands right now, Nathan Wolf's at 9, Common Raider is at 7, Jerry Danley at 5, Dave Giotti, Jason Garcia, all at 5. Technically, Ryan Campbell's at 5 as well. But we got a lot of people competing for this March Bang competition this year, which I absolutely love, man. I absolutely love. GC Sports, Mitch, who do you see the Raiders realistically getting today? I thought a corner and a wide receiver would be the positions that they could potentially look at. I mean, you gotta be able to still upgrade and get a few pieces to be able to add to that defense. I think it would help people, calm down a little bit about losing. Like, you got to find an Nate Hobbs replacement. We don't have a Hobbs replacement yet. You got to be able to find, and I think the Raiders have an interesting idea with trying to replace Robert Spillane with Jeremy Chinn and also Elandon Roberts. That could be a way. But then you also have to replace your free safety in Trevon Merrick. I thought safety was going to be a position that they were going to look at pretty quickly, and the fact that you could have had Javon Holland at 3 for 45, that one hurts me a little bit more. Like, the Raiders missing out on Javon Holland for 3 for 45, I think is way bigger of a miss and hurt for the Raiders than losing out on Trevon Merrick, losing out on Nate Hobbs. I'm not going to say Spillane's still a contract that I wish they could have got done too, but compared to Merrick and Nate, like, I'm not even kind of upset about those. I mean, if that's what they're getting paid, I'm not even kind of interested in them at that price tag. You think Maxwell Harrison is a draft target in round 1. Really, really good athlete. I talked about him a little bit in my NFL Combine video because I knew he was going to light up the board. If you want a freak athlete at corner and you trust this regime, Maxwell Harrison is a freak athlete.
He's a super freak.
He's just really raw, though. And my only concern is when you have all these players that we consider, freak athletes, but that are raw, Jacorian Bennett is kind of one of those dudes as well. You got to have, if you told me we can go out and get a Stephon Gilmore or at least just like another reliable cornerback, I'll even say this, Mike Hilton, who, it's a slot corner. He's 31 years old. But if you're going to go that young of a group it does have upside, it also has got definitely some downside in it as well. But Maxwell Harrison, he's a freak of a nature. I mean, he's a freak nature. I think, though, he probably goes on day 3. There might be a team that tries to give him something. Did you get it or did I?
I think he said he was sending it to you.
Okay, let me just check. I waited until you got back, but I don't have anything yet.
Okay. He said he was about to.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured that he was going to wait until like you and I both were back in here because I didn't. If I would have done that to Alper, I might have thrown him into a metal pretzel. 3rd, 4th round. Let's go to Las. What up, Las? People say Spytek took an L for not being aggressive. I would say that those people are people that, quite frankly, I don't think that you should listen to. I mean, like, I get it. Like, people want to always be over-aggressive, but I think people also have, like, the mindset of what this team's thinking about and what you expected in free agency, before the Geno Smith trade. The Raiders got to think responsibly, and they got to make sure that they're spending money in an adequate way because we still don't know exactly what that Geno Smith contract's going to look like, and it's probably going to be in that $40 to $45 million per year range. But because the Raiders technically still don't know what that looks like, and because when you look at the books right now, it's not a $31 million cap hit. It's just what it says because the trade isn't officially official. You have to make sure that you can take care of the quarterback that you are taking care of, but also build around him. So a lot of the moves that they're making, if you notice, again, it's on defense. And I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to stack their defense the first 2 days of NFL free agency, and then when that trade becomes officially official and they know exactly what they're going to pay Geno Smith, then you could see them then try to go out and get an offensive player where I'm not panicking. Until the Raiders start signing bad players at high contracts, that should worry you more. Like, it should have worried you more for the Raiders if they would have said, we're going to give Trevon Merrick 3 for 60. Like, that should scare the shit out of you. Even 3 for 51. If the Raiders would have done that, I would have been like, oh, man, I actually don't think that was that good of a move. So.
This tweet's kind of banging.
What is it? I mean, that's a hell of a screenshot. Did you take it or did somebody else?
I was destroying my video, and I paused it for a second, and that was what I paused it on.
I'm telling you this right now. That's a video, or that's a screenshot that I get from Rebel like once a month. I'll get like a random picture from Rebel, or like he'll like tweet something at us, and it's you and I just doing like the dumbest thing, and he takes like the perfect picture at the exact moment, and then bang, 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 bang. Yeah, I don't think Spytek's taking an L. I'm gonna be real. Somebody said Hilton sucks.
If y'all want to see the tweet that me and Mitch were just talking about, it's kind of banging on Twitter right now. This is how I feel about the Texans' moves made today.
I mean, Mike Hilton's got a 76 overall PFF grade, a 91.7 run defense grade. Coverage grade, yeah, it's not great at 68.5, but you also got to think then, like, I think for the way that the Raiders are going about this, they're easily trying to figure out ways to stop the running game from happening.
It got sent to me.
Okay. Sounds good. Taino! Bang! My man, Taino!
And his request, he said his name?
Yep.
He said he thinks Zahn's already on there, correct?
Zahn is already on here. Raider Ron is already on here.
So he wanted us to pick either one or two people from the chat who are spamming LV.
Okay, I like it. Whoever spams LV the most, you are going to go on the Def Jasper, Brandon Jasper, I got a burp, jersey. Shout out to Taino Raider, man. Shout out to Taino, dude. Legendary stuff.
Legend, hold up. Make sure you're not lactose intolerant. Dairy.
Legendary.
I know that's your favorite character.
Yeah. I'll say this. Like, Barney Stinson is low-key one of my favorite characters that has ever existed in any movie, show, doesn't matter. You know who also is one of my favorite characters? And I don't know if you've ever seen this.
I thought we just got 100 and that's what you were going to.
Oh, no. If we did, though, we could
You know who else
segment
is
it.
one of my favorite characters? Raider! Run!
The Wrong Missy. The girl from The Wrong Missy.
Oh, dude.
I'm telling you this right. If you guys have never seen the movie Wrong Missy,
An underrated movie.
it's hilarious. It is like stitches in your side, rolling on the floor. Like, that's the type of comedy that I like. All right, who are we giving this spot to?
Oh, wait. I think we messed it up. He wanted us to say this one coming in from Brandon.
This one's rolling in from Brandon Jasper. Bang!
Okay, we fixed it.
The Great Tuna.
All right, people who have been spamming out of their freaking mind, Robert Jansen, and who else wants it? This might be hard for you. Alyssa with the kissy, like with the kiss thing next to it. You know who I'm talking about?
You want me to draw the kiss?
Yes.
With the kiss.
Alyssa with the
How about
kiss.
this? Because we screwed it up, let's add one more.
One more? Okay. One more.
Let me be honest. I'm going to give you my kissy face is going to look like a fat M on top of a big M, or on top of a W.
Let's go with, I've seen him doing it for a ton. Is Lord Only Dan's on there?
Oh, it's a great one.
We'll get some more chances for more people to get on the jersey.
How about this? Every single bang from here on out. Every time somebody bangs, I'm going to do a beer bong. I want to stack this jersey. And
Because I see a lot of
I
people,
want to give people that opportunity.
I see a lot of people. Twisted Jester was another one who did it a ton. B. Mizzle, I saw you, Jamal, MVP, Young Flacco, Edie, amazing. That y'all were all spamming it just as much as well. Tyler Otto, MVP Productions, Blue Richards was in that thing. Def Halo, Zalesbro, Matthew Productions,
Yep.
Zero Cool, Jaime Alvarado Sr. I see you all. I
got you.
Raider Prime. You are not invisible, Raider Prime. You're not.
Not going to happen.
No way, Jose.
Racing Raider. Chuggs and Alper deserve a shot, silver and black for lifer. I'm going to tell you this right now. Shots, I was going to say, dude, shots right now, I'm not feeling a shot. Those happy dads hit me.
I didn't have my Murbonga, so I just slammed one for Josh I whenever he did it.
Oh, really? I was going to say, I might be missing a beer. Well, you got 3 over there. I got some over here. I guess if we need an extra one, we can always... Here, I'll crack one open.
Run one.
I'll get a sipper. How about that?
Yeah.
I'll get a sipper. Cheers to you,
Racing Raider, appreciate you, man. Ryder Van Gogh, and actually, it's funny that this is up there right now, or it was a second ago. We got a question about Darius Slay and whether or not his contract, I guess the person had heard rumblings that the contract wasn't official or there was some complications there. It is a reminder, all these deals are being made within the legal tampering period.
Correct.
Nothing is official until tomorrow.
Like there could be a chance the Raiders actually don't have Jeremy Chinn. There is an actual chance. The only player that is actually officially official is Malcolm Koonce and Adam Butler.
Yeah, either re-signings or guys who were cut from their team and then you sign.
Yep.
Like if I signed James Yoder right now to the Raiders, he'd be a member. He's a free agent. He wasn't a part of the team last year.
There you go. That's why because I saw a few people going, Mitch, why have the Raiders announced Malcolm Koonce and Adam Butler, but they haven't announced, or they definitely have announced Malcolm.
Hey, Mo. Raiders!
Raiders! All right, who's this T-Mac guy? Tataroa McMillan, wide receiver from Arizona. He's the number 1 receiver in the NFL draft. I say T-Mac because when I see his name a lot, it's hard for me to say it the correct way. So I just his nickname is T-Mac, so that's what people kind of just go out there and call him. So that's just what I've been calling him. But if we could take him, Genty, or Shador at 6, who should we take? Based off right now, which is how I'm going to answer it, and based off the way that this team is constructed right now, I'm going to go with T-Mac. Because I got to have a better offensive line to draft Genty. Shador doesn't help you win this year, or he might not even help you win next year. I actually, after watching Geno Smith, and this is also a big part of where this quarterback conversation is going to lie for me. I want to see the guarantees. I want to see what the Raiders think their window is, because there's not a scenario in my mind that Shador Sanders is better than Geno Smith the next 3 years. It's not really all that close to me. I know Shador is going to be a project player, but for Geno, if you're trying to win now in the next 3 years, there's just not a scenario that Shador gives you a better chance to win than Geno Smith. It's just not possible. And unless Shador totally changes over the next 3 years. But even that, I think Shador's ceiling is honestly kind of like a Geno Smith, where you don't Shador ain't going to be a top 10 quarterback, but if you can get him and he's somewhere in that 12 to 16 range, kind of somebody along the lines of a Geno, maybe somebody along the lines of a Kirk Cousins, maybe somebody like a Trevor Lawrence, I'm not going to even say Dak, but a quarterback that is a good starter. Tua would be another one to throw out there. Not a starter, but nobody's this guy is a top 12 quarterback. He's consistently a good quarterback, but not a top 12. Mitch, what's up, man? Keep up the good work. You know what, New Duels? I appreciate that. We've been hustling out here, and sometimes days like this can be a little bit frustrating for us even because, Chuggs and I got here basically 7:30, 8 a.m. this morning, trying to get ready for the live show, and you're hoping that at least one move or something can potentially happen, but the fact that nothing has happened yet, gotta be patient. See, that's the Raiders report host in me where I'm I want shit to happen. But then also the Raiders fan in me is well, we got to trust it because they've been doing the right thing. So I kind of battle that all the time. I'm sure some of y'all are watching the show right now being holy shit, I've been watching the show all day, and these guys haven't done anything. You're not wrong. But now watch me rip this beer.
But imagine the same thing if the Raiders made a bunch of shitty signings.
Exactly.
Would you rather have the Raiders be patient and get a lot of these low-key guys, or overspend and pay Trevon Merrick $20 million a year?
It is spicy. All right, here's the other thing that we got to do. I got to give away a Raiders Report hat. So if you
can we do a mini duck race for it? $1.
So the only reason why I would pause on that is because I did want people who can't super chat to have the ability to win a Raiders Report hat. How about we do this? I want all y'all to spam Tuna down below, okay? I want you to pick, 4 people. 4 people. And we'll do a duck race, 30 seconds with them. Whoever wins gets the hat.
Okay.
Does that work? I just want people to have the opportunity to also get the Raider Sports hats. I think that was also one of the reasons why Taino just sent in that last bang. I know Ryan said that he liked the idea of it, which that's on me for not communicating that with you. I didn't mean to put you out there like that. Blue.
Yeah.
Big Bo.
Wow. I can't believe you right now.
I can't believe it. Steve-O747, I'm happy you're here, man. I don't know what I said yesterday to upset you, and if it came off that way, that was not my intention at all. I talked for a lot of hours yesterday, and so I don't quite remember the interaction, but I do remember saying to myself this morning, I want to make sure that I see Steve-O there today, because I've seen your name a bunch in the chat before, so I'm really happy that you're back, dude. I am. Real talk.
All right. Let's see some people spamming the tune.
I'll let you pick whatever you want. You pick 4 people. Whoever wins the duck race, you're going home with a Raiders Report hat. Here's the other thing, though. You better give Chuggs a follow on Twitter, or you better send me $1 on Venmo. It's the only way that you're going to be able to get it.
Well, Steve-O747, just because you said that, he's spamming it. I'm going to put him in there.
Okay. Bet.
I'm going to put E.D. Mazing, because he's been spamming a ton.
I love it.
Raider Prime, you were not invisible. I'm going to put you in there as well.
I mean, I feel like we got to put in Kelly right there. Rick Kelly just super chatted Tuna.
Joe, Seppi, 995. You said who was that? Rick Kelly?
Yep.
Rick Kelly, and I'm going to put one more. One more. Who wants it?
I love Rick Kelly. Oh, man. There's going to be a day.
Brian Baca.
Brian Baca? Brian Baca.
All right. And I'm actually going to make it a 30-second one. Change it up a little bit. All right. Here we go. This is for the Raiders Report hat.
Super chat that we just got says, Hondo saying Trey Hendrickson coming to us in a trade. I'll say this. I would be shocked if that happened. I'm not going to lie to you. It would shock me. It would be a hell of a defensive line. I'll tell you that. Huh?
Did he tweet anything out just now?
No, he has not put anything out, so I'm looking like maybe he said it. I'll also say this, and it's the fact that Hondo said it makes me feel even less like that there's a chance that it's going to happen. I just saw, what was crazy is I just saw Schefter tweet, and I was like, no way did he get something right finally. A year ago today, the Philadelphia Eagles signed Saquon Barkley. A year ago today. That's craziness. Saquon Barkley.
All right.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Winner
This is
of
for
this
the hat
race is going to go home with a Raiders Report hat. We got Steve-O, E.D. Amazing, Raider Prime, Giuseppe, Rick Kelly, Brian Baca.
When you see me now, you know. Then winning in Tokyo.
3, 2, 1, go. Winner's going to go home with a Raiders Report hat. All I ask is, again, you better either give Chuggs a follow on Twitter at Jeremy Chuggs, DM your first, last name, and shipping address, or you better send me $1 on Venmo, and I will be able to confirm if it is you or not. Because I don't really think, if I sent this to E.D. Amazing, I don't think that you'd end up getting it. Dude, I think Steve-O might win this freaking thing. Uh-oh. Who's in the Porsche? Who's it going to be? E.D.! E.D. Amazing with the win.
E.D. Amazing had just followed me on Twitter.
Perfect. E.D. Amazing, send your first and last name and shipping address to Jeremy Chuggs. I'm going to write your name in here. That way I know I got to give it to you.
Which, E.D. Amazing, hope you don't look like your profile pic.
That's concerning. I mean, do you know who that is?
That's Fat Albert, right?
Okay, yeah, all right. I didn't know. I just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure. Fat frickin' Albert, dude.
All right, here we go.
I never watched Fat Albert. E.D. Mason, congratulations to you, brother. Reminder, every single time.
Before I forget, hold on, here we go. I'm sending it. He just sent me his information.
Mm-hmm.
Sending it to you right now.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Are you slacking it?
Mhm.
Perfect. All right, I got you. And I see it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me write down this.
me, now you know. Then you win in Tokyo.
And then I see hats that I owe. What is that? Okay. And then I got to get ED Amazing. Chuggs Slack on March 11th. 1:30. Got it. Cool. ED, we'll get that out to you. I'll be real. Usually I handle some of like my shipping stuff on Wednesdays. It's not going to happen tomorrow. I'll probably get that hat out to you in the next week or two. So just kind of keep that in mind, which I know it might be a little bit of an annoying thing, but I got to just keep on going here with free agency. Hope you understand.
Did we read this one from Gabriel?
If Geno is the future, are we trading back multiple times based on free agent moves so far? More aggressive in the draft, lots of needs. If Geno is the quarterback of the future, and I've said this before, I would trade back. I would try to accumulate a few more picks. I do think that the Raiders are still going to go out there and they're going to sign. They're going to bring in a bunch more players that you're going to think are potential starters. Also potentially just, solid depth guys as well. Right now you got 9 picks overall. I would say that they have to have their eyes set on at least 3, maybe 4 potential starters in the NFL draft, which that means your first, your second, your third, and your fourth, where before, if it would have been that other third-round pick, you might have been feeling a little bit better about it. Though, pick 92 compared to pick 74 or pick 73 compared to 2 is a big difference. That's a lot closer to being a 4th-round pick than it is a 3rd-round pick. But if it was up to me, I would trade back because I'm trying to get an extra pick or 2, and I'm trying to go about it that way. But we'll see what they decide to do, man. You can go a lot of different routes. Hell, there was one a guy at the combine that told us that he thought Matthew Golden was going to be the first wide receiver taken. And if something like that were to happen, that would be earth-shattering news. Breaking news, the Honey Badger and the Saints are reworking a deal to keep him in New Orleans this season. If you're a Saints fan, you got to be feeling pretty good about that. The Honey Badger staying in New Orleans. Interesting. A lot of reworked contracts down there in New Orleans. But sometimes that's what happens when you just backload stuff. You just keep pushing it. Are you watching the NFL draft next month? If you're talking to me, Devin Johnson, yes.
We'll be live.
I will be live for every single pick of the NFL draft, day 1, day 2, day 3, all 7 rounds, every single pick. I always put out a video then that night on some UDFA signings that the Raiders will go out and get, and that's the type of content that you can expect from me on the draft. If you guys are cool hanging out today, watching, the Raiders Report talking about free agency and the moves that have, and let's face it, have not happened, then I think you're really going to like the NFL draft because the cool part about the draft is it's literally a pick a pick's coming in. For a fact something's going to happen. And then when the Raiders are getting close, it's really kind of cool to see our audience grow and grow and grow. Right now, we got 2,300 people watching this thing. If, let's say, the Raiders are 2 picks away, we're probably at this spot. And then by the time the Raiders are on the board, we're at 6,000 people watching. It's really cool. LV's coming in from Ricky. I think this was for the Brandon Jasper thing. Also, did you see that we're down to Giants and Bears in the free agency battle? Honestly, they got us by a little bit.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised.
It also does help that they've had a ton of breaking news.
I know. I'm still I want to compete, man. You know what I'm saying? Want to compete. We got Renee been stuck at work. What I miss today? Nothing around the Raiders, unless you're talking about other moves around the NFL. But even today, with Javon Holland went to the Giants, Will Fries went to the Vikings. The Vikings did a shit ton of stuff today.
I do wonder if tomorrow we go live a little later because I was kidding whenever I first said it, but now I'm starting to feel like West Coast, they're not getting up when we go live. Like, I feel like they're not even awake when we start going, and it's the moves are going to happen later. Because it happened yesterday where it's like nothing before noon Central Time. After noon Central Time, after 1 o'clock, is whenever the Raiders started getting active. I know you're joking about Pete Carroll being an early riser. Feels like the Raiders are asleep the first part of the day. I'm not lying.
I mean, this is kind of like, I feel like right when they started to do moves yesterday. So we'll see what ends up happening. I just know that
you looked at your phone. This is when they started making.
Well, I just got the tweet about the honey badger. The only thing is, like, I know that we're all going to be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. So it's like, what are we? I mean, you can, I guess, do some text and stuff. I can get some Raider stuff together. But, we could stay live longer then. That's up to you. I just know since everyone's going to be here tomorrow at 8 that.
Will they, though?
Mandatory. That'll happen later. That'll be when we leave today. You'll see that message. But we're all going to be here at 8. So knowing that, like, I just know for a fact that I'm going to want to try to get live. Because no, dude. I mean, if we go live maybe tomorrow at 11, but in my mind, like, I'm going to want to stay live a little bit later.
Yeah.
Which, like, no matter what, in my mind, I'm like, 6 o'clock. I want to stay live until 6.
I do have a trivia game tomorrow, so we'll have to work our schedules around that.
Boy. What's your niche?
My niche for this week, I did 2010 starting NFL quarterbacks.
2010 starting NFL quarterbacks? Okay. How about this? Let's do some trivia. Oof. NFL. I bet you if I could Google it, 2010 QB trivia. Let's see. Oh yeah. Look at this. This is phenomenal.
Oh, Sean Irish with the half bang. Bang. Mitch, you saying that you were talking about me being like 93 Navman 20 years down the road means a lot. I love the Raiders Report and all the real ones as if they were my own family. Who do you think is the most likely free agent signing that the Raiders make next?
Threw it up there. If it was up to me, I would try to get a safety right now because they definitely need a free safety. You got to try to find a replacement for Trevon Merrick, and I do think Justin Reed, because he is a good coverage safety, has some AFC West experience, would be an intriguing option there. I'll also say, like, I've been saying Tyler Lockett, but then again, I do kind of think that I could see them waiting for the offensive side of the football after they know the Geno Smith contract details. But I would say let's go Justin Reed. Justin Reed.
Safety?
Safety.
I mean, and I was talking about it while you were gone, Mitch. There is something to the fact of getting somebody from a division rival. There is something that gets you a little bit more pumped up because, your guys or the teams you play in your division, you play them twice a year.
Yep.
So you know them more than any other teams in the NFL.
Yep.
So when you get a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. or a Justin Reed, they already know how to play the Chargers, how to play the Broncos, how to play the Chiefs.
Yep.
They probably know a lot about the Raiders as well.
And, it's like different from season to season. That's an obvious one. But if I'm the Raiders, I'm trying to get every type of competitive advantage I possibly can against Kansas City. And I know last year I can remember there were people out there that were, upset about the Raiders interviewing certain guys from the Chiefs. And I'm like, with all due respect, I mean, if you don't interview people from the Chiefs every single offseason, what are you doing? Right? Like, even if it's not the guy you hire, by you bringing in somebody from the Broncos, Vance Joseph, right? By you bringing in somebody like Steve Spagnuolo to try to interview with, if that coach actually wants that job, they're going to put their best foot forward, and you might pick up one thing. And even if you do pick up one thing, that could help you win football games next season. All right, Peter the Tuna, Rick Kelly. All right, so I got some trivia for you, okay?
All right.
So the trivia is quarterbacks who started in the 2010 season.
10 season, okay.
Or is that too?
You can do that. My niche was
all of the
2010s. Because you can't just do 1 year. It has to be a 10-year span that you give the person. Because then you could just,
Well, this might
You
help
could
you
just
at least
lock in.
know who quarterbacks are.
yeah.
How about that? And I found a quiz. So it is every single starting quarterback. We have 5 minutes to do it, okay? We have 5 minutes to do it. I am going to tell you what we're talking about here. And then, for example, it's every starting quarterback in the year 2010 at the beginning of the season.
Oh.
So for the first one is this. It shows Arizona, and he wore number 3.
Josh Rosen?
That would be my guess as well. So we have 5 minutes to do this. I'm going to go down the list, okay? And I'm going to ask you.
Number 3. No.
So-
I don't think is it Josh Rosen?
I think Rosen wore number 3.
I think so too.
All right, here we go. Ready? I'm going to start this quiz. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. How do I start
I
it?
think it,
Oh, as soon as I clicked in. All right.
I think that might be early for him.
Yeah, you're right. It's not him. Arizona number 3.
People are saying Carson Palmer in the
Carson
chat.
Palmer would be a great guess. All right, so Carson Palmer was a correct answer, but he was the Bengals starting quarterback.
Yeah,
Number 9. We could
I-
skip it. What
I don't
about
think I don't think it's Kurt Warner,
Atlanta number 2?
Matt Ryan.
Okay, easy. Easy. Baltimore number 5.
Joe Flacco,
Cool.
the Flax.
Buffalo 14.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yes, I just got to spell it right. Got it. Carolina number 2.
Cam Newton. Oh wait, no. Cam Newton wore number 1, so that would be Jimmy Clausen.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's Jimmy Clausen. Yep. Chicago number 6.
That'd be Mr. Smokes himself.
Cleveland number 12.
Cleveland number 12. Ooh, that could be like anybody. 2010 number 12.
I'll tell you who it's not. It's not Josh McCown.
Oh, is that who you put?
I typed that one in. It's not him.
Um,
Unless I'm spelling McCown wrong.
there's 2 C's.
Yep, there's 2 C's in it. All right, we'll move on.
People are saying Brady Quinn if you want to try Brady Quinn.
Ooh, it's an interesting one. Is it? No, it's not it.
No.
No, I think I only have to type in last names because I just typed in Brady, and this might shock you, New England number 12, which I think we would have got that one.
Yeah.
All right, Dallas number 3.
Dallas number 3. Ooh. That was in 2010.
Quite frankly, I thought it would have been
John
wrong.
Kitna.
Ooh, that's a really good guess. Bingo. Denver.
Bam!
Denver number 8.
Denver number 8. So that's before Cutler was there.
I have a guess. I got it right.
Is it Jake Plummer?
Nope.
Before? Oh, no, that was after Jay Cutler because they traded.
Bad quarterback. I only knew this because I had to start him one time in fantasy. It's Kyle Orton.
Kyle Orton. That's
All
a
right,
good
Detroit 14.
one. Detroit 14.
Yep.
I think this is one of the years where they were like disgustingly bad.
Probably 2010.
14.
I can't. I'm not. Nothing's ringing a bell. All right,
Maybe my guess would be the same as Just for Kicks. Dan Orlovsky.
I don't know how to spell Dan Orlovsky. Hang on. Nope. All right. Houston number 8.
Houston number 8 in 2010. That would be Matt Schaub.
Got it. Indy 18.
Peyton Manning.
Got it. Jacksonville number 9.
That would be Garrard. David. Is it David Garrard?
Yeah. Oh, I got it. Yeah, we're good. KC number 7.
KC number 7. Ooh.
I got it.
KC number 7.
He played for the Patriots.
Brian Hoyer?
Nope.
Ryan Mallett?
Backup quarterback. Nope. R.I.P. You're gonna hear it and you're gonna go, oh yeah.
He played for the Patriots.
Yep. When Tom Brady tore
Matt Castle.
bingo. Miami number 7.
Miami number 7.
Bro, I got no idea on that one. Minnesota number 4.
Minnesota number 4. That's Brett Favre.
Favre. New Orleans is Breeze. Giants number 10 is Eli. Jets number 6.
Matt. Or that's Butt Fumble.
Yep. Mark Sanchez.
Mark Sanchez.
Oakland, number 8.
Oakland, number 8. I think this one might be Carson Palmer.
I don't think Carson Palmer.
Oh, no. We said Carson Palmer was for the Bengals.
Yeah, we would have.
Raiders.
I'm going to be honest. 2010.
2010 Raiders, number 8. Who is it, guys?
Need your help. Philly, number 7.
They're saying Jason Campbell.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely right. Bingo. Jason Campbell. Pittsburgh, number 7. Big Ben, easy. Chargers, 17, easy. Rams, number 8.
That's Sam Bradford.
Yep. Correct. Okay. San Francisco, number 11.
Alex Smith.
Bingo. Seattle, number 8.
Seattle, number 8 would be. Matt Hasselbeck. He was still playing.
Yep. Tennessee, number 10.
Tennessee, number 10. This would be, I'm going to guess, Jake Locker.
No.
It's going to be like Mussenberger. Zach,
Nope.
You got it right already?
No, I'm out of time, but I can see all the names right now.
Tennessee,
Number 10.
number 10. Oh, Vince Young.
Yep. Here are some tough ones. Tampa Bay, number 5.
Tampa Bay, number 5.
I believe he played college football at Kansas State.
Oh, Josh Freeman.
Cool. Washington, number 5. This might be the hardest one.
Washington, number 5.
I think it's hard. I'll tell you this. It's actually not the hardest one.
Washington, number 5. Who is their quarterback?
He played on a division rival for most of his career.
Donovan McNabb.
Bingo. All right, so go back to Miami, number 7. Miami, number 7. He played on the Kansas City Chiefs as a backup.
Miami, number 7. Played Kansas City as a backup. Matt Moore.
Nope. More recent backup.
More recent.
Won a playoff
Chase
game.
Daniel.
Nope. Won a playoff game.
Won a playoff game?
I think he did.
Chad Henne.
Bingo. All right. How about, all right, we're going to go back to Arizona, number 3. He also played quarterback for
Drew
the
Stanton.
Browns.
Thigpen.
Nope. I'm trying to think of a way to give you a hint on this one. Not very good. Not very good.
I think I got that.
Let me see if I can give you.
Somebody just gave it away, and now I know exactly who it is. He got blasted for laughing while his team got absolutely destroyed. Is it Derek Anderson?
Bingo.
Yeah.
All right, Cleveland.
I remember that vividly because he was laughing while his team was down 21, and reporters asked him afterwards about it, and he exploded. He was pissed.
Oh, really?
They were like, hey, we noticed that you were laughing on the sidelines when y'all are down 21. He's like, this is my job. You don't think I care about my job?
Oh, man, I'm 40. All right, Cleveland, number 12.
Cleveland.
He was he played, I think, all 4 years in college.
Brandon Whedon.
Nope, good guess.
Oh.
Big 12 school. Not anymore Big 12 school. Maybe Texas' favorite player.
Maybe Texas is it Colt McCoy?
Yeah. All right, last one. This is tough. Detroit, number 14.
We've actually gained 300 viewers since we've been doing this. I'm not going to lie.
I'll run another one. I don't care.
I'll do it again.
At this point, I'm just waiting for the Raiders to do something. I'm trying to buy time.
Can we just keep on going year after year, 2011 quarterbacks?
Well, I would imagine a lot of them are the same. I'm going to go to like 2015 or something.
Yeah, okay. You said, what was the team again?
Detroit, number 14.
Detroit, number 14.
Chuggs is preparing for his trivia game, just so y'all know.
Can I use a phone a friend?
No. You cannot. I feel like, let me look him up here. I feel as if, all right, he played for the Vikings from 2002 to 2005. Then he played for the this is kind of crazy, Amsterdam.
Is it Dante
Admiral.
Culpepper?
No. Then he played for the Niners from 2006-2009, Lions from 2010-2013, Rams in 2014. He finished his career with the Vikings. He is NFL's Europe passing yards leader in 2003. That helps.
Why didn't you say that at the beginning?
Undrafted in 2002.
I'm guessing people looked it up in the chat. Is it Sean Hill?
Bingo. Bingo.
Let's answer a couple super chats and then we'll get to the next trivia.
Sounds good.
Gunner.
If you guys got other football trivia for me that I can look up like that, I'm down to do it. We're just waiting here for the Raiders to freaking do something. Just made a YouTube account to sub and support your work, Mitch. Have been following you on IG for a couple years. Greets from Germany.
Bon
Raiders. All right, where are you at, man? Like, where are you at in Germany? I used to live in Cologne. How close to Cologne are you? So I lived in Cologne. Have you ever heard of the Cologne Cardinals? It's a baseball team. I know there's a football team. I don't actually know if it's still there. They were called the Alligators. I don't remember what the city was. But
Speaking of Cologne, you won't need any when you use our sponsor over at Mando.
Bingo.
You don't need to cover up with all that cologne, even if you're living in Germany in Cologne, because they got you covered with our friends over at Mando.
I'll tell you what, man. All these Raiders signings, they got me sweating right now. But you know what? I don't want to be stinky standing up here, especially when I go home. You can control body odor anywhere with Mando. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates over 40% off your starter pack. Use code chat at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. I love using Mando, and I think a lot of y'all will too. Mando controls odor for 72 hours. It's clinically proven. Clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's Grundle odor level is a 5 out of 10. With Mando, the average Grundle odor level is a 0 out of 10. I love using Mando, and I think you guys will too. So as a special offer for our listeners, new customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates over 40% off your starter pack. Use code chat at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show and tell them that we set you smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. Rick Kelly, what's going on, Rick? Shout out to the great Tuna. Reminder, y'all, we are live here on the Raiders Report, waiting, and I mean waiting, for just about anything to happen.
And we're even talking about Hondo saying that Hendricks might come to us in a trade, which we all know is
I
not
haven't
actually
seen
happening.
anything like that, though. Like, he hasn't.
Are you sure you didn't get hoodwinked by a fake account, Mando Harpender?
There is actually a troll account. I don't know what it's called, but one time I had somebody send me, like, did you see this? And which I always love, because Twitter, you know, it's like, it'll be the same, like, name, the same picture, and then you look at the and it's like, I don't know, sweaty fat guy 42, and you're like, did you see this news that they broke? I don't know what that is. I don't know what Aaron Wilson's. If you just saw Aaron Wilson's tweet, he's talking about prospects in Hawaii.
Yeah, I don't know what he's on right now.
What is
I
he
feel like
doing?
somebody paid him to.
Put that out there.
Yes.
Whoever that guy's dad is, I'll give you $500 if you tweet about this, Aaron. Sick. I mean, shit. I would consider it. Why not, right? If you're trying to like boost your kid's stock, you start like paying like random like guys. If you got a kid out there and you want us to talk about him on the Raiders Report about being a legit prospect, you know my Venmo. I can be swayed. All right, let's keep it moving here with some of these supers, or are we all caught up?
No, we have some more. We
right.
have some more coming down the pipeline.
Martin Tuna 323 L.A. Raiders. Shout out to the great Tuna King. Kinshar, Mitch, follow lower both the reports last night. Wait, Mitch, follow? Loved both of the reports late last night. Appreciate you and everything that you guys do. Much love, fam. Shout out to Chuggs. Shout out to Tuna. Raiders! And I want people to watch this show and know that we do hustle. And don't get me wrong, you can't, I think one of my biggest pet peeves is that guy does beer bongs. He must not know a lot about football. I mean, I'll tell you this. I saw a lot of NFL players shotgun some beers and do some beer bongs. So
Porque los nos dos.
we put in a lot of time and effort, and I think sometimes it's not fully understood how much time that we do put in. But when we get something like this, it's just like anything in life, man. It's a nice little pat on the back. Feels really great. What do you got for me?
We got the resident tall guy in the office coming here. Do we need to fix the ceiling, or what's going on, Joey?
I mean, if you want to go live a little bit earlier, if it's the ability, I would say you just got to try to, push what you need to push. Like, if you're going to go live that much earlier, try to gain as many subs and all that kind of stuff as you can.
How about we let the chat decide?
Okay.
Our good buddy Joey Peterson just asked us, should he go live on Ravens after the Patrick Ricard signing? Why for yes and for no? Should Joey go live? This will determine the rest of his day. Go down in the comments.
Appreciate it. I know you guys know me as Mitch, the Raiders Report guy. I've also been...
Mitch the boss.
I control a lot of what we do here for, live shows. So that's why you guys see me all the time, on a bunch of, other live shows. I'm one of the OGs here, so we've been able to build something pretty special. So you're going to be hearing from time to time, the more and more this company grows, people asking if they can go live and do stuff like that. So, again, Joey's been here. He's been rocking with us.
This one, James Daniels, 3-year, $24 million. I wanted James Daniels bad on the Texans. Also, I thought would have been a good deal for the Raiders as well. Very versatile lineman. Injured, torn Achilles, so not good there. But he's only 27 years old, and whenever he was healthy, he was the third-rated guard according to PFF this past year. Really wanted that one as a signing for either the Texans or the Raiders, but Roley stole him with the Dolphins. Absolutely hated that.
I just saw an article come out from Fox Sports, and it says this. The title is Raiders fans who don't like Geno Smith, they're idiots. Quote, I got such negative feedback from it. This is a Fox Sports NFL guy. His name's Fitz. It said, I got so much negative feedback from it that I went to every single person from ESPN, from Fox Sports, people I know that have worked in the league, people I know that work at NFL Films, Fitz said. I went to every person in my phone book and I said, what am I missing? And I had only one incredible respected person come back and say, if Raiders fans don't like this, they are idiots.
Wow.
Interesting. I do think that's one of those things, when you actually watch Geno Smith, it's just the fact of, he's one of actually the most loved quarterbacks in the NFL from film people. People that love film are going to love Geno Smith because of everything that he does really, really well.
Yep.
I don't know. I saw that article, and I thought it was kind of fun. Pass rusher Anthony Nelson, back to the Bucs. 2 years, $10 million.
Daniel Fernandez.
I'm working right now, and this channel always hits the spot and keeping me up to base.
We always hit the right spot.
Stay positive. Love your channel. Raiders, just win, baby. Hey, we always try to hit that right spot, and if you're also trying to hit that right spot, if you tickle that notification bell, so that way every single time news happens.
We hit you right in the LV spot.
Dude, we got you right there. Sometimes even in the black hole. I'm not afraid.
Well, the LV spot is deep in the black hole. You have to. It's a curved finger situation.
You can't be scared.
Yeah.
You can't be scared.
You gotta find it.
If you doubt this regime, look at the teams Spytek has helped build and win with, and what Pete Carroll built in Seattle. We are done overpaying for players choosing a bag. We want true Raiders. Thank the flippin' Lord, Elijah. And that was something that, Pete Carroll and this regime said a lot, where there are a lot of players that chase a bag. And I don't blame players for wanting to chase a bag, especially for some of these guys that, it might be the only opportunity that you get. But sometimes when you get a bag like that, you also get a little bit lazy. You don't live up to the hype all the time. And I think that you're starting to see more and more teams be afraid to give away that big contract unless they know it is that no doubt standout player, right? I would rather give $35, $38 million to Max Crosby than give a Trevon Merrick or a Nate Hobbs the amount of money that they did. I would say rather just go get a Jeremy Chinn cheaper contract and then go pay a Max Crosby. I think you're starting to see not as many of these in-the-middle deals overpaying. Elijah, you bring up great points then. I'm glad. Steve-O, how does Loomis still have a job? New Orleans is in cap hell. So they did at least win a Super Bowl with Drew Brees, and that's been a team that's just had to push money back over and over and over again. But I think what you see there is actually a really good example of when you have a team that tries to push money back, and they just say, we'll figure it out the next season. There's a reason why the Saints, I do think, have been such a bad team. And then when I say such a bad team, I mean they've been consistently in that middle ground area. And then when you go out and you sign a quarterback that, again, Derek is a good quarterback. He's not a difference-making QB, right? Where if I'm a team, I go, do I want to pay a difference-making quarterback? Like, I would rather in the NFL, I know this might contradict a little bit what I'm about to say with Geno, but like if I'm a team in the NFL and I feel like I can go out and get a guy that's worth 55, 60, I'm going to do that instead of going out and signing a guy for like $20 million. Because a $20 million quarterback, to me, in my mind, is you just wasted $20 million if that's your starter. And I know like that's what Justin Fields just went for, but I would rather the Raiders spend $45 million on a Geno Smith than $20 on a Justin Fields. If it was Fields at, the projected Spotrac value at $6 million, we have a little bit of a different conversation then. But I think no matter what, I'm very, very happy with Geno Smith. He's going to help this team out a lot. Yep, no doubt. Somehow we always get back to Derek Carr. Brian Larson, what if Cam Ward was the Raiders' number 1 on their big board and he falls to them at 6? I'm probably taking him, dude. I don't think it happens. I love Cam Ward. I think you all know that I love Cam Ward. If it was up to me, I would take Cam Ward at 6. I would take Cam Ward at pick number 6. Maybe they decide to let him learn for a year, and that might not be a popular opinion for some people, but I would let Cam Ward learn for a year. And sure, you might get into an Atlanta Falcons situation, but I also think that that's going to be part of like the Geno Smith contract where they're bringing in Geno to groom that next quarterback. Geno knows what his job is. His job is obviously to win football games, but there's no way that his job in no way, shape, or form is to not at least help the next quarterback become the future of this team. Pete brought Geno in to tie himself. Like, the fact that Pete Carroll wants to spend his last years tied to Geno Smith should tell y'all a lot about what he thinks of Geno Smith and the future of this team. Like John Madden says, the Raiders play dirty. What you're going to do about it, we need this back. We call it FU football.
Yeah.
When you can play an FU style of football, that translates in any single month of the year.
Can't spell fun without FU.
Couldn't agree more. I like this idea, though, trying to be the most physically dominating team that you can, because after 4 quarters of that over and over again, it can be really, really daunting on you mentally. Chuggs, I know you've been hanging out here for quite some time with us. Would you get mad if I went to go pee really, really quick and I am going to shotgun a Red Bull? I think I need a little bit of a pick-me-up here. I will say this. If the Raiders literally do nothing today, and there's a chance that maybe it happens, I don't really know. I'm still kind of holding out hope here. If the Raiders don't do anything today by 5 o'clock, Chuggs and I are going to bounce today. If it might even be earlier than that. Like, if we still got people hanging out with us, sending in some questions, doing all that, I'll stay live. But also at the same time, it is 2 o'clock. We've been here for 4 hours, and this team ain't doing shit. I almost feel like if I log off, they'll do something. Maybe we got to cut the internet again.
Brett?
Right on cue. Into the cup. All right, I'll be right back. Let me go pee really quick.
And we all know what that means. It's officially shot clock for Mitchell Renz.
Let's do it.
Daniel Fernandez. Oh, we just read this one. Daniel, thank you for your super chat. Rich Kelly. I hope Stafford gets hurt week 1. Oh no, I don't wish injury. I don't wish injury on guys. And Devontae has to play with Garoppolo. That would be okay. Reading the rest of it, very funny. I hope Stafford doesn't get injured. I'm not wishing for his injury, but I do hope that Devontae has to play with Jimmy Garoppolo. That would be absolutely hilarious. That would be hilarious. Thank you for the super chat, Rich. Young Money, baby! Panthers released Miles Sanders. You think we signed a cheap contract? I wouldn't hate that at all. I don't think he's your bell cow back. I don't know how Pete Carroll is viewing this backfield right now. I don't think he's going to be a bell cow kind of guy. But as somebody to add to the backfield, I think he's a good, third down back, pop pass guy in the backfield. Think of like Amir Abdullah plus almost for Miles Sanders. Really shifty, really good. Just kind of been hidden away there in Carolina for the past couple of years in football solitude there. Thank you for the super chat there. Young Money, baby. Rubik. Manukian? Manukian? Rubik. Top remaining free agents you want the Raiders to sign. I mean, I feel like the obvious one is going to be Mekhi Becton. He's arguably the best offensive lineman left out there in free agency. Some other guys that could be I think a lot of people have been saying Asante Samuel Jr. as another name, another sneaky name out there. Let me see. Top remaining NFL free agents. Let's see. Stephon Diggs is still out there if you're looking for a wide receiver. Tevin Jenkins, another good offensive lineman that's still on the board out there. Kevin Zeitler from the Lions, a little bit on the older side. He's still good. Kendall Fuller was released by the Dolphins. He's another good cornerback. Rasul Douglas, I know Mitch really likes him, some Rasul Douglas. He's a free agent. DeAndre Hopkins. Levi Onwuzurike. I don't think the Raiders need another interior defensive lineman. Let's see. Justin Reed at safety. We've been talking about him. Brandon Scherf is another older guard that you could get. J.K. Dobbins in the backfield. Juan Thornhill is another safety that's still available. Justin Simmons. If the Raiders were able to get Justin Simmons, I would love that move. I wonder how much he gets in free agency, but I still think he's a baller. Let's see. Who else is on the board? Nick Chubb had a really cheap contract. I don't mind that. If it's like a one-year cheap prove-it deal, he could be an interesting option there. I like Kaiser White at the linebacker spot. I know the Raiders have lost a bunch of linebackers. Kaiser White is a guy at the linebacker spot who I think Mitch really liked him before as well. I think I would like him more than Devin Bush. Eric Kendricks was decent for the Cowboys last year. He could come in as a rotational linebacker to help out that room as well after the losses of Diablo and Spillane. Just keep on looking down the list. Xavier Woods is another decent safety. I like Jerome Baker as a spot starter as well, somebody who's okay. Who else? Deshaun Hand as an interior defensive lineman, even though I know, like I said, it's not the biggest need. Are you good?
Yeah, that's my back.
That was pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I needed a quick little pee, and I needed to get some caffeine in me, and I'm hoping that I'm back and better than ever, man.
Box! Kins just got the start pack on Mando, the new Cedar one. My wife.
Cedar's the best one. I actually don't know if I'm allowed to say that, so nobody get mad at me for saying that. Cedar's my favorite one.
She goes cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs when I put that one on.
It's like Alex. That's also Alex's favorite one because how would I describe it? It's like
It's a manly man.
it's manly man. I would also. So Alex and I one time when we went to Paris for our 4-year anniversary, the hotel that we stayed at smelled like fresh, like the good outdoor. I don't know.
It did.
Stop.
I bet it smelled great.
Yeah, it smelled like
Justin Reed, Isaiah Simmons, Greg Newsome, cut JJ.
I'll tell you what, Paris in general doesn't smell great. You need a lot of Mando to get through there. A lot of Mando.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that. That was a good trip, though. If you ever get an opportunity to take your significant other to Paris, it's worth it. Chugs is like, you don't got to tell me.
Yeah, I'm down.
You and I go. I'm sure Danny and Alex won't mind at all.
They would love that. Like, hey, babe, I only have enough to take a couple vacations. I'm taking one of them with Mitch.
Bingo.
We're going to Milan.
Justin Reed, Isaiah Simmons, Greg Newsome.
I think our women would be even more mad if it was Milan,
I'm telling you this right now.
Italy.
If you you put a map in front of me, I don't know if I would have got that. I don't know if I would have. Geography is not my strong suit. I'll tell you this right now. If I hired a travel agent and said, I would love to go to the Maldives, you could put me in the Caribbean island, and I don't know if I would know.
You're just at Galveston. You're like, dude, the Maldives are dope.
This is unbelievable. Galveston is a shitty beach in Texas. It's like I would compare it to now. I've only seen
Hey,
pictures,
chill out.
and I've only heard people talk about it.
Relax.
It would be like somebody's like, "I'm going to the beach. Where are you going?" I'm going to Atlantic City.
Relax. Don't shit on.
You ever been to Atlantic City?
Don't shit on you.
That's water where you put your toe in and you come out and you have an extra one. You get 6 toes swimming in that
See,
ocean.
people shit on Galveston all the time. But the reason is because the mouth of the Mississippi River shoots out mud that flows down the river.
I don't think that's mud
into
then.
The Gulf of Mexico, America. I don't know. The Gulf of water that's right there.
I just told you where. I don't know Milan. Oh, you're saying
the Gulf of
it's the Gulf of Mexico, right?
whatever we want to call it. It pushes the mud into there, and because of the water direction, it pushes that mud that's going into the ocean down the coastline of Texas. And Galveston kind of perfectly hits it right there where the mud kind of mixes with the sand, and that's why you get more of a muddish brown sand in Galveston, and the water is not as clear. Because the mud from the Mississippi River.
I mean, that makes sense.
And I'm afraid we've started something in the chat. Jeremy Chuggs over Jeremy Chinn.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't do politics, so stop the Gulf of America, stop the Gulf of Mexico. I ain't going to do it. You're just going to get blocked. I'm telling you right now. I don't even want to deal with it. Don't even do it.
Azulex Chuggs, did you get my $1 Venmo and shout to you and Chuggs?
Not doing it. If I see it one more time, I'm putting you in timeout. I'm not kidding you. Not kidding you.
I think you might be Azul. I think you might be talking about Mitch.
All right, here we go.
I did not get a $1 Venmo from you.
Looks like Derek Torres, you, sir, are going to go in timeout. I'll see you later. I see Mick Shreddy. You're going to go in timeout. I will see you later.
I will put some of this on me as well. I shouldn't have even started it.
No, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
It's my fault, too. Malachi B., you're going to go in timeout. I'll see you later.
Def Halo, thanks for the grind. This is what we do for Def Halo. We do it for two things, the bump and the grind. Even on the slow times, Raider Nation for life.
Corey Simmons, you're going to go in timeout. Thank you very much. Oh, actually, I didn't mean to do that.
I can undo it.
Yeah. That's on me.
Oh, wait, did you just put him in timeout?
No, I think I accidentally banned him.
No.
I think I got it now. I did. No, I got it. I undid it, and then I put him in timeout for 5 minutes. It's all right. We just put you in timeout for 5 minutes. I'm serious, though. If I keep saying it, I'm not going to do it because it is actually something which some people don't care about. It is actually something that my fiance does care about, so I'm not going to talk about it here on this show.
Born a Raiders fan, Cooper, Diggs, Hopkins, or Cup. If you had to rank these 1 to 4.
Of who I want?
Yeah. I think I know who's last.
Honestly, if this is the route I'm going, I'm probably going to go Cooper Kupp, number 1. Number 2 would be DeAndre Hopkins, because I don't think he's going to cost as much. Stephon Diggs, and then Amari Cooper. Hopkins, though, I heard you talking about him earlier. I agree. Jacoby Myers is a better wide receiver than DeAndre Hopkins. And I think out of all of those receivers, the dude that gets the least amount of money ends up being D-Hop, which that's why I ranked him where I did. I don't think he's better than Stephon Diggs, but I think because of what it would cost you, D-Hop would be cheaper.
Azul says QBs
a 6, we are live.
QBs get better after they leave the Jets like Geno. I'm guessing you're talking about Aaron Rodgers here, which I think he will have a better year this year than he did last year with the Jets.
I think he's talking about Geno.
I mean, yeah, but Geno's been out of the Jets for a while. He was with the Seahawks past couple years.
Oh, my God. You want to hear something lame? Puka Nacua is giving Devontae 17.
What is he wearing?
Same number he wore at BYU, number 12. I'm just like, I understand, I respect Puka Nacua for it. But if it was a situation where I could see Devontae going, I want 17. Like, I could also see Puka going, I don't even want to deal with this. I'll take number 12, same number I wore at BYU. That's totally fine. I'll give Devontae 17. I could see both of them, but I could see Devontae being like, I want number 17.
Yeah.
I can remember one time when I was in college that happened to me. I was going to take number 6. I gave my buddy who wanted number 6 a little bit more. I said, all good. I'll take number 9.
Which, if you go to chatsports.com/Raiders jerseys, with our friends over at Fanatics, you'll be able to purchase jersey insurance. That would piss me off if I didn't do that, though, and I had 17 and it was Puka Nacua. Like,
you could look at it like this, so if you're a Rams fan, because I'll tell you this right now, I would rather have a Kobe 8 than a Kobe 24 jersey.
yeah.
Now, again, that's me comparing Puka Nacua to one of the greatest all time. But if you're an LA fan, you're probably also a Kobe fan.
Yeah.
Now, again, that means his career has to go out, but I hear you loud and clear where I would want to have that jersey. But that is also like a statement of I'm an OG fan, where the Rams kind of have a lot of new fans.
Thug the door. People miss Carr because they didn't see him as the problem, which he wasn't, but he was not the answer. This is a really well thought out super. I like the way you put this.
Taino and I have something in common. He goes, I'm the same, because I said when I was in baseball, I wanted to be number 6, but they ended up taking it away. I was number 9. It made me laugh. People miss Carr, and I get that, and I think the problem is by people not seeing that Carr was part of the problem. Part of the problem also has to be in consideration of when you are made the NFL's highest paid quarterback, right? Your expectation is you're going to be able to carry that team no matter what. And the fact that, think about the way that we think right now about Josh Allen. That's the way the Raiders thought about Derek Carr. And it's really unfortunate that that injury happened because I really think Derek Carr would have, I'm not kidding you, I think Derek Carr could have won a Super Bowl with the Raiders. And, he could have won an NFL MVP. He was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL at that young time. But as soon as that injury happened, his pocket awareness, his ability to be that elite level of player that the Raiders were paying for, it didn't align anymore. And when you're paying somebody that much money, which back then, 5 for 125, it's kind of crazy how just in 10 years, Derek was 5 for 125, highest paid player in the NFL. And now Josh Allen is 330.
Yeah.
That's also why if I'm an NFL guy making contracts, and Delaney's one of the best ones in the NFL. I don't want to get that twisted. But it's why also, it's okay to just backload this shit out of a contract. Because, you look at Max Crosby's $28 million in his 5th year. If Max is still on the Raiders by year 5 and he's making $28 million, we're sitting here going, that's probably the 15th, 20th highest paid defensive end at that time. PG, at work on lunch, who did we lose today? I don't know, man. Today? Oh, Divine Diablo.
Yeah.
Bright and early. Sorry, honestly, that happened so early this morning that felt like yesterday. Divine Diablo ended up going to the Atlanta Falcons, 2 years, $14 million with $8 million of that guaranteed. So here's what I want to do. I want to play a little bit of a game here. I'm trying to...
2015?
Hmm?
Going to the 2015?
I do want to do 2015. I also see we got a bunch of people here rocking with us. We've been doing likes things for the Tuna clock. I'm just going to open this one up. If you want to make sure that you get on the Brandon Jasper jersey, $10 super chat. I'm going to put you on the jersey, but you're also going to be entered in to win a Raiders Report hat. And since we're kind of, I like to call these, this is slow right now.
How about this, though? Can we do a giveaway, but once we get to 2,000 likes? We're 100 likes away.
100 likes away? Okay. I'm down to get down.
My man, Lil Flapjack, one of my favorite names on YouTube.
Who would you take, Bo Callahan or Vontae Mack? Here's the question, though.
It was always Vontae Mack.
It was always Von. Imagine the Raiders at this situation here, okay? Imagine you're the Raiders, and you need a quarterback, and everybody's telling you to go take Bo Callahan.
nobody went to his birthday
but
party.
nobody went to his birthday party. And then the Raiders pulled off that trade to pull off another trade to take a middle linebacker. Like, when you actually think about, and it's a great movie, but if you're a legit football fan and you watch that movie, you're like, it's so far-fetched that people who don't understand football, like, I tried to explain it to Alex, and it was not happening. Here's a big signing here for the Saints. Juwan Johnson going back to New Orleans, 3 years, $30 million. So Derek Carr, we know how important having a tight end for him is. Juwan Johnson staying in New Orleans 3 years, $30 million. Interesting. I mean, I knew he was going to get paid. I'm actually pretty shocked he just got paid that amount. That's a lot of money for a Juwan Johnson.
That's a lot.
The Texans are going to pay 1.5 of Kenyon Green's salary this year.
I assumed they had to do something to get him off their books.
Sure.
Because it's like, he sucks.
Yeah, he's
Like,
bad, dude.
He's bad.
He's
Like,
he's
dude.
been bad.
Huh?
He's been bad. He's been unhealthy and he's been bad. Though, I mean, that you can't deny. Both are true.
Oh, he's been bad.
All right, y'all. So we are 80 likes away from 2,000 likes. Again, we appreciate everyone who always tunes into the show. But the Raiders haven't done anything. And I'm going to be real. Like, I wanted to stay live today as long as I possibly could. However, I'm starting to get a little bit of, other people might need the studio.
Let's say this. It's 2:20 right now.
So I know if we keep it going, we can stay.
It's 2:20 our time. If there's no moves made by 3:30, an hour and 10 minutes, let's just say we'll hop off.
Okay.
We'll go live if there's a huge signing or something new. If there's something small or whatever, we'll break it down on a VOD. But if an hour and 10 minutes, if nothing happens, then we'll pop off. Is that fair?
Yep, unless you guys want to get this thing rocking.
Yeah, if people want to go crazy, we will do the 2015 trivia here in just a moment. I know everybody's been on needles and pins.
I actually think you're the first person to ever say needles and pins. I don't think anybody has ever uttered those words.
What are you talking about?
Nobody's ever said needles and pins.
That's how it's said.
No, it's not. That's like saying the Raiders in the black and silver. You're telling me you say needles and pins.
Yeah. How do you say it?
Stop. You're trolling me right now.
What?
There's no way you're serious.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm done. Now I know. Now it's a bit.
Dude, I'm just as confused as the next person. I feel like people in the chat are confused as well with what you're trying to say.
Megan Weaver, you're in. Richard Renz is in twice, which means Amy, you're in. And then Azul Lex. I don't know who that is. Azul Lex sent $1. Thank you for the dollar. Bro, it's pins and needles. You're you're honest. No.
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, you're a bad liar. It's horrific, quite frankly.
I could never be a traitor.
No, you're right. But I'll be real, I wouldn't want to be one. I wouldn't want to be one.
I think it would be more fun to be the non-traders and try to find out who it is.
I agree.
Because if you're a trader, you know everything. And you're just trying to lie the whole time.
See, I think that you would actually be really good in one of those games. Though, if you tried to stir the pot, which you're really good at.
I feel like and the thing that would really put me out, and my wife has said this to me too, is that she worries that if I ever got on a game show like that, I love Big Brother, we love Survivor, we love Traders, that she thinks that I would be too, not likable is the right word, too out there. I would be too, everybody would be like, oh, he's super involved with everybody. We got to get him out because people will vote for him in the end to win.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I feel like if you're one of the really likable people or if you're like a really personable person and you're like making a ton of connections, people notice that and they're like, that person's dangerous.
Yeah. No, I never know how I would play one of those games.
We're talking about like reality TV show games like
It's called
Survivor, Big
it's called
Brother,
the Traitors.
Traitors.
Yeah, I don't know. However that guy says it is how I think of Teteroa McMillan's name sounds like. Like, I would love to hear that guy say Teteroa McMillan. The guy from the Traitors.
Young Money, should we bring in Von Miller?
I'm good on Von Miller. I don't know what the cost is. I will say this. Miller and Crosby do have a really good relationship together from their times like at the SAC Summit. But I don't really know why we would do it, quite frankly. He's probably going to cost you like $10 million. And just the way that the Raiders have operated this offseason, it's gone against that. What?
I was going to make a joke from what you just said, but I just don't want to say it.
Oh.
I'll message it to you.
I think I have an idea of what you're going to say. What up, Drew? Thoughts on Tyrell Dotson? What are his player grades? I can look up his player grades, though.
That's what I was going to say.
Oh. Oh, that's not what I thought, but that's basically it. Tyrell Dotson. All right, hang on.
You're right. Hold on. I got to actually.
I'm trying to actually get my shit together here. So Tyrell Dotson, I'll give you his PFF grades, but also this was one of my players that I featured in my best value free agents video, which quite frankly, if you're a Raiders fan, and I'm not just saying this because I made it, the way that the Raiders are operating this free agency period, they're operating as we're looking at the best value guys that fit our system. And I say that because I had Malcolm Koonce 1 year for $12 million in that video, right? That's somebody that I thought that the Raiders were going to be able to go out and get. Now, the contracts that are in the video, I should mention this, are Spotrac projected. But anybody that watched the show, when I put out my Malcolm Koonce contract projection, 1 for 12.
David's on in the chat.
Jeremy Chinn, though, was also on that video. Tyrell Dotson is in that video, is my point.
And no, Zahn, I'm never singing that song ever again.
What song?
The one in Spanish that people got me to sing that one time.
Oh, yeah.
They tricked me. And it's not what they said it was. I'm not singing it again, Zod.
I'll tell you this right now. If somebody bangs in the next 60 seconds, we turn this thing into a shit show. If not, message received. Because
Buddy Bear.
I'm like, what are we supposed to do right
Texans don't need an O-line. Trade them all away. Thing is, everybody, besides Jeremy Tunsil, everybody else they've gotten rid of sucks. Shaq Mason. I don't even know if another team signed Shaq Mason. He was that bad last year.
That
he
bad.
Sucked. He sucked. And I talk about it with my buddies and like Barstool, like bar talking, like chilling at the bar, talking about, the NFL and sports in general. The NFL is one of those leagues where it's like, I feel like guys have such a hard fall off. Like in the NBA, somebody gets like gradually bad. Like you can see it like, they're 25 points a game, then they're like 20, 19, 17, 15. I feel like stuff like that. But NFL, it'll be like 1 year they just show up and they're just, they can't play anymore.
Right. I mean, they go from being like Kyrie Irving to Uncle Drew.
Yes.
Really, really quick.
I feel like in the NBA, that's how it is.
Yeah.
I mean, NFL.
No, I got you. Sorry. The only comparison I could think of was the Uncle Drew one. Texans don't need an O-line. Trade them all away.
They're
Do you hear somebody running on top?
It's Tex.
I mean, it might be.
Dude, he sprinted through the office the other day. I'm not even kidding. 4-4.
What, his height? Don't need a 34-year-old quarterback getting hit. We need an offensive line. Dude, we need an offensive line. Holy shit, dude. We need an offensive line. Sorry, that's like a really good chat sports joke that I don't know how many people appreciate. That was good. We need an offensive line, but it's not just because he's 34 years old. We need an offensive line because when I watched the tape and when you gave Geno Smith time, and when I just mean average NFL time, he was a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Like, I'm serious when I say that. I also think about, and I'm going to try to pull up some of these numbers here just so you guys can truly understand how good Geno Smith was, because I feel like we've talked about this so many damn times. which I appreciate. Like, I like these kind of questions. I like being able to, interact with all this stuff. Where on earth are my notes? Okay. I think I have my notes. I got my notes right here. So, for example, right, down the field throw, ranked third in the NFL in on-target throws past 10 yards, ranked third in the NFL in on-target throws past 20 yards, fourth highest completion percentage of throws more than 20 yards, and then when he had a good pocket, okay, this is what I like to consider good pocket, but also these stats do not consider garbage time, which garbage time to me don't mean nothing. So this is it. He is 8th in success rate, 13th in EPA per dropback, so that's his worst one. 3rd in on-target rate, 5th in completion percentage over expectation, which is essentially the amount of completions that you thought you were going to complete compared to what the NFL norm would be. And then the final one, 1st in explosive play rate. So when he was given time, there was nobody on I don't think of it as like a 3-point, like even if you don't make the most 3-pointers in a season, but what happens if you had the highest 3-point percentage in the NBA? That's the type of player Geno Smith potentially could be. Joseph Maelstrom! Bang! All the way from Pennsylvania.
From Hunlocker Creek.
Hunlock Creek. I'm going to be real. How close is that to Danville, Pennsylvania? I got no idea. Dude, I'm not going to lie. That woke me
And we're
up.
13 likes away from 2,000. Slam the like button. Go
Come on.
down there and just
Come on.
perhaps punch it. Get your fist in it. Get in the like button.
I will tell you this right now. These shows concern me because
More than a thumb.
nothing has happened today. And it's just breaking news after breaking news after breaking news. And it's you and I like on Thursday night bad. There's going to be people that watch this for the first time like, all right, this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. What up, Joseph? What up, Joseph? We did just cross 2,000 likes. Joseph Maelstrom. I got to look where Hunlock is. Oh, you got that one? There you go. I'll take a little sip. We got it, dude. Joseph Maelstrom. Jeremy McNichols going back to the Commanders. Jeremy McNichols back.
They said it's an hour away.
An hour away? All right.
Zahn, you dirty man. You dirty, dirty man.
Dirty Dan.
You see what he said?
Not quite yet. I just got to document this.
Something about tongue punching.
If I had to guess, does it involve a box?
K-Rock.
No, imagine, is there also the word fart in there? Because that's something he says all the time to me.
Sent a Venmo in on Friday for the $50. Hope I could have gotten on the March Madness. Wasn't too late. It was from Scott Renee. Got a new job. Big spender now from my guy, K-Rock. About to go to rock.
All right.
If you want to look at the March Madness list, it's
What's the name, though?
Scott Renee.
Scott.
Did we, Vinthrak?
So
That's
the
my bad.
only name that I have here is, which I did not spell it like this, so I think I got it. Scott and Renee Crott.
Yeah, Scott. It's Scott and Renee.
Okay, but I actually have it spelt out.
Vinthrak, that's on me. I guess I have it auto pushing some of the graphics over so we can get the ticker motion, and sometimes it skips over the super chats a little bit like that. They didn't want Bo Callahan because he was caught lying about reading the playbook, then doubled down on the lie. It wasn't just about the birthday party thing.
You're not wrong.
It's also a movie. Kind of like, and maybe it was loosely based on him. It's the exact same thing that happened with Johnny Manziel. Funny enough, I watched a documentary on him. You know who was one of his coaches in college? Two of his coaches. Cliff Kingsbury, Mike McDaniel.
Oh, I saw the.
And they both said that literally they had like an iPad that they would give these guys to watch film. And Johnny Manziel would come back and it would say 0 hours watched. But he kept on winning and he was doing great. So they were like, we're not going to bench him.
Yeah. Now, I think I've actually seen bits and parts of that documentary where people were like, I don't think people realize how good Johnny Manziel could have been. Like, the documentary was like, this is a kid that literally didn't care. All he wanted to do was party. He just, honestly, like, it's probably one of those players that frustrates people because you're like, this guy is super talented and he won a Heisman, but people felt like he was pissing away his career, which he ended up doing in the long run because, again, when you get to the NFL, you got to be in that, like, mindset that you're going out there and doing your thing.
And I'm not saying that you can't have this mentality if
Sure.
you come from a wealthier background, but the fact that he came from a family that
Doesn't
was
need
not
money.
hurting for money, had I'm not saying he was given things on a silver spoon, but
It was definitely
he was able
at least bronze.
He was able to live a certain lifestyle that didn't warrant him fighting a lot. He wasn't fighting for something. He wasn't, and this isn't me saying he didn't work hard or he didn't put in the work at a certain level, But there's a different want, there's a different grind, there's a different need, and I know a lot of you in the chat feel this. When you don't come from money, when you don't come from that silver spoon, when you come from nothing and you have to earn for why do you think me and Mitch work as hard as we do? Me and Mitch did not grow up in a wealthy family with brand new cars, brand new cell phones every single time.
Bro, my 99 Mercury hit.
Dude, we had to scrap for everything we've done, and that's how we run the Raiders Report. We scrap like we're still trying to earn every single penny, and that's why we're going live for 8 hours a day. That's why we're bringing you videos like we do. That's why Mitch is on Walks with Chuck breaking down the signing of Lonnie Johnson Jr.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. We also like doing this stuff. I like doing that. But I've noticed it a lot since moving down to Dallas. It's probably one of the things that is maybe one of the most eye-opening things that I've experienced.
Hey, Douglas, I'm not, this is what I'm saying. I'm not knocking people from wealthy parents. It's not saying, you can't have that drive if you come from
I'll be honest. I want my kids to come from wealthy parents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I'm hustling to be able to provide that. But I think one of the things that I've seen, and like I got some family members that have a lot of money, but what I would still say is though that they instilled that you gotta be responsible, but you also gotta grow up. And I've seen like down here in Dallas, my point was a lot of people that I've seen from money are still living this like college, high school lifestyle, and I'm like, bro, you're 32. You're 40 years old.
People in the chat,
gotta grow up.
If you want to join the trend, let us know your first car in the chat. I see a 76 Velour, Dodge Dakota 95, a Chevy Volt. What did you say your first car was?
My first car was a 99 Mercury. It was like a super light blue, tan leather seats, no air conditioning. It had a little bit of an oil leak in it, $1,000 in cash.
My first car, which actually I think my first car was, funny enough, one of the nicer cars that I had.
Yeah.
It had hella miles on it, though. I got a 2005 Toyota Sequoia for my first car. Super nice, super nice, leather seats, sunroof even. Got it from a family friend, but it had 200,000 miles on it.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles.
So it was nice, but it was a gas guzzler and it had 200,000 miles on it. So I ended up having to trade it in because I could not afford to fill up a $70, $80 tank whenever I was in college.
John Simpson said sunroof. Damn. What's funny is I wanted the car because it had a sunroof, but there was so many other things wrong with it. And again, it had a dime size oil leak in it, so I had to replace oil all the time, and I couldn't park it anywhere near any place that I actually cared about because I would leave just oil stains everywhere. But dude, I love that car. Was a special car.
Chuggs, that is known as the million-mile engine. It carried me through high school and right at the start of my college career. But then I was like, because in high school I'm not really driving that far. I'm literally driving to school, back, friends' houses,
whatever.
College, whenever I actually had to start driving, I was like, bro, I cannot afford this gas.
Yeah, I can. My drive from college, now again, like I stayed on campus, was about 2 hours. So my dad actually took my car because I didn't want to leave it on campus because it was like $100 a month, which I mean that's a lot of for a college kid. That's a paycheck, right? So I was like, all right, I'm not going to keep it here. So my dad would keep the car and he would drive. He would actually come to every one of our baseball games, which I gave him a lot of respect for. Even like if we went down, this might surprise you. If we played down in South Carolina, he would drive from New Jersey 9 hours, watch us play, and then he would drive back home. Like round trippers, dude. He was a legend. So he put on a lot of miles on that car. But the car that my dad has right now, I wish he was here. The last time he sent me he's trying to get it to 400,000. I don't know what the most miles is I've ever seen on a car, but he's got this Honda Civic, not a Honda Civic. It's a Honda. It's their SUV. It's got the tire on the back. I can't think of the name. Whatever. It's got 360,000 miles on it. And my dad's
insane.
like, I got to put 8,000 in it. I'm like, that's crazy. He might do it though.
Joseph says, lots of confidence with Geno. Let's go get Lockett.
CRV.
At a cheap contract, I think Lockett would be a good fit with the Raiders.
I do too. I really do.
For a cheapo contract. Voltic says Nate Hobbs just posted his Raiders goodbye post.
Yeah, I saw. And like again, I will wish the best of luck to Nate Hobbs. I got no ill towards Nate, towards Trevon,
Josh
towards
Jacobs,
Spillane.
another story.
Yeah, Josh. Heck. Yeah. But like for those three guys, I got the utmost respect for all three of those dudes. I hope they succeed. I just hope that they don't play well against the Raiders. And that's it. If you got to think about it also, Hobbs was a player that there was some people that didn't know if Hobbs was going to get drafted. We had him as a round 7 grade. He ended up being obviously much better than that. Raiders ended up taking him in the 5th round. For some of those guys, like you don't know if you're going to get an opportunity to just make it, 2, 3, 4 years, let alone sign a contract for what he did. If he stays healthy, they'll keep him. But when you look at the Hobbs deal, that's $16 million guaranteed out of $48 million. If he's not healthy this past year, they're probably going to move on from him.
Hey, shout out to MJK2U22 first super chat.
MJK, I got you on the Def Jasper jersey, my man. Appreciate you. Really, really do.
He says,
reminder, $20 Venmo to get in if you want to get in our duck race at Mitchell Renz 365.
He says, to your video a week ago, trade back with Seattle.
Adrian.
MJ, appreciate the super chat. I will have to say, though, if you could in the chat, be a little more specific on the video. We make a lot of videos here at the Raiders Report. To your video a week ago, trade back with Seattle. Do you know what that is in reference to? Off the top of my head, I can't remember.
I do. It is, so I talked about if you could go from, the Seahawks are at 18.
Oh, with the DK trade.
Yes.
That one.
So it was essentially the Raiders get DK Metcalf, pick number 18, and a 3rd-round pick for Seattle at pick number 18. Though if we wanted to do that trade now, right, because they already have Sam Darnold. So they would have to do that move if they wanted Teteroa McMillan, which I think he's a phenomenal receiver. Trading up that far to go get a receiver.
The Raiders not getting a receiver
would shock me.
Does this make you think more and more that they could go T-Mac at 6?
I do. I think that they could. When I watched Geno's film, he was so good down the field. And, again, like, he would throw these, like, fade balls. And, like, sometimes, like, there's guys that can throw a deep ball, but there's not enough touch on them, right? Like, one of the things that I thought made Russell Wilson such a good deep ball thrower, especially with a guy like Lockett, is you saw the touch on his ball. Watch Justin Fields throw a deep ball. It is a laser beam. It is. Imagine if a 3-point shooter, you got the ball and he just was throwing darts. Sure, it might go in once in a while, but that's not a good shooting form, or you're going to shoot at a high percentage. Watch Steph Curry. That ball, it almost doesn't even hit the net sometimes. That's Geno Smith, but when he throws these fade balls, you need somebody that can go up and win. And if you can get somebody that can go up and win, make those 50-50s, I always say 80-20s, 90-10s, like a McMillan can, but he also runs a complete route tree. And it's that route running ability of why that's also a outstanding move, because Geno is so accurate. He's so smart. He's a pro's pro. He knows exactly where he needs to be able to go with the football.
Had to take the headset off for a second. My ears are getting hot.
See, for me, my ears don't get hot. They hurt. Just like from the I would compare it to, imagine the feeling when you have socks on all day, tight socks on your feet, and you take your socks off, and they can just breathe for a second. That's how this feels sometimes. I actually wonder, and I was actually talking to one of my buddies about this the other day. I said, yeah, I wear a headset all the time. He's like, you think you'll ever get cauliflower ear? I never thought about it until you said it. I mean, when you get it in wrestling from like constant push, bacteria, this and that, it's not like we're cleaning these things like the best every day. I'm just saying, if like 20 years down the road, I'm going to look like somebody that you don't want to F with that you probably could.
Yeah.
That's the only good part about it, I guess.
Is your dad a boxer? No, content creator. Aggressive masterator. Wet Dream, Gruden head coach, APDC, Gannon as OC, Seawood as DB coach, Papa Sach as special teams coach, Tom Flores as the president, Reggie Mack as GM. Love living in the past.
I bet you that this super chat has actually happened at one point. There's not a 0% chance that somebody hasn't sent that and been serious.
Raider Ben.
What's up, Ben? Thoughts on A.J. Dillon, Matt Judon, and trade for Newsome? I know A.J. Dillon today got, I guess, medical clearance from multiple doctors. At least that's what the report was out on him. Dillon was really bad as a red zone running back last season. I know he was a big thumper. Somebody that I actually liked a lot coming out of Boston College. Thought he was going to be the in-shape version of Eddie Lacy in Green Bay. But I don't know if he just got way too slow. He kind of turned into, Trent Richardson at some points overnight. But if you do want a thumper as a running back, it would be an intriguing option to me. But you better be ready to have a physical offensive line. The only reason why also I don't know if I would do it, I don't know how well he's going to fit in this Chip Kelly system. Off the top of my head, I don't know how good of a pass blocker he is. Don't know. Not going to act like I do.
But at the end of the day, we believe in Chip Kelly.
Matt Judon, nah, I'm good on that. Out of all these, I would be most down to trade for Greg Newsome. We talked to our Browns guy. I actually did a video on this. I believe the video would have dropped on Sunday. Some blockbuster trade ideas. Maybe it was Friday. I don't remember. Friday, Saturday, or Sunday this past week. Check it out. But I have a whole trade in there for Greg Newsome, and then probably what it would end up costing you. You're going to have to pay him $14 million this year, which the Browns do not want to do. So you'd be able to get him for cheap, and then you just stack a contract at the end of it. Sorry. Thinking. Matt, what up, Matt? Sup, Mitch and Chuggs? How would you two feel about taking Tet in the first, Junkins in the second, and I don't see him falling to the third?
To be honest, first, John Simpson, yes, I did watch the cage match last night between CM Punk, Seth Rollins. Roman Reigns came in, brought the boom. Our tribal chief, the tribal chief, came in and had to show him what's up. For this, though, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not the biggest Judkins fan. I feel like there are better running backs out there in this draft. I like Caleb. Now I was saying I like him. I can't even remember his name right now. From Iowa. I think it's Caleb Johnson. Omarion Hampton I really like as well. Damian Martinez. I like Judkins. I actually like Travion Henderson more, I think, than Judkins. He's a really good back. I don't view Judkins, though, as like a every down back, personally. And I mean, they didn't even use him like that at Ohio State. It was a 1-2 Judkins and Travion Henderson.
I'll tell you this. I really think that you could see the Raiders try to get both of them. And I say that because I went back and I tried to watch both running backs, and certain games that I saw, I will say this, in the Natty and a lot of the Ohio State games we saw, I wasn't as impressed with Judkins as I was Travion Henderson. But when I went back and I watched some of Judkins' earlier games in the season, he is a much more complete bat than I thought. But also what I saw was Travion Henderson, I don't think he has very good vision. He could catch a ball. He is a really, really good pass catcher, and I would want to use him almost like an Austin Eckler. But
he's just running in the backfield.
Dude, it's unbelievable sometimes. I mean, he's got bad vision.
He's Smitty with a 4-4.
Yikes. Oh, dude, what a joke.
It's me, your daddy. Travion Henderson.
What I love about Adam Sandler is he literally just brought, he could have just been selfish and done it himself, but he literally was able to create careers for like all of his best friends.
It's me, your daddy.
I love Adam Sandler. I respect Adam Sandler a
You
lot.
can go into the league. We're going to make it.
I wonder what our kids are going to think of Adam Sandler.
My household will not be a anti-Adam Sandler household. I can tell you that.
Is
We love
there any
some
way,
Sandler.
you know
Oh,
how like
also-
when press conferences happen, we go to it? Is that possible or is that no way? If the answer is no right now, then that's fine.
Right now, no.
Okay, it's all good. All good.
Unfortunately, that
I didn't know, so I'll be real with y'all. Malcolm Koonce is live right now on the Raiders YouTube channel. So that's why. Oh, he's literally just at home, though. He's on a couch. Yeah.
Drew, do a watch party from Circa Hotel Stadium Swim would be a legend. Hold for it. Dairy, is that possible? And a pool would be tough.
I could tell you this right now, and I don't want to say something that could potentially hurt a potential like thing down the road, but I've already met with Circa, and I've already met with Derek. He owns the D, if you know who that is. Had the opportunity a few years ago to meet him. I'm going to be real. If I was a Raiders fan, I wouldn't go there. And, yeah, I don't know. They said some pretty shitty things about Raiders fans. I'm not going to lie.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
Born a Raiders fan, if Sanders is there at number 6, should we draft him?
I don't think they're going to do it, dude. I think that this is a team that they're going to try to win right now, and they are really, really going to try to win right now. Shador doesn't help you win now. Like, they could end up doing it, and here's the thing. If they draft him at number 6, I'm going to sit up here and go, okay, well, now I understand what their plan is, right? It aligns a lot with the Max Crosby contract. It aligns with some of the things that they're doing right now. If they also do not draft him, I'm going to sit here and go, okay, I know exactly what their plan is. And that's kind of the fun part about being a Raiders fan this offseason is you can kind of see the direction the team's going to go. I like the direction that we are going in. I think we are heading in the right spot. But are we going to go really, truly win now, or are we going to try to win in 2 years? They're about to make that decision in a few months, and I can't wait for May. Can't wait, dude. Can't wait.
I can't wait.
Douglas, I was just pulling Chuggs' chain is all.
Hey, my wife's the only one allowed to pull my chain.
Chain gang. Born a Raiders fan. Robinson, Jenkins, Zeitler, Smith, or Becton.
All right, so
Kevin Jenkins, Kevin
Jenkins.
Zeitler,
Becton.
Mekhi Becton. I'm guessing these are other offensive.
Cam Robinson's a tackle.
Who?
Cam Robinson.
Cam Robinson. Yep.
Um.
He was what? Was he on Minnesota or Jags last year? Both.
Oh, are you talking about Tyron Smith?
If it's Tyron Smith, I'm good on that.
Yeah, I think that's who you're saying. These are all offensive linemen. He's a free agent offensive lineman. I think he's a little bit over the hill.
Unless you mean Trey, but.
Yeah, that's who he means.
So Tyron Smith is really just a left tackle. We have Colton. The only way I'm kicking Colton over to the right side, and I would even consider kicking Colton over to the right side, is if you go out and get either Armin Membao or if you try to go out and get somebody like Will Campbell. I mean, that's the only way that it makes sense to kick Colton over.
Zeitler, would you be cool with that?
To be honest with you, yeah, I would. Like, Kevin Zeitler's 34 years old, but he's still playing at an extremely high level on the guard spot.
How do we feel about Tevin Jenkins? It worries me because our Bears host said his biggest problem is
he can't stay
his
healthy.
ability, his availability. That's even what Cullen said. Y'all love Cully. He just missed a shot. Wow. I give him a shout out. I look at him in the kitchen. Cullen, make your shots.
They're filling up a boot.
I'm giving you a shout out, and I look over. You missed a 3.
So Kevin Zeitler is 35 years old, and he had a really good year last year. 2023 a little bit more down.
You just brick a 3.
I mean, he's been one of the most consistent players.
Y'all have met Cullen before. He was here for our Geno Smith live.
Joseph Malmstrom threw one up.
What do Raider fans need to know about Tevin Jenkins, the possibility of signing him? From somebody he's also the main producer for our Bears channel. What do you think about Tevin Jenkins?
Overall, not one of the best guards that was available in free agency, but a talented guard. Just hasn't been able to stay healthy. Health's been a big concern for him over his tenure in Chicago, and I think if you get him at a 1 year, let's say $8 million deal with incentives or whatever, could be an interesting move. Yeah, I mean he'll want more. Again, maybe
I think that you could see Tevin Jenkins get a deal similar to a Nate Hobbs, where everybody knows he's really talented, but not a lot of guarantees. Could be a lot higher in value because if he's able to stay healthy, you're going like Tevin Jenkins is a legit guard prospect.
he is.
He just can't develop, and you can tell that right when you think he's about to get it going, another thing pops up.
Yeah,
Like he's had a back.
yeah,
like-
ankle. I mean, we have a listicle in Bears. I mean, it's a noted history of it.
It's an extensive list.
Yeah, and not only just like the games that he's missed, but the games he's left early due to injury. I mean, it's even more significant. So, I mean, something to consider if you're going to sign him.
That's something that you don't see in the stats there if they leave the game. It still says game played, but
It's true. Very true.
that's Cullen, everybody. Can we
Shout out to the throat.
Can we get some Cullens in the chat?
Are you guys live right now? No? Oh, I thought you were filling up a boot.
I think he's cleaning them.
Oh. You got a boot in you, Cullen? Was that 2? All right.
96. Oh, Cullen,
3-way boot race.
What was your
if we
first
get
car?
5 bangs?
what was your first car? Is this glass soundproof? I feel like people.
I feel like Cullen talks to himself a lot.
Cullen, what was your first car?
He's also a big, I'm going to check my watch guy.
What was your first car? Ooh, Cullen got the poon. He said first car was an F-150. Damn. Nice. Congrats on the sex.
That gives throat goat a whole nother definition.
Mitch, want to make sure I'm on the jersey. Rick Kelly.
Rick Kelly, I do actually believe that I put you on. I put you on.
I put on.
I put on. All right, so the names Rick Kelly. I'm going to be honest, Rick. I don't know if I see you.
I believe in
Rick Kelly. Got him.
Let's see. Born a Raiders fan, would going out for Bosa or Vaughn make sense? That's not a top 4 need for the Raiders. I said this while Mitch was gone earlier whenever it was me and Alper. O-line, wide receiver, secondary, linebacker, all bigger needs than the D-line.
I agree. I would look at both of those players as a legit cherry on top. And I know it's like not how we think of those guys. Like, you know, you hear the name Joey Bosa, Von Miller, you still think like elite edge rusher. To me, though, I think that they would be the type of player that you would want to try to bring in to just be that. And I've used this name a bunch, okay? And a Benson Mayowa style of guy where you bring him in on third down because those two are getting up there in age. And if you're going to bring in a Von Miller, if you're going to bring in a Joey Bosa, Bosa is definitely, and he would play every down. Von Miller at this point, I don't know if he's going to play every down, but you sign a Von Miller to have him available in the playoffs. So I think like you would have to design his play to kind of almost like what you see some of these NBA teams do, where you don't want to wear him down during the season. Because if you go out and you give Von Miller 1 year for $12 million and it's fully guaranteed, because that's honestly, he'd probably get a contract very similar to Malcolm. And if you don't have him in the playoffs, and some of y'all are going, well, yeah, Mitch, that's for every player, but you know Malcolm's going to be back next season. There's a chance Von Miller could retire. So when I think of a player at like that point of his career, you better be in your win now moment, but you also better be able to keep him fresh throughout the entirety of the season. Bosa, I kind of agree here with Chuggs. Like, if they were to go out and get Joey Bosa, I would sit up here on this show, being the host that I am, and I would say, I think they're about to trade Tyree Wilson. Like, because then you have just, and you can never have too much talent, I guess, on your defensive line, but that would be very, very telling to me, and I would sit up here and say I think they're going to move on from Tyree. But I'm telling y'all right now, I saw Tyree Wilson. It's probably the most motivated I've ever seen him. And I don't want to get overexcited because when you see him up close and personal, I mean, it was kind of like the first time I saw, Colton Miller, where you're just like, that's a massive human being. Like Colton Miller looks like he could put me in his pocket and just walk around and then be like, oh shit, I did have him in my pocket. Tyree Wilson, the length on him, like I've been able to hang out, see Max, and Max is obviously a very big person, long, lanky dude. Tyree Wilson is an alien, and he's super motivated. He knows how important this year is, and I'm excited. I really, really am excited what he's going to do.
Very interesting. Ian Rappaport was on the Pat McAfee show a little, maybe an hour ago, talking about the Laramie Tunsil trade.
Okay,
According to Ian Rappaport, the Texans were calling teams who were in the market for a tackle. So they were actually the ones reaching out to a ton of teams. Several teams had the chance to get Laramie Tunsil, and they decided against it.
Interesting.
So maybe they did get as much as they could in a trade, because if they were shopping him like this, I imagine they had multiple offers on the table, and they took the best one, which they believed was to be the Washington Commanders. I was upset that they didn't get a first rounder, but I mean, it's the same thing that kind of we were talking about last year. Everybody's saying the Raiders are stupid. They should have traded up. The Commanders didn't let them. Yeah. You can't trade up if the other team, it takes two to tango. So,
see, I would look at it as, and this is where it's good, where in that initial, this is why I love what we do, because there's going to be people that watch the instant reaction to that, and Chuggs is pissed. Because if it is just you're trading away, you're just trading them away, Laramie Tunsil, you're kind of sitting there going, well, why the hell are you doing that? You got a quarterback in his third year at C.J. Stroud. However, though, maybe there is something a little bit behind going on the scenes, but here's the other part then. If the Texans are the one calling, now knowing that the Texans called all these other teams, and I know how talented Laramie Tunsil is at that age, knowing that he wants a new contract, they were the ones calling, you're kind of lucky to get that.
Yeah, because if you're the one making the call like that, then teams are like, all right, well, if you want to get rid of him, our price isn't a first rounder because you're going to get rid of him regardless.
Correct. And I think now that you see that, I'll tell you what, I don't mind it as much, but here's the biggest, and here is the number one way that people are going to talk about that trade. How does C.J. Stroud play next year? Yeah. If C.J. Stroud plays great, nobody gives a shit, and it was a brilliant trade. If C.J. Stroud and that team struggles, that is going to be one of those trades that people go back and talk about for a long, long time, because right now, you can say what you want. You gave up your left tackle, one of the best tackles, to protect your franchise quarterback.
Tough.
We'll see.
Interesting stuff from Rapp.
I'll tell you this right now. There's a few names that when they pop up on this show,
they give me the tingles.
A little bit. Marcus Pratt's a tingler to me. And Marcus, I hope you're still here. I hope that you're still rocking with us. I appreciate you a lot, dude. There's been a few shows where I can remember. There was one show, Marcus, if you're still here, you got to let me know when. I feel like it was 2 years ago. And it was right when we first started doing the gong. Marcus literally did a show, and it was in a matter of 30 seconds. It was bang, 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 bang. And then the whole place went insane.
Kinschar also wants to know, did he get on the jersey?
Who?
Kinschar.
If you sent in a 10, the answer is yes. Kinschar. I always wonder how some of these names. Rick Kelly I got. Kinschar I got. MJ.
Yeah, that was it. Kinschar.
Though, honestly, I don't know if I got. I don't think I got K-Rock. K-Rock, that's on me.
Body gonna rock. For your question, though, Mr. Marcus Pratt, would you take T-Mac or Ginty at 6? I'm Team T-Mac.
I'm also Team Teteroa McMillan. Now I have to say it like that. I just have to keep saying it until I get it. I think both picks are really good picks.
Yeah.
And if you are best player available type guy, I don't think any Raiders fan is going to sit here and go, you know what, that wasn't a good pick, which is a good problem to have. Yeah. But if you're asking me who I think is going to be the better of what we have right now, I'm going to go with Teteroa McMillan.
Let's see. Rosman.
Love the channel, man. Love your guys' commitment to the nation. I thought you were going to say comedy. I know we're not that funny. Every single day, go Raiders. Now let's go sign a top-tier player. I mean, you got to try to bring commitment to excellence. And I want people to do that with everything that they do in life, right? Like, I genuinely want people to try to find something that they love to talk about, that they love to do, that, and you can get paid for it. I'll tell you this, I never thought that I could do this in a million years. Never, ever thought I could. I knew that I like to talk about it, but I don't care if you are, I don't know, a cook. I don't care if you are a dog walker. I don't care if you're doing concrete with your dad, right? Like, I want you to show up and you do your job. Like, time is the most valuable thing. And that's one thing I'll give my dad credit. It's probably going to be the number one thing I'll teach my kids about, where if you're going to do something, do it, right? Like, you're going to do it no matter, like, your time is there. If you're going to go there, go get it done. There are times, like, when I go to the gym after work, there's this guy, and he's always there when I'm there, right? But, like, he doesn't, what?
Rams wide receiver Drake Stoops. Is this?
It's suspended
Wait, Sam.
without.
Quick question.
What?
Drake Stoops, is that Oklahoma Stoops? Drake Stoops, is that an Oklahoma Stoops? Got suspended 2 games.
Bob Stoops' kid?
NFL performance enhancing substance policy. He's on the juice. Oklahoma, massive cheaters. Massive cheaters over there. Maybe why Lincoln Riley left.
Drake. Yikes. I was worried where that conversation was going to go. I know.
Anthony Morales, bring in Chubb, get Genty, Sawyer, Dart would be gold. So you're going Genty at 6, Jack Sawyer in round 2, and then Jackson Dart.
I don't know if I want. I heard you talking about Nick Chubb earlier, and
like I said, it only if it's like
it's
a
a huge
1 year
risk, dude.
A 1 year, $2 million deal. Like, why not? He was a top 5 back 2 years ago.
I know, but I would ask Petey, and he just looks so different. Like,
I get that.
Like,
but
he's
that's
such a different
But that's why
runner.
you're getting him at $2 million.
Sure.
If he wasn't that, then you.
I mean, he's got the right mindset. Like, Nick Chubb loves football, and that's been something very well documented, I think, by a lot of coaches. Is this alley-oop still up there?
This was from earlier. We just hadn't got to it yet.
Oh, I was going to say, my goodness.
Houdini.
A, we should not take a quarterback because Geno Smith is good. Still, if he is available, we should take Genty.
I do love the idea, though, of not taking a quarterback this year and taking one next year in round 1 and letting them sit for 1 year. You have Geno for 2 years, and then that next year, you let whoever you take next year take the reins, because the quarterback class next year, way better. You'd probably be able to sit where you are in round 1, take a good quarterback, let him sit a year.
Cool.
And then you have 2 years of Geno. He's on what, a 3-year?
Who?
Or Geno's on what? 2
We don't
years
know
left?
yet. Technically, it's one.
Yeah, 1 year?
We're anticipating it's going to be 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, so
On top of his one, which that's important, by the way.
So I think that is a good plan. You stock up on just great assets in this year's draft. You just stock your team up. Next year, you go out and get a quarterback of the future. Let him sit 1 year, or you just quarterback battle with Geno and let it play out where it does.
How about this to the Ashton Genty crowd? Are you on board taking Genty at 6 if this is the Raiders' offensive line you're getting? That's my question, because I do wonder if this is the Raiders' offensive line that we end up getting this season. To me, the Raiders are showing you the way that they think, and they are addressing the trenches. And first move that they really make, they go out and they sign Alex Kappa. Somebody who's got John Spytek connections, but I'm almost wondering that they think that he's going to be their starting right guard. So if you know that Alex Kappa is going to be a right guard, you have Dylan Parham over there at your left guard, Colton Miller, JPJ in the middle, right tackle, it says DJ Glaze. Like, I don't love that offensive line. And because I don't love that line, that makes me a little bit more nervous to draft Genty, where no matter what you need to have a good line, I get it, but I would be more inclined than, like, and this is where I have that battle with, I like McMillan a lot and I like Genty a lot, but I'll still sit here and go, but our offensive line isn't really where I want it to be, which is why the more and more I think about it, and the way that I think about how this team's building their team, right? Think about everything that they've done so far has been in the trenches. And somebody's going to go, well, what about Jeremy Chinn? He plays safety. He does play safety, but he had 117 tackles last season. He's going to play up near the box a lot. He's going to help you replace Robert Spillane. He really, truly is. But then Rob Leonard, who's somebody that team really does respect, That's your defensive line coach, but he's also your run game coordinator. I just think that this team is showing that we are going to do our best to win in the trenches. And if that's their mindset, it wouldn't surprise me if they go with a Will Campbell or a Armin Membao, somebody who's got measurables to Tristan Wirfs, who Spytek drafted before, and then also to Trent frickin' Williams, who's regarded as maybe the greatest offensive tackle in the last 10 years. I mean, there are some people, I bet you there are some people that think Trent Williams is the best offensive tackle ever.
Possibly.
And when I say some, it's going to be the people that live on the PFF Hill train, because Trent Williams is the highest graded offensive tackle of all time in PFF.
Yeah. Uncle Lado D, good day, gentlemen. About to do a 7-round mock draft. They have Shedeur Sanders as the 4th best player available. Your thoughts? I mean, Dion's got that FU money. Sent it a little bit over to PFF. Said, hey, put my boy up a little bit.
I'll tell you this right now. I do a lot of mock drafts. I've never seen Shedeur in the top 10. Of players who, of ranking players. I've seen him go because of, the ADP where people think he's going to go. I actually would want to see where that mock is. I want to see who those rankings are from. 4th best available player.
Uncle, show us your mock.
Unless you're saying, best available at pick 6. That's very different.
Joseph, what's new since I last seen you at 8:30? Nothing. Mark Hazen, would I Chip Kelly ran the offense like he did in Oregon when it took them to 3 national championships and put me in for the jersey, Mr. Mark Hazen.
Mark Hazen, I got you. I got to put you on the jersey. Mr. Mark Hazen. I will say this. If Chuggs and I do end up leaving here in a few minutes, 30 minutes or so, if the Raiders do end up signing somebody and it's before 6 o'clock, we'll go live again here at the studio. But if it's later on tonight, since we didn't really get any of the craziness, I might go live from the crib. If it's the Raiders signed Lonnie Johnson Jr., probably just going to make a video for y'all. If it's halfway, if the Raiders sign Tyler Lockett, I'm going live here. That I promise you. If it's a name like that, if it's Raiders sign Justin Reed, I'm going to be live right here. And I hope you guys are ready to go. Oh, dude. Only some people, man. He is the last person on the planet that I would want to talk to if I was customer service. I hate to admit it, I have used the James school of you're not doing the best you can. There was one time Uber Eats, which this was crazy. I ordered Uber Eats. Alex and I ordered $60 worth of food, and it didn't come. So they're like, we would like to reimburse you. Here's $31. And I was just like, how? Drew S. Bang! Oh, man, wake me up one time.
Now wake me up when it's all over.
4 bangs away from a boot race. Wake me up before you go. Read. What do you got for me? I guess you can steal my happy dads.
Yeah, Mark, I see what you're saying now.
What?
In this super chat, but at the same time, you have to remember, Chip Kelly, there's a reason why he's kind of evolved his offense. I don't think you can run that Chip Kelly offense that he did in Oregon in the NFL right now exactly. I just don't feel like that would be a good move because he's tried that before.
Mike Hughes headed to the Atlanta Falcons.
Ow.
3 years, $18 million.
I see what you mean, though. He'll definitely have elements of that Oregon offense and the offenses that he's done, but it's not going to be an exact offense.
Oh, he's headed back to Atlanta. Excuse me. I actually did not read that right. When I first read it, I thought it was Mike Hilton. Mike Hughes going back to Atlanta. 3 for 18. Interesting, man.
Warner Raider, besides Cam Ward, who could you see us trading up to draft? I think that's the only one that makes sense if you're trading up.
Can I be real with you? They're not trading up. They need the draft picks.
Marshall stays ready. He just walks around like that all day, so he doesn't have to put his headphones on.
I mean, I'll tell you this: if the Raiders made the amount of signings the Giants did, I would also look like
He
that.
just stays ready.
That's like you getting a new girlfriend and always wearing a condom. You never know.
Yep.
You never know.
Marshall stays strapped. He's a strapping young gentleman. Dude, I really think
I'll tell you this: I've never seen him drink coffee, so this is how I know he's tired.
Yeah. Marsh.
He's
need
hurting.
Celsius?
He is dragging. For you to drink coffee, you're struggling. He's hurting.
I don't think there's anybody the Raiders trade up for. Maybe a Member or Campbell if one of them gets taken early. Maybe one pick, though.
I would be shocked.
Marshall stays ready.
If they did.
Just stays strapped up.
I don't like doing the whole London shirt and all that.
I got you.
Yeah.
Here he is.
I just want to say thank you to Raider Nation for losing out on Javon Holland. Ha 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 ha. Suck it, Rebel.
Dude, I heard he might be.
Over here, that's not. I thought we were gonna get a thank you for the other night. Get out of here.
Dude,
Get out of here.
dude,
I do love y'all.
Get out of here.
I actually,
Get outta here.
heard he has a chance to be as good as Xavier McKinney.
Well, I heard he has a chance to be better. Maybe he could be as good as Trevon Merrick.
Ryan James Bang! 3 bangs away from a boot race. I'm going to tell you this. I'm probably going to have to pee before that boot race. I might have to pee.
I'm waiting on that one to load up. Marcus Pratt says, I'm here. It was like 1 to 2 years ago. I was brewery hopping and watching. We went
hard. Oh, I know. I mean, it was what I love, and I hope that, to everybody that watches the show, we do, I remember a lot more people, I think, than what y'all realize. But also, when you guys do, legendary shit, I feel like I'm always really good at being able to remember stuff.
What were you doing at those breweries to make to say that we went hard?
What do you mean?
He said we went hard. Sounds like something you said to your buddy in a story that you're not allowed to tell other people.
Sounds like they had a lot of beers. That's what it sounds like.
Ryan James says Sanders is overhyped. Nepo baby. Shador Sanders didn't start off with a car with 200,000 miles or a CRV, whatever you were driving. Shador definitely didn't have one of those cars.
Yeah, I get it, but also, I like the idea of having a quarterback that works with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Possible.
Marcus Pratt! Bang! Two left!
Jalen Milroe will fall past the second round. I think he's more of a third rounder. I would love to take him and sit behind Geno for a couple years. I'm biased because I'm a Bama fan. Also, who the F is going to play cornerback, linebacker another year of giving up 30 points a game? Yeah, that's a good question for a linebacker and cornerback. Those are two of the biggest holes that you need on your team right now. But Jalen Milroe, even though he was a good college quarterback, the throwing mechanics aren't there. As an NFL passer, he's not there yet. Ryan James, I think you'll be able to get him in the 3rd or 4th round of this year's draft. There will be a team that will take a chance on him as a developmental guy, but he's not a top 2 round guy. I'm sorry. Marcus Pratt, he just says 2 bangs away.
So I was with my story, the stories. I was saying when you guys do a lot of times something that, to be quite frank, doesn't never really happens, I remember it a lot better than what y'all think. I also sometimes I'll write down days where, again, the day, I think of the best example of this is when you, me, Taino, and David Zahn all hung out in Las Vegas. Wednesday, August 14th. And I don't know why, it's just ingrained in my mind. I'll try to go back and see what that date was, but when your name pops up on the show, instantly it takes me back to that day. It does. It really does. And if I don't have that memory with everyone, I do apologize because I don't have it with everyone. And, it's something that I like to be able to build. I do like to be able to put faces to names, which is something that I always appreciate. You guys always see Blue Richard. She's down in the chat. I've been able to shake hands with Blue. She is a awesome, awesome person. She's
She's a maniac. That's all I could think of whenever you said.
I've been able to meet Jeremy Cole. You know, Jeremy Cole gave me his chip, which I hope I explained this correctly, Jeremy. In the military, you get a chip, and you share that chip with people. I would compare it to the way a lot of times, like, Raider fans will give me patches, and they'll be like, hey, man, have this patch. It's like one of the jerseys I have from Taino, but he gave me his military chip. Like, when I tell you, like, I have a box of stuff that I just hang on to, I would say my most prized Raiders possession that I have to this day, when I went down to New Mexico, and this is a long time ago. I went down to New Mexico back in, I want to say it was like, it might have been 2019, 2020. Shout out to the New Mexico Raider group. And there was a Raiders fan who his daughter was sick with cancer. And I hope I pronounce this name right. I see it all the time. It's Ainsley. I believe her name was Ansley. And I wanted to go down to New Mexico to meet her because I knew she was sick. And unfortunately, she couldn't make it there. Her younger brother was able to go. But I had a bunch of a bunch of New Mexico Raider fans there. And if you've ever seen me with like pictures, I have a hat on. I have this like ring that they were like, let me try on. But his daughter wrote me a note about like, keep like pushing forward, like no matter like what you're doing in life. But then she had this, it's a Raiders like cancer ribbon. And I'm not kidding you. Like I got a box full of stuff that I do. I try to save a lot of stuff from Raiders fans, but that's probably one of the coolest things that I have, and memories pop up. So I know, Marcus, you've never given me anything physical, but I want you to know, I want you to know, like, when your name pops up, I do have a really core memory of you, and that's how this show continues to grow. Because again, we are so much more than a YouTube channel. We're a community, and hope that's awesome. Slum Life, I beat cancer too in Albuquerque. So I went to Albuquerque. That's where I went. I met up with a bunch of Raiders fans in Albuquerque. If you were to go out on my Instagram right now, at Mitchell Renz 365, and you scroll, right? And I'm talking like you scroll, like before Chuck, before Alex, scroll. You'll find those New Mexico pictures, and you'll see all the New Mexico Raider fans that I hung out with. I know, right? We're about to get into the exact same dilemma we got in before.
See, Alex's mom, old Mexican Alex.
New Mexican. Honestly, not even. It would be her mom would be old Mexican, her sister would be New Mexican, and Alex is American.
American.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get in trouble here.
MBD Super Dave.
There's no way that's ever going to come back to haunt me.
Reminds me of she actually just clipped that. Reminds me of last year. We get so excited about free agency, then kind of uneventful. I mean, but what if I tell you everything that happened before free agency happened yesterday?
Correct.
Then you'd be like, holy shit, the Raiders are on fire. They traded for Geno Smith. They signed Adam Butler.
Right? Imagine Monday, okay? And this is why sometimes I think when teams know what they want to do, they can go out there and they can execute a plan a little bit better. Imagine if Geno Smith trade happens on Friday, right? We're living it up. We're like, all right, this team, we figuring it out. We're doing it. Excuse me. Tuesday, you extend Max Crosby, right? Like, think of it, like, if it's today and the only thing that happens was you extend Max Crosby, you're feeling good. And then let's say you're also then one day you go out and you re-sign Adam Butler. You do everything that they did yesterday. I get sometimes the frustration when it's a big day like this because I'm like, oh, y'all, like, I want something. I need one thing to happen, right? Today, I feel like I'm fishing. I actually really enjoy fishing with my dad, with my uncle. Like, it was something that I liked to do when I was a kid. It is peaceful to sit out there, but you go out there and you're like, as long as I catch one. If you go out there all day and you sit out there all day and you don't catch anything, you're like, all right, maybe this wasn't all that good. You catch one fish and you're like, you know what? That was a good experience. Today, I feel like I'm fishing.
We're knocking back some beers. We're hanging out, but no fish are biting yet. Uncle
Nothing
Lado D. Diablo signed by Atlanta. Looks like we're going to need to add a linebacker in the draft. Best available 3rd through the 5th. I was looking the other day. I know Chris Paul Jr. out of Ole Miss. I know the South Carolina guy, really good. UCLA guy. You'll have to get him in the 2nd round, but has that Chip Kelly connection. Carl, is it?
Schweisinger.
Schweisinger.
It's something like that. I want to see.
You have Stutzman out of Oklahoma as another guy.
I
to
think
look
actually
at.
they met with him. I want to see who they ended up meeting with.
Oh, and you also have Gilbert
Moreno! Bang! Come on, Gilbert! We are one bang away. One bang away from a boot, which I'm not a fortune teller, but if I was one, I would say we're going to have some boots in our future. I would imagine that we are going to have some boots after this, man. I'm telling you
I
that.
said, hell yeah, you are.
Holy cow, Gilbert Moreno. What's also going to be really cool about this next bang is not only are y'all going to get a 3-way boot race, we're also going to give away another Raiders Report hat.
Oh, is Cullen coming
Or
in?
actually, huh? Well, Colin told me he would do a boot. We just have to go get him. If you want, I got to take a peek. I can go get him after, if it happens. Lord Cameron Abbott! Bang!
Wait!
Arza Alvarado! Bang!
Rick Kelly says, Mitch, you have my dream job.
Banging with a whole bunch of dudes in front of millions of people every month?
Yes.
You're welcome.
Chris,
It sounds like only dance.
which running back would you consider signing between Dowdle, Dobbins, or Gainwell? I think maybe Dowdle.
It's boot time. I also got to write some names on this.
Between those three.
Say it again.
Rico Dowdle, J.K. Dobbins, Kenneth Gainwell.
J.K. Dobbins.
Okay.
I know there's some injury concern there, but I do like the fact that he has some AFC West experience. He knows a team in our division very, very well. Good pass-catching back. But if he can stay healthy out of all those guys, he's the best one. And I'm not taking J.K. Dobbins, honestly, to be my every single down back. I'm taking J.K. because I'm also going to draft a running back maybe now on day 3 to just keep J.K. a little bit more healthy. But I think that actually he would be a really good fit. And there's an Ohio State connection in there. He's the most expensive of the bunch, but if Najee Harris is going for 1 for 5, with Dobbins' injury history, I don't think he costs all that much. At least I don't think so. All right, I got to put some people here who just banged on the Brandon Jasper jersey. Marcus Pratt, I got you on there. Ryan Kelly, I got you on there. I got Gilbert Moreno, I got you on there. And then Urza. Oh, hang on. I got to put LCA up here with Mount Raider more. LCA, I got you up there. And then Urza Alvarado. Love it, dude. Absolutely freaking love it. That's sick. So here's the cool part about this. We have officially... What do you think? So, again, my idea here is everyone that's sending in a 10, obviously if you bang, we're going to put you on this. I think because we just got that many bangs and we're going to do a boot, I'm going to put some people here also on the front because we just have so many spots. So here's what I want to be able to do. Because we just got technically 6 bangs. I'm going to put 6 people on the jersey right now, but you got to spam Tuna, okay? Got to spam Tuna down below. I'm going to go get Cullen. We're going to go get some boots. Chuggs, if you want to just give some shout-outs or answer some questions, when I get back, we're going to put some people on that jersey. But we're going to send that jersey to Brandon's family, and I'm telling you right now, I don't think Kristen's watching the show right now, and I think it's going to be a really cool surprise. And if it's not a surprise, it's still going to be really cool. So I'm going to go take a pee. I'm going to go get the boots. I'll be right back.
All right. All righty. Let's go through some of the Super Chats. I know we're a little bit behind on some of the other ones. Rich Kelly,
Chris Rivera, we got to yours. Rar Dakota, I'm glad that the Raiders aren't spending too much on players. Yeah, they're playing smart. They're trying to, they're trying to play the long game of, you can sign these guys for massive, massive contracts, but are you just spending money to spend money, or do you think it's a right fit and at the right price? Mitch, if you could just fill up my my pimp boot for me when you go out there. Yeah, I agree with you though, Rar. I agree with you. CEBCASSO, do you believe in Joe Hendry? I believe in Chip Kelly. Trying to make that a thing. Joseph, from the womb to the tomb, just win, baby. I'm in Luzerne County, Route 11, 15 minutes from Bloomsburg, PA. Okay, Mitch will probably know exactly what you're talking about. I'm from Texas, so straight over my head. MBD Super Dave, any news on Mayer? Not to my knowledge just yet. I haven't heard anything around Michael Mayer since those reports that he was being shopped/traded. Very unclear about the situation with that. But since then, mum's been the word around Michael Mayer. Uncle Lad OD. Mitch, why are you asking on my info? Check for yourself. He signed 2-year, $14 million with $8 million in the first year to Atlanta. Divine Diablo. Was he? I don't. We were talking about that. Let's see. That happened early this morning. Where's that? Yeah, here. Divine Diablo. Yeah, 2-year, $14 million, $8 million guaranteed. For sure. I got you, Uncle. I got you. Joseph. And yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and give some of these names for Mitch to throw on there. I see Jason Gutierrez and ED Amazing. I'm going to go ahead and message these names to Mitch that are spamming it for the jersey. ED Amazing. Let's see, who else wants it? I have 4 more spots on the jersey. Let's go Sean PM. 3 more spots. Let's go. 3 more spots. I'm going to go with Def Halo. Who else? A little corn on the cab. Let's go. Let's go Slum Life. 2 more spots. 2 more spotteroos. Let's go Steven Gutierrez. And let's go 1 more spot. Who's it going to be? I'm going to go with Mateus Abner. Y'all are all going on the Tuna jersey. Thank you so much for spamming Tuna. Thank you so much for joining us today on this Raiders Day 2 of Free Agency live show. I know it hasn't gone how a lot of Raiders wanted to go today, but we're live, we're here, we're making sure that we're bringing y'all content throughout the entire day for Raiders news. We got you covered. Here we go. Brandon C., should we sign Eric Stokes? I believe that's the corner from the Packers, yes. Eric Stokes. Is he a free agent right now? Eric Stokes, I believe, was he from Georgia? Yes, he was. He's a free agent in 2025. Yes. Could be an option. Eric Stokes. Let's look at his PFF. My oldest brother is a huge Packers fan. So maybe he could give me some better insight on him. Last year, coverage grade from PFF 62.4. Played at Georgia. Yep, first round pick by them. They didn't pick up the 5th-year option. Bad coverage grades over the past couple seasons. 2023 though, in 2023 his worst coverage grade, but he did only play 110 snaps. I'm guessing he got injured in 2023. Last year, played in 588 snaps, did okay. Looks like he didn't start all the games, wasn't like a full-time starter for the Packers. Coming off a season where he had this isn't good though. No interceptions, no pass breakups last year according to PFF. 3 touchdowns allowed. Don't love that.
I'll tell you this.
As a cheap option, maybe.
I'll say this. The way that I would explain somebody like a Cade Levon Chasen to, like, I'm okay with it with the Raiders with Rob Leonard. If Pete Carroll ends up being that dude, and if Marcus Robinson ends up being that type of coach where you're like, all right, let's take a flyer, that's where you look at a player like Eric Stokes and go, all right, I can maybe make something out of that. Because there's no doubt, like, he was super talented coming out of Georgia. All right, y'all, we got a boot race coming up here.
What we're going to do, we're going to do a boot race. I'm going to send over all the names for the Raider giveaway that we're doing today.
Cool.
We'll do a duck race. If no moves are made by the time we finish the duck race, me and Michelle are heading out.
Unfortunately. I really, really wanted to see something today, man. Not going to lie to y'all. Really, really, really wanted to see something happen today. Which I feel like, that was wild. I feel like, oh, dude, Dante Pettis to the Saints? Did that just happen? Oh, yeah, 1-year extension. God. I feel like, man, we've been sitting here all day waiting. We've been fishing, Cullen. Just haven't caught anything. But as soon as this stream ends, I know for a fact they're going to do something. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, I was even thinking, like, oh, what, like, I don't even know if we do a VOD after this because I feel like they're going to make a move today. And I don't know, like, what.
I'll be all right. I'll figure out something to do. I'll just do something at home. No matter what, you will see me again. I mean, if it's anything like yesterday, they're gonna do something tonight at 9 o'clock at night. Maybe 10 if we're lucky. You ready? I was just gonna say, wait a minute here.
I was trying to fit. I couldn't smell the flavor. Like, sometimes.
I'll tell you this: never again go. Is that mom? Never. Never do that again, dude. People will stop watching this, and as I would do. That cannot happen. All right, 3-way boot race. It's really a 2-man race. It's just 2.5 men.
$50 and we do it shirtless.
Jesus Christ. The worst part is, Sure. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I thought something happened. I was like, what just happened? Trace is like, he's like, I don't know if you saw, but he's like Dante Pettis. 1 year, $8 million. What? Schefter.
That's the Aaron Wilson stuff. I love, if you're watching, I don't think he is. If you're watching this, Aaron, I still love you, but that is Aaron Wilson.
It's all good. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Stop. All right, man. You guys got to get more on screen. Let's be honest. You guys are the middle sprinters. I'm the man in lane 8.
I'll do that, Big Daddy.
100 for no pants is crazy.
I'll do it.
Sounds illegal.
I'll do it.
So apparently it's 150 to get Chuggs in his underwear, is what I've heard. That's... Oh, dude. I'm concerned you consider it queso. Oh, man. That's what a white guy who thinks he's Mexican would say. All right, here we go. You ready? I can't with you two right now. We're about to be chat. Somebody said you guys should go only chat. 200 to keep your clothes on. You got yourself a deal. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh my God! I had to see it live. Let's be honest. Nobody thought I was going to win. There's two people in this world. There's somebody that records what happens. If I'm at a perfect game, let's say, and it's the last out, you're not going to record that. I'm watching that live. Come on. Let's go. What would you do? Would you record it with your phone? Because I'll say this. This is actually one of one of my biggest pet peeves. I feel like people in today's day and age don't live in the moment, and the importance of a memory is so much more important than a photo. Now, great. Some people can do both. Maybe I'm just one of those people that can't do it. But the amount of people that I see right now that like a really cool thing's about to happen, and they're watching it like this. Like I get like you want to be able to watch it, but to live it, I mean, that memory is even more core. No, yes, no. What do you guys think, man? Bottoms up. Would you record it? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know what you're talking about. I'll tell you this right now. If breaking news happens, tonight's going to be a bumpy road. I know it's terrible. What's awful is I gave that everything I had. I mean, I'll tell you this. So there might be some people mad that it wasn't a three-way boot race, okay? That's fair. I saw a few comments. Are you the type of person, though, are you going to record, like, you're at a perfect game, okay? 9th inning, 0-2 count. Are you getting your phone out and you're recording it, or are you going to watch it without your phone? I guess it's not that bad if you have your phone like over here, but you're watching it. My bigger point was, like when we went to the Drake concert, I'm not kidding you. This is going to sound kind of creepy, but there was a girl who was in front of us. She recorded the entire thing on her phone. Like she literally watched it like this. The entire thing. And I can remember it and just being like, dude, that's insane to me. Insane. You got to watch it. Alan, Steven, appreciate it. The Texans have re-signed safety M.J. Stewart this morning. All right. Oh, you know what they did? Again, I don't know maybe the ESPN guys were asleep this morning. Fowler just put that out. Oh, God. I apologize. I'll tell you what. Can you use Mando as breath spray? I actually don't think you can. But I'll tell you this. If you sprayed it on your neck, it probably could have covered up that burp. And it's why we got to show some love to our sponsor today, Mando. I'm telling you this. Luckily, I smell good here. If you're in that area at all, it's not going to be very good for you. Shout out to today's sponsor, Mando. You can control body odor anywhere with Mando. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's shopmando.com, shopmando.com. Also, the Atlanta Falcons are signing pass rusher Leonard Floyd, formerly of the 49ers, one-year deal worth $10 million. If you are a Falcons fan and you don't like that move and you think it stinks, well, luckily, you're not going to stink with our sponsor, Mando. Control body odor anywhere for 72 hours. It's clinically proven. Clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours After a shower, the average man's grundle odor level was a 5 out of 10. Chuggs' study show was an 8 out of 10. With Mando, the average grundle odor level is a 0 out of 10. I love Mando, and I think you guys will too. Mando starter pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube wipes. You don't want to know what Jeremy does with those. 2 free byproducts of your choice. As a special offer for our Raiders Report listeners, new customers are going to get a $5 off of that starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use code CHAT at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show and tell them that we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe. Even if you don't love the Cowboys that they're expected to sign first-round defensive end Peyton Turner, if you don't have confidence from that move, Cowboys fans, at least you'll be confident smelling great with our sponsor, Mando. Holy cow. Chuggs has the video of the Drake concert, which I will tell you this. I didn't put Mando, when I went to the Drake concert, this is a true story. Mando, for me, is a lower back deodorant. Maybe that's a weird thing to say, but like when Alex and I, when we go out on date night, I told y'all like before I don't really like use it like as deodorant, but if it's like the hot summer day, I will spray Mando all over my lower back. I mean, it's a great video, but now imagine if you're just that the entire time. Like a few videos is cool, but that's not the ninth inning. You know what I'm saying? Like Mando, for any guy out there where I have like really bad back lower sweat, especially in Texas, dude, it's bad. But sometimes like I one time, dude, when I first moved down here, I actually put regular deodorant, just like a stick on my back. I broke out so bad. It was horrible. I mean, my skin I was actually concerned like I had like shingles or something. And then one of my buddies was like, oh, you're putting deodorant on your back. Like it's like killing your skin. So then I started using Mando. It does actually work really well. That wasn't even an ad read. Like, that was real stuff. All right, y'all. So we still don't have any Raiders news, unfortunately, which means I'm about to send all of y'all, this list here for, you want to do the jersey raffle? What do you want to do first? You're doing the jersey raffle first. Raiders Report hat first. Jersey was yesterday. That's on me. Again, man, I'm not going to lie. That boo, I really pushed myself. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Rebel, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. How about this? Let's go through some supers while you're looking for that. Is that possible? The wheel's ready? Yeah. Well, I mean, we can do the wheel now, but then we give people more time to get in. All right, we're going to go through the supers. Let's get through all the supers. Yeah, we're going to get through the supers, and then we'll do what we were just... But if more come in, we'll go to those questions. Caleb, don't record. There are pros recording already. Exactly, right? Like, you get a guy like Jeremy Chuggs. He'll record it for you. Rebel, Raiders got a 12 against a dealer 2, and they're thinking either to hit or stand. That's the situation at the moment. We're looking sign Dustin Air to 1 year, 69 cents. Here's the thing. I like the analogy. You definitely go to Vegas a lot. 12 that's brutal. I'm hitting, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. If you get 12, you're hitting. No chance. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Dude, honestly, that's trippy. That's like the Doppler effect. Who's going to go home with a Raiders Report hat? All right, that's not me, for the record. Raider Mitch, you got to either add Jeremy on Twitter, at Jeremy Chuggs, send him your first and last name. If your first and last name is Raider Mitch, that's going to blow my mind. We need your shipping address. That way I can send you a Raiders Report hat. I'm going to write your name on it. Also, I said that we would put... Did we put anybody in that? So because we had bangs, I kind of forgot about it. Oh, yes. Yep, you're right. I was going to say, I just saw all your, like, notifications. I was like, oh, crap. All right, I got, so Jason Gutierrez. Do they know who they are? I'm going to put you as Jason Goots. ED. I mean, he was just one of those Goots. ED. Nah, that's probably not true. ED Amazing. I got, all right, Sean PM. Yellow logo in my mind. Def Halo. Slum Life. All right. I like Slum Life. Steven Goots. A lot of Goots. I'll tell you what. And then Matthias Abner. All right, man. I'll tell you what. There's a lot more spots that we could put on that jersey. And we could probably continue it tomorrow. I actually kind of like that we did it. If there's new and other, like, fun, creative ways that the 49ers agreed to terms with veteran special teams ace Luke Gilford on a 1-year contract. Gifford. You're like, I've never, imagine, here's the thing. If it was Clifford, the friendly dog, that's not a friendly book. No, that thing does not sell. Yeah, no. That's on me. Sean Clifford. Kifford. Yikes. All right, y'all. Last chance to get in the duck race here. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Right now, if you were to get in, let me see if anybody else is in. Which, I'm going to be honest. I put my phone somewhere. It's not on me. I wonder if it's at my desk. Oh, you know where it might be? It might be near the fridge because I filled up the boots. If it's not there, there's not a 0% chance that it's not in the bathroom. Bro, that would be crazy. I'm going to be honest. I have no idea where my phone is. That's actually hilarious. I definitely don't have it on me. And I actually don't know if... Yeah, Chuggs is actually giving me a shrug. Bro, I'm not kidding you, Chuggs. I don't know where it is. How about this? Let me look for it. I don't know where it is, dude. I literally don't. No idea. That's my point. We got to get my phone. This is a disaster. All right. We will get this duck race going. But here's the problem. I don't know where it is. I legit, don't know where my phone is. I'm trying to think where I put it. Is it in the kitchen? This is wild. Jacob J., I promise you, once I get my phone, we will check it out. We're about to go on the whole chat sports team is about to go on a manhunt for my phone. Though I think it's in the kitchen. Cullen, it might be in the other kitchen because I got an energy packet, which I don't remember. Somebody said call it. It's a great idea, but I don't know if y'all know this or not. I work on YouTube, so I silence my phone. This might surprise you. I silence my phone. I know, it's wild. I know. Who won yesterday's jersey? It would have been... Let me see. Oh, Cass Joey won. Chuggs just scared the shit out of someone. All right, y'all. We're live here. We went live early this morning, 10 a.m. We were live yesterday for over 8 hours as well. And we talked a lot about NFL free agency. Unfortunately, the Raiders, they didn't do anything today, which definitely kind of sucks. But if they do anything else for the... What? No, dude. I legit don't know. I did take it in the... I might have left it in the restroom. Dude, I'm not kidding you. I don't know where I would have put it. Because there's, I just, like, there's, like, no spots. Right? Like, there's just no way it's anywhere. I think it's got to be in the bathroom. It's the only logical thing I can think of. I don't think we got any supers. Shout out to Robert Jansen for coming out. Adrian Rodriguez, am I in the duck race? Well, where are we at? How about that? All right, while we look for my phone, again, I apologize. Not planned at all, obviously. Can we just go through whatever the supers we got? We got Cullen back here. Chuggs was out looking for my phone. That's on me. That's on me. But I was saying earlier, if the Raiders do anything later on today, I will make a video from my house. I promise. We did the Rebel one. So anything after Rebel. Yep. I came to check to see if a triple boot, you guys are going to need a liver detox after free agency. I'll tell you this. I use milk thistle, which I have no idea how much it helps, but mentally I think it helps me. I don't want to say like but I honestly don't really drink outside of work all that much unless like Alex and we go out for dinner or something like that. I might have a glass of wine with her. If we celebrate something, I'll get a little bit of champagne. If we are like celebrating an anniversary or something like that, dude, he can't find it. Then I will end up getting like an old fashioned or something. No? Oh, here, you come in here. Let me just I got to figure it out. Because I don't know where the hell I would have put it. No. I have honestly no idea.
I bet all the older people in the chat are like, see, these youngins can't go a day without their damn phones. Mitch is freaking out because he can't find his cell. You know, when I was a kid, we didn't have phones. We had a thing called light posts. And whenever those went on, that's how we knew it was time to go home. What's your number? I'll call you. Oh, let me put his phone number in the chat so we can. Bro. Wait. Colin, can you come over here for a second? Mitch, you dumbass! Mitch! You're a dummy! You're an idiot! Wait, no, leave it there. Leave it there. Let him find it. You're an idiot! Say it! Say I'm an idiot!
Just say it. I can't. I literally asked you to check under here too.
Just come here. I'm not gonna move it from where it was.
We just spent like 5-10 minutes with this.
For those who aren't able to see right here, the jersey that he's been signing is right here. It was right under the jersey. Literally 12 inches in front of his face. I literally put my hand down and I felt it and I was like, nuh-uh. No way is it right here.
I'm not gonna lie, that
All right, not my best. Not my best. Not my best. Though I'm not gonna I'm telling you, I felt everything. Here's my theory. I think you found it. And you slid it under there. Bro, I literally was up here with Cullen and I'm patting everything. I picked up the jersey. Somebody go back to the tape. Does Chuggs do a little slide of the hand right here? Is there a slide of hand right here for Chuggs? Go back and check the tape. Bro, I think you found it and you slid it. I'm telling you. No way. I don't believe you. Dude, there's There's no way.
There is. I swear on everything that I did not put the vote.
I don't know. Would you trade 6 and a second for 7 and is that Garrett Wilson? Sorry, you're telling me we get Garrett Wilson. All right, this is kind of interesting. So we swap first-round pick, 6-7 with the Jets. We get Garrett Wilson, but we give them a second-round pick at 37. Do I get to keep Garrett Wilson one more year on a rookie contract? If the answer is yes to that question, honestly, I'm okay with doing this trade. I like this trade. If the answer is no, you got to go pay him, I probably say, how about instead of that second, I'll give you a 4th. That's probably how I would evaluate that. What up, Adrian? Am I in the duck race? Heard my name, but not for it. Adrian Rodriguez. Let me check real quick now that I have my phone. Bro, I'm telling you this right now. The first thing I'm doing when this live show's done, I'm going back to the tape. I'm gonna. I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be the first thing I do. All right, the last name, hear me out. Here are the people that I have in the duck race. So if you don't hear your name, yell at me. Dungeon Fitness, Christian, Matthew Mendez, Corey Cummings, Eric Jones, Angel Gonzalez, Christina Guillot, that's probably a disaster of pronunciation. Rob Fravor, LA Crash Dog, Nicholas, AIN is what I have. Rob Fravor, LA Crash Dog, Nicholas Sane, Mo Shav, Stephen Underwood, Sean Morgan, Charles, Tuna, Jason Goots, Randall Carter, Stephen Corbell, Richard Kelly, Mark Call, Nathan Wolf, Megan Weaver, my dad, Amy, and give me a second, because now I have to put in Adrian Rodriguez. Gotcha. We got Jamari Murray. And Jamari, you got 2 of them. This is going to be probably like $20 Venmo for a chance to win. I'm going to say over $400. Luis Rodriguez, you're in. Amanda Frazier, you're in. I see Christian Perez. I got you. Yeah, some of these are from a while ago. That's on me, guys. I lost my phone, apparently. Anthony Green, Gilbert Moreno. We got Jacob Jacinto, or Jacob, maybe. Alfredo Robles. It's on silent. Well, that's what somebody else said. They're like, you should have called it. I'm like, I don't know if you guys know this. I work on YouTube. And on a day like today, I silence it. Ryan Campbell, I got you. Eric Vara. Sean Morgan. Last one. Ron Raspberry. 20 to win, $420. Chuggs, I'm going to send you the list. What up, Reb? The blackjack reference, Raiders don't want to bust, a.k.a. overpay, hoping the dealer, a.k.a. draft, to make a hand or bust. Add me to the jersey. I got you, Reb. What up, Sean? How do you feel about Abdul Carter if he falls? And who is your favorite at 6? Go Raiders. I agree with Chuggs' take here. I think he is the best player in this year's draft. From just like an overall, number 1 on your board, Abdul Carter's the best player in the draft. And what I don't want the Raiders to do again was, I thought Jalen Carter was the best player in the draft. He had that issue. And after, let's be real, the Henry Ruggs situation, it was a touchy subject, I think, for a lot of Raiders fans out there, and it was a touchy subject for this organization. But they passed on the player that a lot of people thought was the best player in the draft. And now the Philadelphia Eagles just won a Super Bowl with him at defensive tackle. If I'm the Raiders, if Abdul Carter's there at number 6, you're probably going to take Abdul Carter. And you're going to go, you know what? Thank you, Abdul. Tyree Wilson, we're going to look to move on from you. Malcolm Koonce, thanks for everything, but we'll probably let you go in the next offseason. I mean, that's a dynamic room, dude. Absolutely. All right, so I don't know what's on screen right now. I got you. Reminder, y'all, if the Raiders do anything tonight, which at this point, I'm looking for just about anything. It's been a long day of fishing. Not even really a lot of nibbles, quite frankly. I'll say this, and I kind of agree with Chuggs' thought here, where they could do it tomorrow. If you're a team that's waiting to see exactly like when this trade for Geno Smith becomes official, because here's the other thing that Chuggs brought up: that Geno trade is technically not officially official, right? So imagine if you're a football team, and it's probably 99% that it's going to happen. But imagine if you're a football team and you spend all of your money building players around your quarterback, and then you'll end up getting them. Now, again, Seattle, they kind of already technically agreed to a deal with Sam Darnold, but maybe for a team that's been safe, and they've been safe. Let me see. Yes. All right, so you got to put Chef. We're going to do Jesus, and then Rustin Long. So now it is a $20 Venmo to win $440. Quite frankly, that thought process that I just went through in my head of this has been a team that they have made sure that they're playing it safe. They are, but they're also, I think, smartly thinking about it. I mean, think about how mad you would have been, honestly, if the Raiders would have done all these moves to build around Geno Smith, and then the trade doesn't end up going down because Sam Darnold backs out of his deal or something like that. Like, that's some Raider shit that would happen. Any updates from Nathan Flores? Honestly, no, dude. There has been no news around the Raiders today. Raiders haven't signed anyone. The only news that actually is Raiders related that happened today, Divine Diablo signed a 2-year contract for $14 million. $8 million of that was guaranteed with the Atlanta Falcons, but that happened actually like this morning on my walk to work, which at this point feels like forever ago, but that was probably like 7:30, 7:45 my time, so 5:45 Central Time, Pacific Time. All right, Chef, I got you. Chefy, I got you next to Reb. All right, so I don't know how this race is going to go. I know that we have a lot of people in, so the way that this is going to go, whoever comes to first place, you're going to go home with, it is, can you add one more? Jason Martinez, 45. That's it. No more. No more. Jason Martinez, winner's going to go home with $450. Jason, I see you. I appreciate everything you've been doing with us here this week, man. Real talk. Really do. Martinez is in. $450 going to the winner here. And maybe we can use that money to go out and get a safety. No. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Run it. And here we go. Superman out to an early lead, and Batman said, not this time. I don't know what that thing is. It's a duck. What? Who? Never seen it. I actually don't know who that is. Is that the Green Lantern up top? I don't, dude. He could be sitting right here in front of me right now. He could be more in front of me that you're saying what my phone was. And
You're telling me you don't know who Perry the Platypus is?
No, dude.
Oh, my goodness, Mitch. It's Perry the Platypus.
In my head, that's how I envision that person sound. So now when I hear it for the real way, I'm going to be like, that's not how it sounds. There's no way that's what it sounds. Dungeon Fitness got in yesterday, by the way. This was somebody who was in yesterday. Rustin Long, Amanda Frazier. Uh-oh. The Wolfman. Uh-oh, is it going to be Nathan? Ow! Nathan Wolf. I'll tell you this right now. That's concerning. That's concerning. Nathan, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm probably good today. I'm probably good today because, like I said, knowing my luck, as soon as we get done here, they're going to freaking do something. Actually. Yeah, Anthony Green, I would not want to see. His album, he's got an album at this point. When you're looking on your photos and familiar faces pops up, last place photo right there. $450 going to Nathan Wolf. Congrats, my man. Oh, Raiders. It's all right. I still trust it. It just wanted something to happen. Though, I'll tell you this right now. When you have a day like this and then you get a signing tomorrow, look it the F out. Here's the thing. We will be live tomorrow. I don't know exactly what the time is. Maybe we'll try Chuggs' theory where we'll go live a little bit later. That way we can stay a little bit later. I don't know exactly what I want to do, but nothing really happened today. So I got to switch up the vibes a little bit. How about noon Eastern time? We'll go back 1 hour. 1 hour back. Cool? I mean, unless a bunch of shit happens in the morning like today happened, where honestly, when I woke up this morning and it was move after move after move, and then also it was all the other moves that ended up rolling in, I was like, all right, I feel like I got to go live. Today's going to be a crazy day. And then nothing. Kazumoto, what do you think about the Raiders trade back maybe with the Cowboys at 12? They take Sanders, and we pick up another second and take Genty at 12. Like, that's a smart thought process to me. Quite frankly, if there's a team that I think does it, I think you hit the nail on the head here. It's Jerry Jones, where that's a guy who he cares about making money. And my fiance is a Cowboys fan. I love seeing Cowboys fans suffer down here. But, like, people at times, like, get upset with the way Mark runs his shit. Dude, imagine if you're a Mavs fan, a Cowboys fan right now. You're like, this is a horrible, horrible time to be a Dallas fan. I love seeing it. But it is a trade I would consider, and it's a trade that I think that would be very smart for this organization, because then it also gives you that opportunity to maybe get that extra offensive lineman or get that wide receiver or get that cornerback, linebacker, whoever you didn't think that you're going to be able to get before. I do really like the idea. All right, y'all, I'm about ready to hop on out of here. I will say this. We did not have, to my knowledge, actually I have to go back and I'd have to count it, but I actually don't think that we had a MVP today. Anybody bang more than twice? I'll go back and look. But whoever the MVP was, I was going to give you a Raiders Report hat today. I have a bunch of people that have won. I actually stopped trying to keep track because it was just taking me too long because you guys were Maelstrom. Okay, I got you. Joseph Maelstrom. Sounds like you might be the MVP. I'm going to go back and I'm going to confirm it. If you are the MVP, I need you to send me $1 on Venmo. I'll send it right back to you, and then I'll get your first name, last name, and I'll send you a Raiders Report hat. Wanted to be able to do that. So appreciate all y'all tuning in today. Will the Raiders sign somebody? TBD. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to go noon Eastern time, 9 on the West Coast. Peace.